Where's my phone at? What's going on, Conscious crew? It is your favorite breakdown commentator, CTV. Welcome to another riveting Consciouztv episode. Girl, this is the after show, child. The CTV Storm after show, girl. Okay, I'm tired as hell. Oh, shit. Hold on, y'all. Hold on for a minute. All right, y'all. I had my damn surround sound. I had my damn MacBook connected to my damn surround sound. Shit was echoing all through the damn house. All right, what's going on, girl? This is the after show, girl. Quite an experience, and I guess we're gonna talk about it, girl. I will be dropping the link in case there's any other raggedy motherfuckers who need to get dragged from one end of the fucking earth to the next. Cause I got all that smoke, I got all that energy up in me, baby. It's a Tuesday, but it feels like a Friday night to me. What y'all think? Matter of fact, it is a Tuesday night, girl. And I'm waking all y'all up, girl. I don't know why I thought it was Friday. Usually because I probably don't show my ass unless it's on the weekends, girl. So I had to show my ass tonight. And it's giving Friday night vibes, baby. Okay? So we're going to talk about it. Make sure that before we even get started, you go ahead and thumbs up this video until it is absolutely stuck. You know that thumbing up helps with the YouTube algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up the YouTube notification system. Oh, so thumbing up is a way to digitally knock on the door of other conscious crew members who have no idea that we're loud, live, and in color, popping out puss on this good God-given Tuesday. Also, shout out to the new subbies. There were folk from Storm's camp, Storm Chasers, who came over and subscribed to the platform, girl. They got their life, etc. Welcome, everyone. Also, make sure that you have your notification bell set to all and share the live stream out wherever it is you have digital community, girl, whether it's MySpace, Facebook, YoBook, the dark side of Tumblr, Twitter, your personal OF. I don't give a damn where you lay the link. Just let them whores know that we're loud, live, and in color. With no further ado, let's go ahead and push the hell on through. Okay.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, girl, let's get into it. How doing? Send the link. Okay, hold on. Hold on, girl. Oh my god. Oh shit. I'm knocking shit over, girl. How doing? It's a lot going on. How doing, y'all? Thumbs up the video. I need to send this link out super quick. How doing? Messenger. Where is Miss Messenger, girl? Okay, here's the all right, hold on. Let me tell this whore I just sent him the link. Hold on. Check your IG messages. Whew, girl. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into it, girl. Let me say hey to everybody coming into the chat. What's going on, Shalonda? Reed. Okay. What's going on, Ty? Hi, Real Estate Insider. What's going on, Amy? Hey, Coco. Hi, Mary. What's going on? Coco be flip-flopping, y'all, but I still love her. What's going on, Caitlin? Hey, Kenny. What's going on, beautiful One Styles? Hey, JJ's mom. Hey, Toys by Starlet. What's going on, London's mommy? What's going on, Naturally Nayetta? Girl, we gonna get into it naturally. What's going on, Ashley? Hey, Kaden. Hey, boo. Hey, up in here. What's up? Hey, boo. When I drop the link, I hope you come up here because I know you and Arshawn was over there on Critically Drinking, girl. And shout out to Candid and Arshawn. Make sure you guys subscribe to Critically Drinking on YouTube. Arshawn and Candid are both Conscious crew members, and Arshawn is a patron member, and I love them down boots, okay? And they be getting into all type of great dialogue about all type of things, mental health, all of that good shit, girl. Just awesome people. Love them boots. What's going on, Shayla? Hey, LaShonda. What's going on, Kevin P? Hey, Ian Gardner. What's going on? How's it going? Hey, Trinetta. Hi. What's going on, Salonda? What's going on, Pamalia? Hey, boo. What's going on? Hey, Laroon. What's going on, Yumiana? Hey, Ann. Hi. What's going on, Afro Beatnik? You said no lies, CTV, and Miss G is showing her true hateful. Oh, we're gonna get into Cynthia G, girl. Let me tell y'all, girl. I had baby, me and Cynthia G was kind of going at it, girl. She had to take the L tonight. It is what it is, girl. But let's just go back to the beginning, okay? Let me tell y'all what happened, girl. Okay, it's kind of gonna be story time. I'm gonna be dropping the link. A record's gonna push through, girl. So you guys know that I told you guys I had a sit-down interview with Storm Monroe. You guys know this week, well, last week was a week from hell as it related to the topic of gender. And you guys know this was all started over a TikTok clip by a Black trans woman who was saying that biological women do not gatekeep menstrual cycles or womanhood, because womanhood is in fact different for all women, and all women, including biological women, do not have menstrual cycles. Regardless of how rare it is, it's not every woman's experience, and every biological woman's womanhood does not revolve around a menstrual cycle, and is not determined just based upon biology, which is why identity matters. It matters, which is why you classify yourself as not just a woman, a Black woman. That matters relative to white women because of identity and experiences. You guys know Jess Hilarious entered the chat. She started whistle blowing with who's going to protect Black women rather than. So she did what she did, girl. That prompted T.S. Madison to enter the chat. So just like Jess Hilarious inserted herself, T.S. Madison inserted herself. And they both are influencers. They get to have a conversation about anything that goes viral or whatever the fuck is of interest to them. So they both decided to, give their fair share of a response to the TikTok video that went viral, etc. Then this calls Laverne Cox to speak out. Hope Giselle, who is a black trans woman and an activist, girl. It calls Flame Monroe to enter the chat. Angelica Ross, Black transgender actress, to enter the chat, girl. DJ Envy entered the chat. Unwind with strong ass brown liquor K entered the chat, girl. It just went down, and it was just dragging from left to right, girl. People mamas got dragged, people children got dragged. I mean, it imploded like the submersible Titan, girl. I mean, it really just became undone all over the content of a very unknown TikToker. This woman didn't even have a lot of views. I mean, she had less than 100 views on her videos over on TikTok. So someone literally went over, took her conversation out of context, and then inserted it into the mainstream, and then it triggered up all type of indignant ass responses and created a need for people to defend and address the issue of gender and the transphobia that was jumping out of the situation as it relates to one trans woman whose, once again, content was taken out of context. Now, before I go further, let me say this about It's Blessing Rose. I told you guys that I listened to her content before I even went live and did my first commentary, that I had went and checked her out, because I know how social media gets. I know that people be cropping shit out and isolating statements, and you really don't know what the fullness is of a thing. So I went and did my own research, because I wanted to be able to really use this opportunity for this topic to come up, to have an educational commentary around it, rather than having a reaction because of it, whether it was a reaction to the transphobia, the homophobia that was jumping out, or whatever the fuck it would be. What happens, and nobody is talking about this, and I'm going to reach out to It's Blessing Rose and actually have her on my platform if she's interested. But what had happened was, because it's Blessing Rose. This is the Black trans woman whose content was used to create this conversation that's been had on social media. Because he's a trans woman who doesn't always assimilate to what is deemed as female aesthetic, sometimes it's Blessing Rose. I'm going to call her Rose for short. Sometimes Rose is just in her bonnet. Sometimes she's just sitting around in her bare face with her bonnet on. Sometimes she's sitting around with her bare face and her short cut. Sometimes, you know, she doesn't always show up in a glam. She's not always performing femininity in that conventional way. And because of this, a lot of people troll her about her transgenderism. And this is a conversation that has came up recently, even on my channel regarding my commentary, that it's interesting how trans women are always pressured to look the part. But when I pulled up that image of Just Hilarious, bald-headed and all, with no makeup, no lashes, with her half an inch top knot ponytail sticking up off the top of her head, standing in her natural glory, I said to everybody, she should be able to look like this. Just Hilarious should be able to relax in her femininity and not have to perform femininity and not have to put on a wig and put weave in and put rouge on, put contour on. She shouldn't have to carry all this shit just to be feminine. And just like I stand and support any biological woman walking around as they so please, looking how the fuck they so want to. Some of the biological girls are all natural. They love their curls. They love their fros. They love their box braids. They love no makeup. They love all of that, honey. Okay? Some of the bio girls are very tomboyish, girl. They love their baggy shirts, their overalls. They love their sweatpants. You know, all women have a different gender expression, have a different comfortability, have a different sense of femininity. And then I also know my bio girls who need their wigs, girl. They need their lashes, girl. They feel naked. They feel exposed. They feel vulnerable, bitch. Okay? If their hair ain't right, if their makeup ain't right, girl. I was watching the Black China show, and there was an episode in her on her show on Zeus, girl, where Black China was about to completely abort the Wendy Williams interview that was booked for her because her motherfucking wig and her Gorilla Glue wasn't gluing, girl. The glue was too tacky. The wig was tacky. It wasn't the high quality ass wig she had told her glam squad to bring to New York with them, girl. She acted a plum motherfucking fool because she did not look the way she is comfortable looking. And she was this fucking close to blowing the Wendy interview, girl. The guy, her booking agent, damn near lost his mind because he was afraid that if Black China bailed out on the gig, that it was going to sever his relationship to Wendy because the show is live, the show is pre-taped. A lot goes into every episode, you know, of any syndicated television show, etc., girl. And this would really been bad for the Wendy Williams producers, you know, who would have had to figure shit out, move shit around, get a guest filler. It just would have been a mess. So there was a big blow up between her and him, girl. I mean, and China acted a fool all over over the wrong wig. All over the wrong motherfucking right, Deborah. It was giving Dollar Tree bundles. Okay, now everybody thought that Black China looked great in the tacky synthetic human fiber blend wig that they were trying to tack down on her motherfucking head, but China was not here for it, girl. She had a whole nother standard that her femininity had to rise to, bitch. Okay? She ain't Macy Gray, girl. Miss Angela White is clear, girl, that she is not India Arie, bitch. I am my hair, and my hair is me, and she is she, girl. Okay? You know? So femininity is different for every woman, and every woman carries however the fuck they carry. Just like masculinity is different for every man. All of us as men don't have the same gender expression. Some of us are very alternative. We are alternative black boys, girl. We blend it up. We mix femininity in. We paint our nails. We wear long hair, etc. Girl, you know, we got piercings, tattoos, girl. Some of us men are very conservative and very crispy. Okay, the Kevin Samuels, all of the corporate niggas. Some of us are very much so gangsta boo. Shout out to Up North, girl. The niggas like they baggy shirts, they all white tees, they Timberlands, you know. It's various gender expressions and aesthetics and personal styles, etc. girl. So because, I say all that to say that because this black trans woman, Rose, on TikTok doesn't always put on all this shit in order to prove that she's trans, and she feels comfortable with her bare face, and she feels comfortable in her bonnet, and she feels comfortable not having to perform femininity visually. She gets trolled a lot. A lot of people tell her, bitch, you're not really trans, you're a cross-dresser. And I've seen her comment section, and when Reckless started talking, I may pull up her TikTok and actually show you guys the comment section. There are literally other trans women in Rose's comment section telling her, bitch, you ain't no trans woman. I'm sick of you niggas who in wigs claiming that y'all trans. Y'all really do a disservice to the trans community when y'all identify as transgender women, when all y'all do, y'all are just feminine boys. Y'all are just cross-dressers. Y'all are just this, that, and the third. I've seen the comments. So the whole clip around women don't gatekeep periods, women don't gatekeep womanhood, that content, like most of Rose's contents, is a response to the shit that people are saying in her live chat on TikTok, or comments that are being left underneath her video on TikTok. She's responding to shit. She's responding to trans women. She's responding to biological women who are talking shit to her and trying to disquantify her trans identity because she's comfortable in her femininity and comfortable in her identity along with her masculinity. She's just comfortable in her enough to feel and know who she is, with or without putting the wig on, with or without putting the lip gloss on, with or without putting she on. Okay? So once again, somebody took her content, which was a response to the community she's interacting with on TikTok, and then provided or uploaded that content to social media, and then obviously the rest is history. Before I go any further, welcome to the chat. Reckless, hi.
Hey, how you doing? Do I sound clear?
Yeah, you sound real clear.
Period. Hey, what's going on, y'all? I know it's been a little minute. How y'all doing? Yeah, here for the mess.
Hi. Well, Jacqueline, if we draining, why you got your tired ass here? You should have your drained, tired, exhausted ass in the bed somewhere. I don't understand why you got your tired, raggedy ass over here. I don't understand you tired hoes who can't never go to bed. I don't understand you drained assholes who can't never find y'all ass a pillow and a mattress to go lay y'all flat back ass down in. I do not be understanding, girl, why you hoes don't adhere to an IV, girl, to motherfucking electrolytes, girl, why y'all actually don't hit the ER and just go get resurrected back to life, and y'all have y'all tired, exhausted, drained ass in spaces that didn't invite you, in spaces that didn't call for you, in spaces that you don't get to be in. I just don't be understanding. Do you understand, Reckless, why tired assholes can't never go to sleep?
Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's been a crazy couple of days. Well, week. It's been a crazy week. Everybody's been triggered up. Everybody's been triggering each other up. But I will say this: one of the reasons why people do, and and when I say this, I'm speaking from experience as well. One of the reasons why people do always attract or always pay attention to triggering things is because that's the type of state of mind you're in. It is what it is. I think me and you was talking about as trauma bonding or some shit like that. I forgot exactly the terminology you used, but it's when you're addicted to obviously being triggered. So I'm gonna be honest, in this situation, in terms of the cis word, in terms of different content creators, I would purposely look at a content creator's video, and if I feel like it's about to go left, especially if I like them, and I feel like the conversation about to go somewhere where I probably don't want to get triggered up, I leave. Like, I don't even look at it. I don't look at it. I leave it. It is what it is. That's what I do. I'm not going to be listening to all this crazy thing. I'll just go trigger me up. So yeah, things like some type of trauma bonding or whatever, or you're just addicted to the fucking trigger. I don't know.
Okay, sorry about that. I had to go get my professional microphone.
Come on, professional microphone.
Real quick. But so yeah. So well, I just want everybody to duly note, right? They be claiming that the LGBT folk the ones pushing the agenda, but they always the ones who have their cis hetero asses over here trolling queer folk and in queer spaces where queer people talking about queer shit, right? You see how we over here in our house, we over here in this house of Darion, and yet these folk with their tied, drained ass will insert themselves all up into the beeswax, girl, of queer folk business, and then scream that we the ones pushing the motherfucking agenda, bitch, when they always know exactly where, how to, and invite themselves and never ever tardy to the goddamn queer party. I just be trying to make it make all the sense. Nonetheless, let's get back to the situation at hand, because I don't want to take too long, and I do want to give folk the opportunity to hit the link. Hold on. Hey, Alshon. Hey, everybody. Hey, Skylife. Hey, Boo. CTV. Come back to Storm Channel. Oh, what happened? What you mean come back? He's still on? I thought he didn't go off? That what you mean come back? What happened? What you mean, Skylife? Oh, Storm still, I didn't know Storm was still alive, girl. Come back. I mean, like, what happened? Like, what you mean come back? Like, what I need to, like, what happened? Come back, like, what happened? I left Storm Channel because I felt it was about to go left. Coke, get them, I'm messy. Oh, you just being messy, Sky. Chop, me and Storm, baby, I gave the show what it needed. Oh, but that's convenient, Sky, right? Because when I was telling hoes to come up, right, ain't nobody want to smoke, right? When I was there, right, everybody was shook. Ain't nobody wasn't trying to hit the lankety lank, baby. Okay? All the nice, pleasant folk came up onto the live chat, girl, when I wanted to smoke from all them ghetto heathen assholes, okay? And the only person who was willing to approach the throne, girl, was the last one that I interacted with, girl, okay? And then she got humbled, baby. And then she got banished to the bike of the wig store. Banished to the bike, honey. Okay, she had to bow out, baby. Because, see, baby, I don't breathe when I'm reading, baby. Okay? Motor mouth for the motherfucking South, baby. You're not going to win the argument, girl. Okay? But we're gonna get there. We got to build up to there, Sky. Hold on. Let me make sure my microphone is plugged in.
You sound extra clear.
I'm about to switch over. How it sound now? Like, what it sound like?
You sound even more clear.
Oh, good. Okay, even more clear. Great. That's what I was going to I wanted audio HD. Okay. So, all that was happening, girl. Okay, so that's what happened on social media, girl. So, we did commentary. I did not feel complete in my commentary, which is why I did the show I did today. And I feel really relieved, girl. I got, like, everything out of me, girl. I spoke about queer people and queer mythology and spirits and deities and Haitian voodoo, all up and through African traditional religious systems, pre-colonialism. We went through the acronym, girl. I gave a great perspective about what the war between biological Black women and Black trans women and Black queer people really, really, really is about, girl. Like, I really got into my educator bag, girl, okay, and really accented that commentary beautifully. I felt very proud of it. I felt very complete. I literally got so many DMs after today's commentary, girl, folk just telling me, like, biological women telling me, girl, you did that. I got so many fucking cash apps of folks just like, girl, you gave me my life, man. This was fire. I got rave reviews, girl. And folk really walked away enlightened and educated, and that is what I wanted to accomplish in my commentary. Now, Storm had also decided to debut the interview that we did, and I think we did that interview, what is Tuesday? I think me and Storm got together last Friday. Reckless probably got kicked out. He'll probably be back, girl. I think me and Storm did that interview Friday afternoon. And I'm no stranger to Storm's platform. Storm is no stranger to my platform, child. So I know how the Storm Chasers are. I know that this is not their area. I know that they are into celebrity gossip and all of that. They like to cut up, girl. They like Storm to drag and roast. They're into entertainment. This exchange between me and Storm was a dialogue, and it was very personable. As you guys saw, Storm shared a lot of things about his upbringing, about his experience with anti-Blackness. And, we talked about, obviously, sexuality and all of that. It was just like a really great build. It wasn't really centered around entertainment, but more so education. And speaking to, the drama at hand last week with this issue of gender and sexuality. So, of course, we had to go all around the mulberry bush in order to do that, to really make it full circle. So, you guys also know I was in the chat as the interview was playing out because it was pre-recorded. Now, all of my conscious crews, because my JJ was there in the chat, girl. Who was my other conscious crew members who was there? A Coco, even though Coco flip-flopping ass is a flip-flopper, she was there. And I'm sure she can honestly attest to what I'm about to say. Sky Life was there. There was a lot of conscious crew members who were there. You guys know I was literally in the chat and I was getting dragged, girl, called a liar when I was talking about the African diaspora and androgynous and intersex deities in Africa's, girl. Even though nobody could refute me with facts, all people were doing was being rejective, girl. People were just talking so much shit, girl. Like, people were throwing tomatoes in the chat. I mean, people was just doing what they do. And you guys know I'm a classy girl, but I'm with all the shits, and I back down from no opportunity, baby, to put blood in the walls. I'm a violent bitch. I'm a Scorpio. So I don't lead from that energy, baby. But if we're going to be with the shits, let's be with the shit. So for 2 hours, I'm getting trolled in the chat. People talking shit in the chat. Transphobia is in the building hard. Homophobia is in the building hard. The homophobia and transphobia is so hard in the building that literally other storm chasers were like, girl, can the moderators just start blocking? Because, damn, like, other, like, storm chasers and conscious crew members were like, what is y'all problem? Like, what is y'all problem with CTV? Like, it is unwarranted and disproportionate. Like, and so me and Storm had talked about, like, girl, if it gets litty as a result of the show, let's do an after show. Because I figured, because I knew what type of audience this was, I knew there was going to be a lot of, like, bucking up against what I was saying. Because, first of all, the dominant society never likes no confrontation about themselves. They never like to be told, just like the racists don't like to be called racist, the dominant society don't like to be called homophobia, girl. That is their kryptonite, bitch. It creates an adverse reaction when you call the dominant society transphobic or homophobic, girl. And rather than them listening to the experiences of queer people who have actually been raised by heterosexual people, they've participated in religion, in churches, and just speaking to the obvious homophobia and transphobia that most Black people have observed. Even if they did not participate in homophobia and transphobia, observed transphobia and homophobia, observed the gay kid getting called the F word, observed the same gender loving girl getting called the DYKE word, observed all of the rhetoric from the church around queer people, observed all of that. Even if you did not participate in it, to be disingenuous about the fact that it's a reality, it's just literally being a lying-ass motherfucker. To literally just all out deny that transphobia and homophobia in the form of verbiage, in the form of physical violence, in the form of all of its insidious expressions, just to deny it is to literally be insincere and to just be an intentional fucking liar. The fact that straight cis men feel the need to say no homo, the fact that for a long time to do anything that wasn't considered popular or cool or trendy had to be considered gay. Oh, dog, that's gay. The fact that we literally just gonna act like homophobia and transphobia just does not exist, as if we all don't know how most of the straight men in our lives, as uncles, as brothers, as fathers, felt about effeminate men, felt about LGBT folk. To act like we didn't have mothers and sisters who had anti-queer belief systems, to just literally sit in the face of queer people and to say, bitch, you hoes are delusional and you've created and made up transphobia, you've made up homophobia, then why the fuck can I recite the verses in y'all Bibles? Why is every fucking comment section under a Lil Bootsy response to Lil Nas X or some gay shit happening in public proof of that? Why is it that queer people have literally had their lives taken, been physically and emotionally fucking abused, and do not even have relationships to this day as grown-ass people with their biological families because of their biological, religious-ass, patriarchal families not accepting them and telling them that they either have to show up the way the motherfucking Bible tells them to or sit the fuck damn down? And then when LGBT folk are speaking their experiences, their actual experience that goes beyond what the fuck just being called the F word, that literally shows up in explicit rejection, explicit emotional and physical harm, sexual abuse, the whole nine. The only thing the dominant society think is appropriate to do is to tell queer people that they have made up this idea that the Black community is extremely homophobic and transphobic. And it's just the gaslighting bullshit of it all. Now, going back to the situation, I got called everything but a child of God in that chat for 2 hours. I sat there. I spoke back to other supporters every now and again. I trolled other trolls back, but got trolled, right? Got trolled. Baby got called everything but a child of God for 2 hours plus. 2 hours. To the point that it was offending other viewers. Sat there. Took it, baby. Just lay it right there, girl, chilling. All out shit, bitch. All I did was have a conversation with a friend, and as two content creators, we decided to talk about the issue. Of course, the issue is personal to me because I'm queer. I know and have experienced mistreatment as a same gender loving Black man. I've had my sexuality, my femininity, and my masculinity policed by this patriarchy, this toxic masculinity, this transphobia, this homophobia. I've seen the way that Black trans women, Black trans men, the way that Black same gender loving women have been abused and mistreated, ostracized, rejected, and isolated from their peers and from their families. as a result of the extreme rejection just because you are what the fuck you are. So, of course, the topic period, whether it's concerning my trans sisters, my trans brothers, my intersex sisters and brothers, my same gender loving sisters and brothers, because these are still like black people at the end of the day. All these black trans women and men, all these intersex women and men, all these same gender loving women and men are all black women and men. All black non-binary persons, all black people. And as a person who's directly impacted by transphobia and homophobia, I've seen the mistreatment of not only myself, but of people who are on the same spectrum as it relates to orientation and or gender. So I said in that chat. And so I said, okay, since y'all want to smoke, I'm gonna give y'all that. So when Storm said he was gonna do an after show, I said good, because that chat and how that conversation went, or how the public's response to that conversation was going to be, was going to determine what type of time and energy my motherfucking ass was going to be on. And it didn't take me long to know, bitch, that I was going to be on demon time when it came to the after show, because I wanted the same raggedy ass, back child support waiting ass bitches and them raggedy ass no hairline having ass niggas to hit the motherfucking link, bitch. I want to see what them StreamYard fingers do. I want to see what that StreamYard mouth do, because I see how them Twitter fingers are set up, bitch. But see, I know that when it's time to rumble with the motherfucking B, that you hoes never want to enter the honeycomb, baby. Never want to enter the honeycomb, girl. Okay, I know that them pussy bummer clot ass hoes always will talk all that sweet R&B shit, bitch, until you give them hoes the microphone, and then it ain't no back talk. Then you gotta beg them hoes, bitch, to bring that fire up to the podium. You gotta beg them to keep that same motherfucking energy in the principal's office. Because all I did was do a collaboration with my friend on a serious issue that got stimulated and aroused last week due to the trans girls and the bio girls having it out for each other. And us come together as a community and speak. I ain't disrespect nobody in my dialogue. I gave my opinion, and you don't have to like it. But I did not disrespect anybody in that conversation. So, after the chat, baby, oh yes, I was here for the after show. And I told Storm, I opened up the after show on Storm's platform and said, gave the disclaimer, bitch, that I want all the smoke from you rat tail having assholes in this motherfucking chat, bitch. I want the ghettos to the back of the Bronx, bitch, in the big apartment complexes, ho, to hit the escalator and the elevator, baby. Bring your niggas, your boyfriends, your brothers, baby. Bring whatever masculine energy you motherfucking need, bitch. Any of you raggedy ass, bald head, no face having assholes who got a problem, baby, I want to give you an opportunity, boo, to come and make it do what it do up here on this panel. I don't want to talk to the nice folk. I don't want to talk to the sensible folk, girl. But of course, who always ends up hitting the link? The sensible folk. The nice folk, the Love Jones and the Natashas and the beautiful Rashondas, all the nice folk. And I had demon energy in me because I thought that's what the chasers wanted. Because there wasn't no back talk when it came to the way that our green room was set up in the after show. So I'm now having to talk to the nice folk who are doing so well to put their shit on the table, to talk about their experiences. And I'm going to tell you how nasty and diabolical motherfuckers are. So let's call out the first hypocrisy. Me and Love Jones having a conversation, right? She's telling me how she feel about cisgender folk, etc. And she's just like, I don't want it. I don't like it. I respect that, because once again, I personally don't use cisgender to refer to anybody that I'm talking to intimately and directly. When we're doing conversations like this, and we're talking about the subject of gender, or we're talking about the collective, or the, or the general public, I'd use cisgendered, or I swap in between cisgendered, bio, etc. Like, because these terms are just for the sake of, right, identity. Because if I just say woman and I'm talking, or I just say women, what type of women am I talking about pertaining to the topic that I'm covering? You don't know whether I'm talking about trans women. You don't know whether I'm talking about biological women. Because now the term woman encompasses both trans and biological women. Because the term woman is put now, or has expanded to representing identity and a social construct, just like the term man has. Now, if you say biologically female or biologically male, or you say cisgendered male or cisgendered female, then case closed, right? You've nuanced the fuck out of your gender identity and your sex. Completely got it. No questions asked. But now, because the term woman and man have expanded in definition, and it has more than just one meaning now. And you can look up most words in the dictionary, girl. This is not new. Words expand. Words are given second meanings, alternative meanings, etc., girl. This is why you see meaning A, meaning B, meaning C, girl. Some words have 3, 4 different contextual meanings, okay? It's 4 or 5 different fucking ways you can flip and dip the fucking verbiage. That's the way that words go. Words age. They become refined. They adapt to the culture. So in the space of all these identities and all these folk being a melting pot in this country, there's a language is being developed to help differentiate folk, because now the term woman and man, that also used to be purely and exclusively synonymous with female and male, no longer are terms that exclusively represent your sex. These terms now represent your gender too. So if you want to be super, super clear about being a biological male, identifying as a biological female, the term cis is used as a counter for the terms man and woman that are becoming general terms now. So Love Jones is telling me, I don't like it. I'm like, okay, that's cool with me. I already told my audience, girl, I'm taking cis off the table, especially when it comes to women. I don't mind using the term cis when it comes to men, because men don't give no pushback. Men don't give a fuck. Like, Storm didn't give a fuck about being called a cis man. I'm a cis man my damn self. So I don't have this issue when it comes to men's community at all. At all. But I said to my audience, when it comes to women, I'm definitely, girl, never going to use the term cis. Again, I would just say female. I'll say biological female, etc., girl, because I don't want to argue about no motherfucking terminology, especially terminology that don't even get used intimately to begin with. It only gets used generally when we're talking about the population and talking about the collective, point blank and a goddamn period. So we're battling it out about cis, and I had to remind Love Jones, boo, what was triggering me with Love Jones was not what she was saying about cis, because once again, I'm not invested in the term cis. I don't have to use it, so it's not a thing. But what was triggering me was her speaking monolithically, and that's what's gotten us all into this issue to begin with. She kept saying we as women, and I kept telling her there is no we as women as it relates to an attitude towards cisgender, because I have plenty of conscious crew members who are biological female and don't give a fuck about the term cis. They embrace the term cis. They use the term cis. They understand the term cis. Matter of fact, it's a lot of cis women who are just as confused as some members of the LGBT about what the issue is with the term cis. And those women have hit this panel. So, like, there is, like, I didn't understand what was the resolve supposed to be. Because Love Jones was almost speaking to me as if I was the leader of the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, girl. As if I was Zordon, girl. And I had to remind her, all I can do is not utilize cisgender. But there's no like LGBT capital where I can go submit a recommendation or go submit a memo, etc. And I asked her, who is the queen of the of the Black female community that can speak for all women? Who has the authority to speak for all women and say, we don't like this, could you not use this? Because the issue is you have biological females, once again, who don't care about the term cis. And you got biological females who do. And then the other issue that was very triggering was Love Jones was attempting to turn the term cis into a slur. And that triggered me really the fuck up, because at this point, and I've been hearing this rhetoric all week, and I've been listening to the rebranding of the term cis being called a slur. No, ma'am. Not at all. Nope. Not even a little bit, boo. Sorry. If you don't like it, that's one thing. But what y'all not gonna do is rebrand the entire fucking word to be a slur when it literally is a gender affirming prefix. And then what was even triple triggering was Love Jones was trying to equivalize actual slurs to the cis word by saying, well, you know, as a gay man, it's certain things like, you know, I can't call you the F word. That'd be disrespectful. I can't call, you know, and I'm just like, you're talking about actual slurs, baby. Actual fucking slurs. You can't compare a gender affirming term that comes out of academic spaces to actual slurs, honey. Like, I'm gonna be honest, my brain almost started to collapse. My intellect began to like shrink up. You ever like get offended, not morally, but you get intellectually offended? I was becoming intellectually offended. Because it was the desperation behind getting rid of the term cis, which can only be accommodated per person who utilizes that type of terminology, right? And saying that it's a slur on top of that, when it's literally, once again, a terminology that comes out of educated spaces that actually helps you to double down and to distinguish yourself from trans women whom y'all say y'all want to be separate from. So that's why I said in my initial commentary that I stand with Funky Dineva, who also was befuddled and confused about what exactly is the energy and the defensiveness and the resistance and the rejection and the fire and the flames behind the term cis. When biological women literally are saying, I want my own toilet to shit in. I don't want to shit next to a bitch who's a trans hoe. I don't want to share my space with trans bitches. I don't want to, yeah, literally, that's all the rhetoric is separate us. And then there's another synonymous term and verbiage like biological women, female, that can be used to distinguish yourself from your trans peers, which is cisgendered. Cis literally means on the same side of. It means that your gender identity is on the same side of your sex. It means that you agree that you are a biological female and you identify as woman. You identify as she. It doubles down. So this all this fighting and it was just like literally it was an intellectual war that was not rooted in anything that was ever designed, created to be an offense, something that is almost 30 years old now. The prefix cis existed since the middle 90s, since the late 90s. The fucking prefix is almost 3 decades old now. And of course, it's not terminology that's used by everyday people. Everyday people mostly use words in a colloquial fashion at that. We don't use terminology that in university spaces and college spaces. We don't speak in this educated manner in general. Everyday people speak in everyday colloquial ways. But just because this is a word that you've never used and that you ain't hear until now doesn't mean the word means something that it doesn't. And you can't say that it doesn't. What you can say is you don't want to be called that. But you cannot say that the word is a fucking slur. And also be that damn confused about why it's being used when you know that you're living in a society where you share spaces with women who identify as trans, and that the term woman woman and man are being used generally now. They do not tell you anything about a person's biology anymore. Because once again, these words are expanding their social constructs, and we know that woman and man, a lot of people fall under those categories now. Trans men fall under man. Trans man fall under he and him. Trans women fall under women, under she and her. So these terms are no longer exclusive to your gender. The woman using she can be a trans she. The woman using her can be a trans her. So for the sake of identity, for the sake of category, for the sake of distinction, cisgender prefix was created to help biological people who identify, whose gender identity is he, him, she, and her, to also be able to refer to their sex, male and female. You just want to jump in here.
I was gonna say it's like you said earlier, it's the dishonesty for me, and also the manipulative nature. Because, like you said, the prefix cis, CIS, is not a slur. And I think it's very interesting that a lot of people who on one end say they don't know what the prefix cis means, but then on the other end makes a strong claim that the prefix cis is a slur. So if you don't know what it is, then how can you say it's a slur? If you don't know what CIS means in definition, educated spaces, where this prefix comes from, then how can you actually fix your mouth to say it's a slur? Because what also another thing that another part of the conversation we're not really having, or what we are, but a lot of people aren't having, is that what they don't want to admit, and like you said, is the inherent queerphobia. Because on one end, in different conversations, different instances, it's the denial of queerphobia. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean? Oh my God. It's this gaslighting effect. But then on the other end, you assume that the prefix CIS, which is cis, which means the opposite of trans, is you assume that prefix to be a slur. But you know what that tells me? That tells me that you guys understand, and I'm being very general here. People understand that for the longest time, all of the names, prefixes, etc., that queer people were given or have accepted were always used as either slurs, or they had negative undertones with them. Because if we're coming to, well, I'm not even going to say we, if the educational system, scientific system is coming to the general public and saying CIS is a prefix that reaffirms your gender identity, especially when we know that the terms woman and man, which are social constructs, are expanding, and we are going to need to be able to have identifiers for every person's experience and also identity. The pushback is because what people really don't want to know and what they really don't want to say is the logic is this. Every single time they have given us a slur, every single time they give us identified, they've always had dog whistles or undertones attached to them. So in their head, what they don't want to actually say out loud is that, you know what, this whole time we've always given queer people slurs, we've always given trans women slurs, we've always had negative undertones whenever we speak to them. So now when we assume that they're giving us a prefix, this has to be their get back. This has to be a slur. This has to be their quote unquote way to be able to get one tally on the board. This just has to be it when that's not even the case. And what it's a lot of things that's not being said that a lot of people do not want to admit, but that's it. Conscious.
I'm sorry about that. I was on mute. I was saying, thank you, Andrew, for the Discord on cisgender, because it goes to show how even some of the information on the internet is incorrect. Because when the Storm Googled the term cis, it was saying that it was invented by a college student back in 1994. But as we can see here, cisgender is actually not 30 years old. It's over a century old. Over a century old. And once again, terminology that sits in academic, educational spaces that has now trickled down the pyramid, trickled down the food chain, as a way to accommodate all of the identities that are now sharing the same space. Once again, terminology that's used for the context of identity. So
wait. And real quick, I do want to add this as well. I have a friend, and the person's non-binary, so I want to make sure I be careful with the pronouns, because I'll be very intentional with them. They're a scientist, and in their field, the person literally lets it be known that in their field, CIS, the prefix cis, is used all the time. It's used in the field. Like this is scientific terminology. Especially if we're going to be the same community that hangs home, that really wants to grasp and hold on to science, especially when it comes down to trans people. Oh, you are a man, or you are a this, you are a that, because you have this, and scientifically it says that you have this body part, so you are this. So now when you have, and this is what I mean with the hypocrisy. So now when you have a scientific clinical term, all of a sudden that not only does it makes a distinction between cis women and trans women, but not only that, it also affirms and validates your experiences as a cis person. You want to reject it. And that's what people really need to really get down to the root of. Why am I rejecting this term? What seems to be the issue? And also, since I'm already here, I might as well put that out there too. I don't appreciate how a lot of queer men specifically are tap dancing. That's I'm just gonna leave that there.
So after we had that Discord about cis and all that, child, once again, I don't give a damn about the term cis. I don't refer to people personally as cis, so it's whatever. I can accomplish calling biological folk or female or male. Because I'm going to make those distinctions when necessary, because we're all existing in this space, and those distinctions are necessary when it comes to context as it relates to talking about whatever the fuck I'm talking about. That requires me to make the motherfucking distinction. But I'm not invested in the term cis, so it's whatever. I don't want to hear the word cis as a debate on this conversation. Matter of fact, since cis is being taken off the word, If anybody says fucking cisgender in my fucking chat, your ass will be on Block Nation. That's how fucking done I am with the term cis. Don't argue with me about no fucking word. I'm not going to be using no word I already said I'm not using when talking about females. Can the cis shit done. Go argue with another motherfucker about the term cis. Because I'm going to be nice and accommodate taking cisgendered off the chat. Which means that I also don't need to be seeing it in my motherfucking chat. So shut the cis shit down. Now, the conversation, and thank you for that, Andrew. So, all that, girl. So that happens, girl, and I'm just like, really? Yeah? Cause right, I would like, I want that energy, baby, because once again, for 2 hours in that chat doing my interview, motherfuckers was talking hella bona fide shit, baby. I wanted all the motherfucking smoke, bitch. All of it, baby. I ain't come up here to have no educational ass conversation once Storm After Show came, bitch. I'm ready to get gritty. I'm ready to get bloody. I'm ready to get violent, bitch. I'm ready to spin the block, boo. I'm ready to bury the block, okay? Let's motherfucking run it up, baby. I want that shit, bitch. Bring on the apocalypse, ho. I want all that motherfucking smoke, bitch, okay? That's the type of time I was on, and I let it be known, baby. Here y'all opportunity go, because I'm not going to be arguing with you all from the chat when you got the opportunity, baby, to step to the king. Baby, the ushers are going to bring you through the double doors so you can approach the bench, baby. Okay? The whole point of the after show was not to argue with you motherfucking hoes down there in the chat, but to give y'all the opportunity to be real men and to be real women and to keep that same motherfucking energy. Directly. Okay? Because y'all carried for 2 motherfucking hours for no reason. No reason, girl. So, bitch, I was on one. I let the disclaimer be known. So I just kept wondering, girl, why all the nice folk keep hitting the chat? Why they keep hitting the link? I want the hoes who got the rat tail to the bike. I want my niggas who living with their mamas and sitting on partial unemployment, girl, to hit the StreamYard link. I want my niggas with the back due child support bitch to hit the link. I want the homophobes and the transphobes, baby, who got all that motherfucking nasty man and got all that disease up in their motherfucking ass to hit the goddamn link. That's what I want. Baby, I'm past the whole lever the cleaver shit, baby. Okay? Because if nice, palatable CTV is what y'all wanted, that's who the hell y'all would have invited to the after show. But what y'all wanted to do, baby, is think y'all was going to flame a bitch up and then a bitch wasn't going to bring that atomic and nuclear motherfucking energy. That's what y'all thought y'all had, bitch. Y'all get me fucked up because I got these big pearly whites, girl, and I'm real pretty, and I can be real poised and be real articulate and be real dainty, honey, and be in my femininity, girl. And then when I put on that masculine shit like you raggedy hoes provoke me to do, all of a sudden now, bitch, oh, look at how misogynistic he is. Oh, no, bitch, because if you wanted a lady hoe, you would have respected a bitch when you saw a bitch. Now, all of a sudden, girl, I done stepped in that masculinity. It's all of a sudden misogynistic. But if you wanted to be a lady, that's who the fuck you should have interacted with me as, and that's the motherfucking energy you should have motherfucking asked for. But you hoes wanted to be able to be homophobic and transphobic, and you wanted to be able to do that emotional and social violence shit, bitch. And you think I'm one of these punk ass pussy ass LGBT folk who can't keep up with you motherfucking hoes, ho? Because it's a reason why my name is CTV, bitch. It's a reason why I'm on this motherfucking platform, ho. It's a reason why these motherfuckers run down to the goddamn Ohio court system, bitch, and get PTOs and protective orders on a bitch. I'm with all the motherfucking smoke, ho. I induce all the trauma, bitch. You want a trauma bond, bitch? I'll give you a reason to be bonded, ho. If that's what you want, bitch, that's what I'm gonna give to you. I'm gonna meet your energy, and I'm gonna sustain that energy, because I'm going to show you why you should have treated a bitch accordingly. I'm going to show you what happens when you think you can disrespect the motherfucker and then ask them to respect you in their response to your ass. I'm going to show you why you should lead with love and why you should lead with respect and why you should lead with poise if that's the energy you want back from a motherfucker. I'm going to show you, bitch, the consequences and repercussions of thinking you can disrespect a bitch. I'm going to show you what happens when your mammy ain't raised you right and your pappy ain't taught you shit. Your wide back ass mammy is a motherfucking clown, Ash Blue. Your wide back ass, single, agonized ass mammy, bitch, who can't find your father to put his ass on child support to take care of your bald head, big forehead ass bitch, is a clown, hoe. Have you seen that shit you call motherfucking a half wig on your head, hoe? All you missing is a red nose, you Rudolph ass bitch. Your mammy is a motherfucking clown. A broke ass, indignant one at that, bitch. I got an application for that hoe. At the motherfucking circus, she couldn't afford to take your raggedy ass to when you was growing up. You know, childhood having ass heathen. You a raggedy bitch, a gutter bitch, and you could never, bitch, with your clown ass, bitch. And y'all see what I'm talking about? Y'all see what the fuck I'm talking about? See, girl, to Reckless's point, bitch, y'all better go find these goddamn moonwalking, shucking and jiving, tap dancing ass motherfucking queer men, girl, and these shucking and jiving ass trans hoes and these motherfucking shucking and jiving ass lesbian bitches, girl, to go who love kissing y'all ass and assimilating. I don't need no acceptance, bitch, from straight folk, bitch. I suck dick on my own. I get rich on my own, bitch. I get to a bag on my own, bitch. I lay my hair on my own, bitch. I don't require acceptance, bitch, to live in any of the fabulosity in which that I do. And that's why you hoes are really mad and really upset, bitch. It's because you can't stand when a motherfucking bitch is free. You can't stand when a motherfucker got the audacity to walk they black ass around, not seeking your motherfucking validation, not treating you like the fake ass gatekeeper you actually in fact not, bitch. I can walk through the doors and never even have to look your way because you don't gatekeep a motherfucking thing but what's in your motherfucking head, bitch. Y'all can't stand when a motherfucking hoe don't adhere to none of your pretend ass authority, bitch. Y'all can't stand a free bitch. Welcome to Freeland, girl. Welcome. Welcome to the land of the free, girl. Okay, baby, y'all can't stand, bitch, that a bitch got the audacity to look how he looking, to live how he living, to be how he being, baby. Oh, baby, that shit burns y'all motherfucking imprisoned ass up, bitch. And the weird thing about it is, bitch, the old adage is if one of us ain't free, none of us free. But it's actually in reverse, bitch. If most of us in prison, so the fuck do the rest of y'all got to be? No, ma'am. No, ma'am, baby. No, ma'am, girl. I don't do the barrel, bitch. It ain't even enough space in there for me to put the mannequins with my wigs on in that motherfucker. I need more closet space than the barrel could ever provide, bitch. You will never find me there. And the only thing you can do is listen to a bitch about how to use the motherfucking ladder to liberate your own motherfucking ass from the residents of Miss Barrel Boulevard. Because what you gonna never be able to do, bitch, is to get me to go back down up in that motherfucker. Now, if you want to live in that motherfucker, bitch, that's your place of residence and you can be there until the end of days, ho. But bitch, stop trying to convince other motherfuckers to climb in some shit that you can't even survive in. And then you wonder why you losing your motherfucking life. And you wonder why you keep reattracting the same shit. Because you want to use the same motherfucking encaptured ass mind in order to achieve freedom. Make it make sense, bitch. You know why most of you raggedy ass motherfucking niggas can't manifest the lives you want? And you can't manifest the results you want? And you can't break out of 3D matrix living, girl? And you can't break out of 3D thinking, bitch? It's because it's first and foremost the generational curses that's on most of you hoes' minds, for one. But secondly, you hoes don't even understand the art of marrying your thoughts and your motherfucking hearts. And some of you hoes are filled with so much goddamn hate, so much goddamn indifference, girl, so much confusion and contention, so much judgmentalness, bitch, so much closed-mindedness, hoe, that you hoes keep praying at a 30,000 foot altitude, not realizing that what you asked for, bitch, manifested at a 60,000 fucking foot altitude. And you hoes can't even level up, baby, to have a head-on collision with all the shit you hope for, wish for, and desire for, but that you never seem blessed enough to manifest. And that's why I pity you low-vibrating ass niggas. I pity you motherfucking niggas. I sit back and look at you raggedy-minded ass motherfucking niggas, and I grieve for you dumbass, blind ass, disgruntled, debased ass, 3D stuck ass motherfucking hoes. That's what I do. I cry tears of blood for you stuck ass bitches. And I think to myself the same thing that they alleged that Miss Harriet Tubman thought, baby, that if only my people, if only they motherfucking knew they were slaves, how many more, bitch, could I have helped set free? It ain't even no gate on the Underground Railroad, and some of you hoes still won't go for your freedom. It ain't even no lock on the motherfucking door, bitch. We blew the motherfucking hinges off that hole, bitch. It's a big ass hole right there, bro. And some of you hoes won't even belly crawl to your freedom. That's how motherfucking much of a mental prison you motherfucking hoes is. And I can't wait to see you hoes come back in the next life, because some of y'all so fucking low vibrational, bitch, that y'all gonna be incarnated as hippopotamus, bitch. Y'all gonna be incarnated as one-legged dogs, bitch. Y'all gonna be incarnated, girl, as hybrid ass mutt cats and meows and shit, bitch. I can't wait to see what the hoes you hoes get blessed with, girl. The vehicles and the bodies y'all get blessed with in the next life, the way that y'all carry on in y'all mental destruction, girl. I just can't wait to see what type of foul ass shit you motherfucking hoes go motherfucking incarnate in, girl. I can't wait to see it, bitch. I can't wait to see the Lord bring y'all asses back as fucking bumblebees and wasps and shit, bitch. Some of you hoes are certainly coming back, bitch, as frogs and motherfucking reptiles and tadpoles and shit, bitch. You don't even vibrate high enough, bitch, to occupy a physical body. To the motherfucking wilderness you go, ho. So as that's happening, things got even more ugly. And if I wasn't so pretty, I would have cried. Because there was a beautiful woman named Rashonda who came up, and she's a storm chaser, and she's also a conscious crew member. And she has blessed our beloved panels so many times. And she wanted to come up and share because she felt she could relate to the way that trans people get treated and rejected, because she herself oftentimes experienced transphobia. And Rashonda has shared this here on our platform, and she shared it on Storm's platform. And she spoke about having a condition that caused her to be able to grow a full beard full mustache, full goatee. And she had this condition since she was a little girl. And she's been she's been mistreated, ostracized, rejected. She's been treated very nasty in public as a result of being able to grow facial hair equivalent to that a male is capable of. And she spoke about the pressure to have to constantly shave her face because her hair grows very, very, very fast on her face for the sake of the comfortability of her community, for the sake of surviving the social violence that comes with being different. Yes, PCOS. And you guys know I've spoken about bearded women here on the platform. There's so many of them. I've pulled up literal whole Google searches of women who have this condition. Okay. And while this condition is a minority, the minority is big and impacts these women the same, who get mistaken for men. They get mistaken for trans men. They get mistaken for all type of shit other than being a biological female. She's experienced rejection from men as a result of the beard. This woman was damn near in tears just sharing this with us on the panel. And, you know, my heart broke for her because even though she's not a trans woman, she's not a trans man, she's not a same gender loving woman, I know what it's like to be different. And I was able to relate to her pain in that way. I know what it's like to show up in a way that's unconventional to the system around you, and for people to use you being different as a means and a justification to abuse you, to tease you, to bully you, to intimidate you, to reject you, to make you feel less than human. Less than human. So many women affected by this condition. There's an entire movement as a result of this condition of women who are no longer willing to continue to shave their face, put razor to their face, undergo painful laser treatment and all this shit just for the sake of making another motherfucker comfortable. So there's biological women with this condition who are embracing their beards, embracing their womanhood, embracing the uniqueness of their identity in this cold, shallow, judgmental, empty-ass world. And do you know what raggedy, 3D-minded, grotesque, weird-ass, battered and bruised, disgruntled, musty stink-ass motherfuckers in the chat was doing, girl? Saying that Rashonda was trolling, being completely dismissive of her experience, saying next, next, next. People in the chat even willing to say, oh, I believe she's lying, just to coddle. I've seen Rashonda. People said everything they could do to not hear this woman, all because she wasn't going with the popular thought in Storm's chat, which was to just not hear queer people and to deny queer people and to reject queer people. And then shared something so intimate about her own life. And guess what? Let's say hypothetically Rashonda was trolling. She proved that if it was true, this is the ugliness that could be expected of her. This is the ugliness that could be expected for her to receive. They treated Rashonda just like they treated my ass. They treated Rashonda just like they treated trans people. They treated Rashonda just like us. We don't have to hear you. We don't have to respect you. who gives a fuck. Go get laser treatment. Go shave it off. Girl, you'll be fine. And this is why them hoes coming back as tadpoles. This is why them hoes coming back as tadpoles.
Not tadpoles.
So what was funny and so incredible about Rashonda sharing her story, especially in lieu of all of this conversation that's happening around gender, is the fact that T.S. Madison, Rashonda literally validated, she didn't even know it. She literally validated T.S. Madison's initial response to Just Hilarious when she said all women are impacted by transphobia. Because the same niggas and big feet and broad shoulders and big hands and man face and man hands and all the shit that y'all say to reduce trans women are the same shit that transphobic minded folk and patriarchy does to biological women. Which is why Just Hilarious and that clip of her ass talking about being identified as a trans woman and then feeling offended as a result of a biological heterosexual man or a trans-attracted man thinking that she was of trans orientation went viral. Because it proved T.S. Madison's point that all women are impacted by patriarchy, which has created the status quo of femininity that women in the West are operating in accordance to. The same big feet they critique on trans women, they critique on biological women. Your feet too big to be a biological woman. The same big hands they critique on a trans woman's body, they critique on a biological woman's. You got manly ass hands. The same big ass broad shoulders they critique on a trans woman, they critique on a biological woman. If a biological woman so happens to look like her daddy, so happens to have masculine features, because after all, right, every male and female in this world is a byproduct of the genetics of their mothers and their fathers. It's actually natural for men to have traits that come from his mother physically, and girls to have traits that come from her father physically. You're supposed to look like your damn parents, whether you male or female. As a male, you're supposed to also look like your damn mama. As a girl, you're supposed to also look like your damn daddy. Your body's supposed to be androgynous to a degree. You are, after all, a byproduct of both male and female. You don't get all your genetics, you don't get all your looks, you don't get all your traits and components from a fucking woman. Or from the fucking mother. You got your father's nose. You got your father's waist. You got your father's chest. You got your father's fingers. You got your father's feet. You got your mother's lips. You got your mother's ears. You got your mama's forehead. You got your daddy's cheekbones. Those genetics can arrange themselves in all type of motherfucking ways, but because we live in a patriarchy that has monopolized on the subject of femininity, and women have bitten the forbidden fruit of patriarchy and are deciding to assimilate to that femininity, they don't realize that they've inadvertently participated in a system that causes them to police their own bodies and then to induce shame unto themselves as a result of not appearing visually like that of the status quo, which is why women make up the bigger demographic and consumers of cosmetic surgery. And I went over all of this in my previous commentary. Trans women and intersex people are not the only ones transforming. Biological women transform in order to feel more like a lady. Get bigger titties to feel more feminine and sexy. Get a bigger ass and hips to feel more feminine and sexy. Get a flatter stomach to feel more feminine and sexy. Wear a tighter dress to feel more feminine and sexy. Get a goddamn mommy makeover and a breast lift to feel more feminine and sexy. Trans motherfucking men and women ain't the only motherfuckers. Transforming, baby. Like I said, all y'all fucking Autobots. I ain't playing with no motherfucking body when it comes to this dialogue and this subject and this conversation, because I'm sick of the indignant, ignorant ass denial bullshit. I'm sick of the hypocrisy of it all. And like reckless, and like I've been saying for the past fucking week, it's the transphobia for me. It's the transphobia nobody want to admit to in the room for me. It's the transphobia behind the pushing and the resistance and the monopolizing on the conversations around trans bodies and trans people's genitalia, and just the hypocrisy of being a biological female and male living in a system that police the fuck out of your own genitalia. And then when you get sick and tired of these motherfucking gender roles because you realize that you wasn't created to be Adam's helpmate, bitch. You was created to be his motherfucking equal. All of a sudden now you got a problem. You got a biological ass issue with being reduced to your genitalia. You ain't just a breastfeeder as patriarchy would have you be. You ain't just a goddamn cook and a chef and a goddamn baby maker with a bonus hole as patriarchy would have you be. You are substantial and whole and divine in your motherfucking femininity, but yet when it comes to depicting and tearing down trans motherfucking women, all of a sudden the conversation has to be monopolized around body parts and genitalia, the same motherfucking genitalia you accept that you have, but that you don't want to be reduced to as a woman, as a female. It just be the hypocrisy. I be looking for the actual argument back. I be looking like, bitch, I'm gonna tell you how my ignorances be set up. If I'm gonna disagree with people, at least me disagreeing, I be well informed in disagreeing.
Mm-hmm.
When I go to decide that this is how I'm gonna feel about a thing and this is how I'm gonna look at a thing, baby, I make sure that I am strong and that I've covered all my ground, bitch. When I'm going to stand in opposition, whether I stand pro or against anything, I take it upon myself to be a well-informed, opposing motherfucker who don't have no ass, unsubstantiated ass arguments that can be ripped apart in a millisecond.
Yeah.
Because I ain't thought my bullshit through. Ain't not there motherfucker hitting the link. Ain't not there motherfucker in the course of this week of this conversation. Ain't nobody said nothing who's on the opposing side, bitch, that made any looking sense and that had any strength and substance to it in terms of why they don't like this and why they feel like that and why the trans shit is all the way over here.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody. It's been all feeling and 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 more feeling and goddamn feeling.
And you know, this is the example that I like to use. Like we've been saying throughout the whole commentary, on a multitude of occasions, language evolves. Language expands. The definition of words do change. The definition of words do expand as well. That's what happens with knowledge. As the culture moves forward, the language of the culture moves forward as well. And so, like he was speaking to, when I'm talking about conscious, was speaking to the direct contradiction not too long ago, way back in the day, somewhere in the bike of history, women, cis women had no issue or did not fully understand what men meant. Excuse me, what men meant in terms of, hold on, y'all. Oh, Jesus. What men meant, it keeps coming every time I'm about to say it out. What men meant in a culture setting of saying female Now, I do understand that these conversations referring to gender, the word female does come up so we can make a clear distinction because it can get confusing in terms of everybody just say woman. But however, through the culture, when a lot of the times men, and these are women have also told me this as well, when women have noticed that whenever men would say females, it was always used in a derogatory way to dehumanize and demean women, cis women. And so, current day, present day, you literally have women, cis women, responding back to the dehumanization that was placed upon them. And now they refer to other cis men as males to give cis men, the opportunity to understand the dehumanization and how it feels to be reduced down to your sexual anatomy, which is why females and also women are two different things. That's your sex and that's your gender. Your sex, which is the sexual anatomy, which refers to the reproductive organs associated on your body. And then you have your gender, which is the gender construct, which is the culture of womanhood or the culture of manhood, which is the way that you walk through life, the way that you present yourself, the pronouns that you go by, the state of consciousness that you also are that you also have, and also the gender expression of that said culture. So they need to understand that when it comes down to this whole cis thing, and when it comes down to, honestly, to be completely honest, I haven't heard anything yet that really contends with why cis is such a bad thing. And to be completely honest, what it really is that they don't want to admit there is some innate queer phobia there. And I think a lot of times too, it's how we know about the queer phobia is because when it came down to men referring to women, cis women, as females, which breaks them down to only their body parts, there's an issue. And then the response was for a long time, I'm more than my vagina. I'm more than my body. I'm more than me just giving birth to babies. But then as of lately, another response was to call men, cis men, males to give them that opportunity. But then also that when trans individuals enter the conversation, you want to reduce your womanhood or womanhood alone to just strictly your body. And so which one is it? Is your womanhood about your body, or is your womanhood more than your body? Because what you guys are telling me is a direct contradiction. And that right there does scream that there's something else that's not, that does either doesn't want to be said, or people do not want to admit it. Something else is in the water. That's it.
So as that was happening, child, and I want to shout out to Rashonda. She's actually in the chat. Conscious, I want yes, boo. I'm gonna let you up, boo, because I'm about to come to the end of my little a review, and then I'm gonna drop the link for y'all. Thank you for being here. I'm gonna drop the link for everybody who want to come up, y'all. Okay, girl. So as all that's happening, child. Okay. Everybody's nice. Rashonda comes up, girl. Oh, this is another thing about Rashonda's unique position as well. It's funny how Rashonda's situation with her condition, not only did it validate what T.S. Madison said, that all women are impacted by transphobia, it also validated what the TikToker said when she said women do not gatekeep womanhood. And that's why I asked other women who came up on the panel, I said, so did your womanhood involve having to deal with the condition that caused you to grow facial hair? They said no. I said that's exactly why womanhood is not a monolith, because the Rashondas of the world, their womanhood involved having to navigate that in the face of these concepts around femininity and being womanly, and having to coexist alongside something that was used to invalidate women like Rashonda's femininity and womanhood. And that is just what's so fucking interesting about both what T.S. Madison said and the TikToker said. And yet everybody acted like these women, these trans women said something wrong when their talking points were actually inclusive of all women. Because they weren't attempting to gatekeep, because they were recognizing the diversity of women's experience. And how every woman didn't have a menstrual cycle. Every woman didn't have the same experience, wasn't given the same values, not of the same religion and orientation and gender expression, etc. And all these things have made every woman's sense of womanhood and experience of womanhood different. All women can't give children. Can't give birth to children. All women don't have a uterus. All women are not able to conceive. All these things have impacted and shaped the way that women have perceived their womanhood. And the same thing for men. Some men are sterile, can't reproduce, can't have children, have fertility setbacks and issues. All men are not able-bodied. They're handicapped, special needs men. All these things make man's manhood very different from other men. There is no monolithic manhood. Me and Reckless, both same gender loving men, we still didn't have the same manhood. Me and Arshawn are both males. We identify also as men. We didn't have the same manhood. Me and my boy William, who y'all know come on the platform, girl, and be slaying down to the ground. William is disabled. He's in a wheelchair. He's had a wholly different experience of his body, a wholly different experience of his life as a disabled Black same gender loving man. On top of that, a very intersectional existence. He's had a different manhood. I don't know what it's like to be what's the term that we use? Is it disabled?
I believe so, but don't quote me on it.
Yeah, so we didn't have that experience. That's an entirely different experience. That's an entirely different experience of society. That's an entire experience, a different experience of life. Oh, you definitely a baddie, Arshawn, period. We might not have had the same manhood, Arshawn, but both of our manhoods led us to being bad bitches. For sure. So you're definitely a bad bitch, Arshawn. So, that was that. Now, let's get into the meat and potatoes, girl. Miss Cynthia G, bitch. Do any of y'all know who the hell Cynthia G is, girl? Does anybody in the chat know who Cynthia G is, child? Y'all know she frequents.
Well, I'm going to say, just give a small little rundown of who she is, but she's well known. If you don't fully know, get into her work, look her name up. That's it.
In short, she's considered a man hater. And she frequents Storm's platform. She is of the idea that Black women should divest and Black women should stop producing males, that their wombs are acting as a demonic portals to the gateway of hell, in which these male demons are coming through. That women should procreate with other men of other races, etc. And she has a mixed response, just like all people standing for anything does. There are Black women that love her and they with all of that, and there are Black women who can't do it. That has not been their experience of Black men, and they ain't with all of that misandry. Okay. So she was in the chat, right? Now, during my interview, right? During the actual interview, while the live chat was going, folk kept calling for her as if she's some type of superhero, bitch. As if she's some type of as if she's actually on my fucking level. So I was just like silently gagging as people was like, Cynthia G, get in here, get in here, get in here, get in here, get in here. I don't recall her ever coming into the actual live chat during the actual collaboration between me and Storm. But by the time me and Storm got to the after show, Cynthia G had decided to make herself available. But of course, she wanted to make herself available from the chat because she didn't want to come up and actually take this intellectual L. She didn't actually want to come up, and she didn't want to come up because what she thought initially when she became aware that Storm was going to be interviewing the same gender-loving person and talking about all the shit that's been going on this week between biological women and trans women, etc., girl, is she thought that he was going to be talking to a raggedy-ass same gender-loving person who can't really talk their existence, who can't really articulate their existence, girl. And even though there was a bunch of homophobes and transphobes in Storm's chat, girl, what the girls had to give me credit for is that this bitch is very well spoken and very articulate, but he can still go to hell. Okay, so that was the one compliment that kept coming up and out beyond all of the negativity, girl.
Now you can still go to hell.
Girl. Still go to hell and fuck you, bitch. But he articulate though, girl. He well spoken, bitch. Okay, so they could not deny that. Okay, they could disagree with the well-spokenness. They can disagree with the well-articulate girl, but they still had to give me credit, bitch, for being a bad bitch on this microphone, girl, because I don't play when I'm in my not playing with your ass bag, girl. When I'm in my commentary, girl, I'm in my commentary, black boy magic energy, bitch, okay? Giving you that work, okay? So they had to give credit where credit was motherfucking due, okay? So Cynthia G already had time to read the room. She already had time to sit through 2 hours, girl, and be like, okay, bitch, this bitch ain't no fool, bitch. He is an intellectual gymnast, girl. He is not going to be able to fall for my regular raggedy ass talking points, bitch. This bitch is going to be able to give me a motherfucking run for my money, bitch, okay? This hoe knows his shit. So, of course, she selectively chose. Now, the thing about it is this girl literally went out of her way, bitch, to avoid the sit-down, bitch. Even like she claimed she couldn't hit the StreamYard link, but there was no reason for you not to be able to call Storm phone and he put you on speakerphone. She found every excuse, girl, not to have to actually contend with me verbally, girl, so that she didn't have to physically take that intellectual motherfucking L. So she strategically chose to try to argue with me from the chat, okay? Because she can just argue that, oh, I had to take a phone call when the smoke got smoky. She could easily say, girl, I lost Wi-Fi connection, girl. She could easily just make any of your excuse, honey, okay, for why she had to bow out and all of that, girl. So what's interesting about her showing up is, I'm about to put you on blast, Reckless. Reckless, a few days ago, had already, I don't know what me and Reckless was talking about, but he had already said, girl, I don't know how Cynthia G name came up. He was like, girl, Cynthia G is transphobic, girl. She be so like, it's just ironic that Reckless, like, put me up on game, because I don't watch Cynthia G. Like, I appreciate her commentary because, like, I might not agree with everything she says, but I can respect her attempt to protect Black women. And this is her way, allegedly, of trying to do that. Is by being misandrous as fuck, going to fucking calling Black men demons who don't deserve to be alive, who don't deserve to occupy Black bodies, who don't deserve to have a human body, etc. I might not agree with everything because I keep my foot on these niggas' necks too, but I respect her attempt to protect Black women. And protecting Black women comes at the expense of utterly tearing down Black women. I mean, Black men. But because I got my own issues with Black men, that ain't never been a major issue for me. Okay? However, I don't agree with all of the volatileness and all of the rhetoric behind Black men. Okay, but I do understand. I think I understand what she's trying to accomplish. And that's just an assumption. I don't know whether what's behind her misandry is just fucking hate for black men, and she just really, I don't know what the context really is. These are just my assumptions as an outsider looking in. So I don't frequent Cynthia G's commentary, etc. I have to be like in a very unique mood to deal with a certain type of like banter. And because I'm empathic, I can't deal with a lot of like even though I got my own issues with black men, I can't deal with like consistent like I can't deal with consistent like that type of energy, that like very just like the pessimism of it all. I can't deal with the pessimism of it all. You guys know I'm a hopeless romantic. I'm very hopeful about the black community. We get into deep discussions about the future and the condition of our community. And you guys know at the end of the day, I tie all that shit up to being hopeful about the light at the end of the tunnel. You know, so despite the things we go through, despite the gender wars, the orientation wars, all of that shit, I still am very hopeful, and I push us toward being a community and coming together and putting an eye into our bullshit so that we can sit in the realities that we all desire to sit in. But Reckless did this week tell me, he was like, I think she's transphobic. Now, Reckless, do you want to kind of lightly touch on that, or?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So just so you guys are aware, there was a situation, if you may or may not know, there was a situation with Fox Soul. They had a panel, and the participants on the panel were Cynthia G, it was Dr. Umar, it was Hope Giselle, black trans activist, and also it was another guy, I want to say Dawan, I forgot his name exactly, but Dawan. So basically the conversation had to do with something along the lines of black men and black women. And so this big ever since that panel, there was a big situation that blew up because Cynthia G and Dr. Umar were kind of going back and forth, but also as well as a response, the after effect was Hope Giselle, because Hope Giselle was a trans woman. And if for those who may not know who Hope Giselle is, she's a black trans woman, and the actual terminology that's used, just so because this actually does play a part of the conversation and story, is that she's not quote unquote clockable. And what that means is, in so many words, to break it down to the most basic level, she's not, people can't notice quote unquote her transness in a sense. So that it blew up because Dr. Umar was making it seem like as if Fox Soul had to tell him that Hope Giselle was transgender. And Hope Giselle, and I'm gonna tell you what the big issue stems from. The big issue stemmed from because Dr. Umar gave Hope Giselle a compliment. And so he was wanted to, they had a big blowing up. Now, as a result of that, Cynthia G was on her own live stream, and she was, have her own comments about the panel, etc. But what I noticed is that initially, when I first saw the aftermath on Cynthia G's platform, Cynthia G never said anything directly that was transphobic, but I did notice that there were other individuals on her panels that were directly to say transphobic things, like, oh, that I could tell that's a man, or it's, that realm of things. And she never checked it. She never said anything. It's kind of like she kind of went along with it. So I was like, oh, okay, I think Cynthia might be a little transphobic. I don't know. And then I started to dig just a tad bit deeper into her content, and then it confirmed that she transphobic. Like, she transphobic. She's also part of that community of the I'm gonna say sector of women that believe that trans women are going to replace cis women.
Oh, the mammy sector, got it.
Yeah.
I wonder if One Love.
Oh my gosh.
I wonder if One Love would call Cynthia a turf.
Mm-hmm. Probably not. I don't know.
One Love. I think I saw a One Love earlier in the chat. One Love, is Cynthia G a turf? If you there, is she a turf? And if anybody who knows what a turf is, does anyone else think that she falls in a category of being a turf? Shauna says, I think so. Mary says, yep. Okay. So Reckless knows more about Cynthia G than I do. Okay. So he was the one who was like, girl, I think Cynthia G is on that transphobic shit. And
yeah.
And Reckless is like my right hand man, so like I trust his observation. So when they was calling on Cynthia G during the interview, I was like, well, I already know what type of time she gonna be on. I already knew what to expect because I had already been informed that she confused and she don't know whether she transphobic, homophobic, trans affirming, or whatever the case it is. So when she finally showed up in the after show, but chose to strategically stay in that super chat box where she belonged at, she wanted to direct some questions to me. Okay. Now, she got it fucked up and confused. I wasn't on Storm's channel to speak for trans women. I was there to speak about gender and sexual orientation. Now, if she got it confused about what the tea was and what the context was, that was on her. So I think she was communicating through Storm, with Storm through the super chat to ask questions to me because she didn't trust that she would be seen and acknowledged without having to pay her $5 to ask me a motherfucking question. Okay, let's be clear about that for one. Okay, you got to be real insecure and you got to feel real unseen to have to keep paying somebody every time you want your question acknowledged because you don't trust, baby, that your name is big enough to just be caught, girl, in the live chat and to be identified accordingly. So she was like using the term y'all for one. So I had to tell her first and foremost that I'm not trans for one. I'm a cisgender, same gender loving man who's just as pretty as you. Let's be clear. Okay? I'm not trans. And I don't even mind if that's what she coins me as because I don't have no problem with being a badass trans bitch either. I mean, I really don't give a damn about the labels. So if for some people I'm trans, if for some people I'm just an androgynous male, if for some people I'm non-binary, I really don't give a fuck about none of that because I ain't got no problem with none of the people I'm on the spectrum on. I ain't got no problem with being called girl shit. I don't give a fuck about none of that because I'm totally clear and in touch with my femininity. But for the sake of argument, I'm actually not trans. So she kept saying, y'all. I'm just like, okay, I'm not trans for one. Then she had like set up her questions in this like with this weird ass energy because it's almost like she was making statements but ending them with questions. Like she would be like, she's asking me, right? Like, why do trans women lie and don't disclose their gender identity to their male partners? Because it's trans women who are actually the ones who are transphobic because they won't disclose their gender identity to their partners. So why are trans women lying? And I'm just like, okay, once again, for one, I'm not here to get into that type of a discussion about trans women. I'm here to talk about the subject of gender and sexuality and spirituality and metaphysics and all of that. I'm not here to get into why trans women lie, allegedly, why they don't disclose their gender identity. So the way she entered and the way she executed her question, I was like, okay, girl, like you already on your double-minded shit, bitch. You really don't know whether you coming or going at this point, girl. Like on one end, you talking to me like you got the answer. So what the fuck you even paying Storm any money to talk to me for? You already done declared in your mind that they the ones who are executing transphobia, that they're the ones who are transphobic because they lie about their gender identity to their male partners. It seems, are you making a statement? Are you asking me a question, boo? Because I really don't know which way you're going. Now, once again, I already knew that she was on her bullshit because she was being disingenuous with the question. She was asking me questions because what she wanted me to do is to trip up. She wanted to see if she could ask me something that I didn't have an answer to, so she could go, aha, I knew what she was doing. And you guys have seen me stand up for the trans girl. So y'all already know, bitch. I can even articulate trans women's experience and defend them down to the ground, baby, as if I'm almost trans, baby. I've had trans women be like, bitch, baby, you damn near Bluetoothed into our shoes, girl. Like, if there's anybody, girl, who ain't trans, who can speak down and defend the trans girl's existences, girl, it would be you, Miss Mamas. Okay? I've gotten that type of compliment and accolade for my trans sisters. So, but it was just the point of what I knew she was trying to do. And I knew she was being disingenuous. And I had already been told a few days prior by Reckless that she is on the transphobic side. So I really wanted to gag her by not entertaining her. I wanted to humble her ass. So my response is, first and foremost, I'm not trans. For one, I'm a same gender loving man. For two, trans women who are not disclosing their gender identity. Oh, because she said something equivalent to the fact that that's why they being unalived. She was basically saying that transphobia is not real. It's something that only trans women are. Trans women are transphobic, and that they're not being unalived because men are transphobic. They're being unalived because they don't disclose to these men. So now my antennas are really all up because I'm just like, wait a minute. The same misogynistic motherfucker who spends every live chat running down on black men, telling black women not to even have black male children because their wounds are demonic portals to the gateways of hell. All of a sudden now, black men are the victims. But as a biological black female, black men are the supervillains. Black men are responsible for black women's pain. Black men shouldn't be trusted. Black men are a piece of shit. Black men are liars. Black men are cheaters. Black men are betrayers. Black men are traitors. Black men, all these things, all of a sudden, because it's trans women, because it's LGBT people, this is the one exception that's going to be made where black men all of a sudden get to be what? The villains? Oh, how convenient. And I'm going to be honest, baby. I was shocked that Cynthia G even had a space where black men could be the victims. Because they are the super villains. If you let her tell it, when it comes to everybody else, but because of her prejudice toward trans women, all of a sudden it was trans women's fault that they were being unalived by black men, as if to be lied to also even justifies the unaliving of anybody. When has being lied to ever supposed to be responded to by being unalived? When has that ever been an emotionally intelligent response? When has the penalty for lying ever been the equivalent of being unalived? So now it's okay, right? Okay, then. So now with that same logic, Cynthia G, we gonna justify a woman getting her brains beat out because she lied about being with another man the night before to her husband? So what we gonna do now? We gonna justify the unaliving of biological women who lie to their partners about it being their baby when it's Pookie from 3 Christmases ago whose baby it actually is? So now all of a sudden, right, we're gonna have to use that same logic that people are responsible for being unalive. Mm-hmm. Because men justify their violence against female bodies using these same excuses, using this same sense of violation as a result of being deceived and lied to. But now all of a sudden, all that shit is right. and is sensible to unalive another woman because she didn't disclose her gender identity. And this is what I'm talking about when it comes to the hypocrisy of the democracy. And this is why her ass didn't want to hit that motherfucking link and get that work, because once again, her ass can't intellectually contend. She knows I'm not the one to fucking play with. She can talk to a Umar and talk to all these raggedy ass niggas who can't keep up with her bullshit. But baby, I'm gonna clock your motherfucking ass every which way the dial on the motherfucking watch turns. Every which way. And this is what I mean earlier about the hypocrisy of the bullshit. The utter soul offensive hypocrisy of the talking points and the arguments that get made in order to justify concealed and covert transphobia.
Get into it.
This is the bullshit that I be talking about. And then when I'm giving folk that work, all of a sudden CTV being aggressive, all of a sudden CTV being misogynistic. Oh my God, why he got all this energy? Oh, why I got all this energy, bitch, after you motherfucking hoes dragged me for 2 fucking hours for all of no reason? And now you want to police my response, but y'all the same folk that y'all say you can't piss somebody off and tell their ass how mad not to be. And then I think it's interesting that I'm not being misogynistic, bitch. I'm being passionate. Don't mistake passion for hostility, ho. Because I'll get very charismatic anywhere that I am, because I can. And I don't have problems being decorative and colorful in my expression and when I'm talking my shit, doing what I do best. Now, if you mistake passion and charisma for hostility, that's your raggedy ass business. I don't have to convince you, bitch, that I'm not hostile. I ain't got to convince you. Because I laid the disclaimer out before any motherfucker ever hit the goddamn StreamYard link and said anybody hitting this motherfucking link better be a raggedy hoe. It better be a raggedy nigga. It better be a raggedy minded motherfucker. Because I want all the smoke that you motherfucking hoes gave in that live chat for 2 motherfucking hours. Unwarranted and unsolicited. That's what I want. And I mean what the fuck I say. So if I say bitch it's on, you better come in, bitch. Strapped up with AK-47s and bulletproof vests on, because I said that is on. I said it's on. I want all them hoes who thought they was going to bully your motherfucker in that chat, baby, to come and do what they do best. And nobody wanted to do that, including Miss Cynthia motherfucking G. And she know who the fuck I am. This ain't the first time me and her done crossed paths. When Storm was on my platform a year ago, Cynthia G was in the motherfucking chat. In my chat. I ain't no stranger to her. She know exactly who the fuck CTV is. All these motherfuckers on these streets do. I'm one of the only motherfucking content creators sitting where the fuck I sit who actually has range and end up on everybody's radar. From the smallest of content creators to the biggest of content creators, because I'm that bitch. Now the gag is she ain't never caught me dead in her chat. She ain't never caught me dead on her motherfucking channel. But she's been up on mine. So I'm listening to this rhetoric and listening to this hypocrisy. And I'm just like, this is a gag and this is completely funny to me. This is funny to me. Because you're trying to justify trans women being unalived. Because a man feels violated. But you wouldn't dare ever say that a man had a reason to put his hands on you because of the way that he felt about something that you did. And you damn sure wouldn't justify a man unaliving you over a non-violent offense. Because once again, when did the penalty for being lied to ever come down to being unalive? And this is what I mean by raggedy mindedness. Raggedy mindedness. So then she started, after there was a point where, because I saw what she was trying to do, and I saw how backhanded she was trying to be about the trans shit, and she kind of had exposed herself as a transphobe immediately right out of the gate, and she was too punk and weak to hit that fucking link. But she was pressed enough to have to pay Storm to talk to me. I had Storm dismiss her ass. He put a few more of her comments up on the chat, but I was like, don't even read that shit to me, because she don't get to talk to me. If she can't hit this motherfucking link like all the other raggedy-minded motherfuckers are not able to do, because they know what time it is and they know what time it's gonna be, you don't get to address me, boo. You can cash at me $5 if you need a response from the king. But the link we dropped. You knew you were coming to an after show. You knew that I sent the commandments, girl, to hit the link. I'm not arguing with you raggedy motherfuckers from the chat where y'all have the convenience, girl, of just leaving conveniently and not standing in your shit and not being called out in your shit. Hit the link. I ain't want to do that. All of a sudden, baby, she in Aruba, she in Dubai, she on the Red Sea, bitch, she in a cave, she on a rooftop, she ain't got signal, she ain't got Wi-Fi, she ain't got boost, it's not boosting, boo, the flip phone ain't flipping, bitch. Every excuse, girl. If you had Wi-Fi connection to Super Chat and to interact in a chat, boo, you could have called Storm phone. He could have put you on speakerphone. You knew what type of time it was on. Baby, I had them motherfuckers over there shaking in their motherfucking boots. Because I gets down with the get down. I gets down with the gets down. And I wouldn't have had no problem even interacting with her while she was reducing herself to that goddamn super chat box, had she not tried to play in my face with her energy as it relates to trans persons. And then because I stopped entertaining her, girl, the forward is like, oh my God, the misogyny. But I found it funny because because I think it was the person before Cynthia or the raggedy-minded zombied out motherfucker, the crystal meth ass bitch who hit the link before Cynthia. Whoever the crystal meth head ass cokehead bitch that I was arguing with, girl, that I let have it and humbled her motherfucking ass. I think it's funny that folk, and of course it was female girl who were being biased, girl, were policing me after I'd been disrespected by the motherfuckers coming on here with the disrespect for hours at that. But for two, I found it funny that there was an interest in trying to control me through misogyny claims that I was not going to adhere to, but none of those same women ever checked any of these motherfucking women for being out of order. Because if you can tell me that I'm being misogynistic, you can tell another motherfucker that they're being misandrous. Nobody had critique for the disrespect of the women, for the passion of the women, girl, for the escalation of the women, girl. When CTV matched that feminine energy, baby, with toxic femininity, girl. All the interest and bias, the selective outrage was around me as a responder, which I knew what I was doing, bitch. I came up there to give that work, and I'm going to do just that. Because these are the base ass people who make things worse for everybody, for all women, for queer people, etc. I have no fucking respect for the base ratchet minded assholes. Niggas, nothing, no respect, bitch. You're not even really human to me. Don't give a fuck about you. Bitch, I only asked you to come up here to get cussed the fuck out. Period. That's the only reason I'm on the after show, bitch. Is to cuss the fuck out. Period. That's what you hoes wanted, right? That's what they wanted. That's what the fuck you got. Okay? Then Cynthia started going on about how, oh, she can buy my life while she's only able to send $5 increments. Bitch, are you dumb? You can't buy my life. What you can do is buy a goddamn tracking device to put on your man phone so that he not fucking trans women and motherfucking niggas behind your back on them apps that he got cloaked on his motherfucking device. That's what you can do while you spending your motherfucking rent money and your gas voucher money. Cash App and Storm to talk to me. That's what you can do. While you worried about trans women deceiving, bitch, you better be worried about whether the nigga who lay off into your ass is deceiving you. While you worried about trans women disclosing, you better worry about if your nigga is disclosing that he's trans attracted. While you worried, baby, about LGBT queer folk, baby. While you all up in trans women's business, baby. I hope you just as much in that nigga's business as you need to be, cause y'all be the same ones who end up on Murray and end up on a Jerry Springer show, baby. Acting a plum motherfucking fool and throwing goddamn chairs because you in a shock for your motherfucking life. I don't know what money had to do with it, because she clearly, baby, and seeing her seeing Storm and roll $5, I understood exactly why all them wigs on her head be looking very shiny. Super lubricated units, girl. Bitch, it's nothing about me you can buy, bitch. You can't even speak to what's on my head. While you sitting here talking about what life you can buy, while you can't see nothing but $5 increments from your My Vanilla. It ain't nothing about your fashions, ain't nothing about what you wear, ain't nothing about how you present, bitch. That screams that you can once again, bitch, out-earn, contend, coexist with big bank, nothing, bitch. Cause don't get me to flexing in this motherfucker. Bitch, you don't even have a look that can sit next to this look. You be having your ass on motherfucking Fox Soul shooting in motherfucking 420p. Looking like a damn outdated ass Dorothy Dandridge with this damn Dora the Explorer ass tethered ass bang. Talking about what you can buy. Bitch, you casket ready. So you can never, ever, on any given day, okay? And we know who the punk is now. Because we know who couldn't hit that motherfucking link and get this work. That's what we see and know who could not. I was where I was supposed to be, baby. Strapped in and ready. What you need to do is buy a motherfucking phone you can hit StreamYard link in. And on. What you need to do is buy a motherfucking cell phone service that has more than 2.5 bars. That's what you need to do while you're talking about money you don't have on a bitch that you can't buy. Bitch, you had to pay to speak to me. Don't ever get it twisted and fucked up about how I get all you niggas in order and information. And you know what the gag is? Reckless, I'm a very humble hoe. I really don't even be like to turn up on these people like this. I don't even like, I'm a very like cozy, very like, you know, charismatic, eccentric commentator girl who do what I do best. I don't know why these folk be thinking that they gonna fuck with me and then they be shook and scared girl and be running around playing the victim girl when they bring out what they've been asking for. I don't know what it is, folk just be, I don't know what it is, baby. But what I do know is that I don't lead from a certain type of energy, but I'm always going to show the fuck up, period. I'm always where the fuck I'm supposed to be, period. I'm always locked and loaded, period. I'm always positioned and postured, period. And I kindly left my email for anybody who needs to arrange a conversation with CTV. Any raggedy-minded ass nigga who need a conversation with Conscious can contact Conscious at Consciouztv@gmail.com. Anything you want to say before I drop the link, girl?
The only thing I really wanted to say is that, and I said it before, but I'm gonna say it again. In terms of me actually watching other people's commentary and see a lot of the tap dancing from queer people, baby, we have a long road ahead of us. I'm sorry, it's too much tap dancing. It was like it is extreme tap dancing, and to be completely honest, it's so much tap dancing to the point of when trans people literally go to say and speak about how gay men specifically, but everybody else go to in times like this, completely throw them by the wayside. Mm-mm. It holds nothing but truth because I've witnessed it. Even though I already been knew that it happens because I have anecdotal experiences as well. But to actually see it, it most definitely doubled down on that I wasn't going crazy in terms of watching and noticing how queer men and women literally go against quote unquote trans women or whatever just to be pick-me's. Just call it a spade a spade. No shade. That's it.
I just dropped the link for anybody who want to come up, y'all. I just had dropped the link, child. So if y'all coming up, the link is dropped. That's right, Darian, spooked and nervous, boo. These hoes, they know what it gives. They know what it gives, girl. How you gonna try to play Big Bad Wolf from the super chat box? Baby, them hoes know I was ready tonight, boo. They was shook it, girl. When they saw that I responded to all that energy. Oh, baby, all of a sudden now, CTV need to calm down. All of a sudden now, CTV need to if y'all want it pleasant, dainty, classy CTV, that's the energy y'all would have welcomed me with. But for 2 hours, baby, y'all asked for all the smoke, girl. Y'all said all the disrespectful shit you can motherfucking say, baby. Y'all clown. Y'all did everything y'all could do, baby. Okay. So now I'm about to bully the bullies, bitch. I'm about to induce the motherfucking trauma. And I want to welcome Miss Rashonda to the chat. Hey, Rashonda. Can you hear me, love? I think you're on mute, boo. Can you hear me, Rashonda? I think you're on mute. Okay, there you go. You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Hey, boo. Welcome to the platform.
Hey, Reckless. Hey, Conscious.
Hey.
I just want to tell both of y'all, thank y'all for just let me just be a part of the panel and stuff. It took a lot for me to come and to share that, because I mean, you know how hard it was for me to come up and just say something like that.
I can only imagine. Yeah. And I was I was cussing them hoes out for you, Rashonda.
I really do appreciate for you defending me, because I mean, this is what I deal with on grown people supposed to have some sense, and you think they would be understanding. What I'm gonna say, it's not okay to bully people. I don't care how they look, what they are, what they're doing, because remember, as they say, karma has a way of coming back around. People don't understand. You may bully somebody, and somebody may bully somebody you love. So I came up here to say this. Let me make this clear. I can't help the way that I look, okay? No shade, but people act like I had a choice in this.
Right.
Do you know how hard it is to have somebody look at you and say, "Oh, I see you got a mustache. Why you got a mustache?" Or, "Why you look like a man?" Or, "Why your voice so deep?"
Rashonda, but with all the pressure that I'm able to observe as a man that women have to interface with, the pressure to look a certain way, the pressure to act a certain way, the pressure to all of that, which is why I'm very radical as it relates to femininity for Black women. That's why even in our conversation about India Ari having an issue with Megan Thee Stallion and having an issue with Janelle Monáe as it relates to the loquacious, salacious performances, I'm just like, look, y'all gotta understand, Black women been policed their whole lives. Like if this is what freedom looks like for Black women, let Black women have their freedom. And no, all freedom for all Black women don't look like shaking your ass on stage or wearing pasties on your titties. But considering that Black women literally could have their lives destroyed at one point in time in this society because of conservative America and respectability politics, and could not make these type of decisions about their bodies, about their humanity, without it being met with all of this extreme social violence. Let Black women just do them in all the ways in which Black women are going to do them. So with you being a woman, and also understanding like how much female struggle, how much woman struggles with her body, how much struggle women deal with as it relates to the way they look and all of that, I cannot imagine what it was like for you as a female to have to deal with facial hair in this type of society. Like, I kind of
it makes me feel like, you know how they had those people at the circus, you know,
a freak,
a bearded lady at a show or something.
Yeah.
Cause I get questions like this all the time, and I keep telling people I can't help how my hormones. I got hair on my knuckles. There's nothing I can do about it.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? I'm 43, and I'm starting to embrace it. I'm starting to understand. People are just choosing to be ignorant and not wanting to learn about things like this.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, that doesn't stop making me be a woman.
Right.
Look at the conscious and reckless. Look at the look at my picture. I'm saying it for a reason.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking.
Okay, you see, I make jewelry. See, people judging me. They look at my face. They look at. So I have other struggles as well. Not only do I have facial hair, I'm a big lady as well. Mm-hmm. So I got 3 strikes against me. Yeah. I'm Black. I'm a woman. Got facial hair. That's 3 right there. Yeah. And I'm a big woman. So I got really 4 things against me as a woman that I have to deal with on a daily basis. Mm-hmm. People, I go out, people just up and say things they have no business saying. I'm nice to them. And people just bust out saying any and everything to me.
I can imagine. Oof, I can imagine.
So what I'm telling people is, you don't never know what a person going through. You don't know how that I've been bullied most of my life with things like this, especially about the facial hair.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow.
And do you know like what's wicked about this society, Rashonda, is that there are people who want to make people feel really bad. That's actually
it's like conscious. They get off on making fun of my facial hair and stuff like that. And I told them, I'm more than the thing about it. I'm still a woman at the end of the day, regardless of what's going on. I'm still a woman. This is what I'm trying to make a point here. I'm saying all this. I shared something very personal to get people to understand. I'm still a woman at the end of the day. They don't change who I am. Instead of people trying to make fun of me, I told them they could learn something from me. God placed me in a position where I got so many talents. They so worried about how I look and how my facial hair is, they forget to get to know the real me. Yeah. And they miss out something.
Yeah.
They miss out on a lot. So what I'm telling people, don't do that. Don't do that, because like I said, it may be your child. You may have a child that goes through the same thing. They may grow facial hairs, and then they're gonna get bullied. How you gonna do it? What you gonna do then?
Yeah. The world is cruel and it's filled with closed-minded, weird people.
It's not that I'm looking at the comment. It's not that I'm explaining myself. It's that I'm trying to protect myself and try to make sure that I don't get hurt in the process of people, being ignorant. Because I don't know if I shared this with you before. People have done so many things to me because they didn't like me. You know what I'm saying? I hadn't did anything to them, Conscious.
Yeah.
I'm sharing my story for a reason. People have tried to set me on fire.
Wow.
People with an Orsheen and a lighter.
Wow.
Orsheen can and a lighter. Made me pulled out my hair, all kind of stuff.
Wow.
So I've been through a lot.
Yeah.
And for me to still be strong and keep going, most people couldn't get through what I'm getting through. That's why I'm sharing.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So what I'm telling you, just because you don't like a person, if you don't like a person, my question is to the panel here: if you don't like a person and you don't agree with them, why are you around them? You don't even have to be around them if you don't like them. You don't have to agree with what they do. But my thing is, you got to treat and love people, all people. You can't put people in a box and expect them to live how you want them to live.
That part.
You get what I'm saying? It's like, yeah. I'm a good person, but people so worried about how I look to the point they miss out on what I'm doing. Yeah. They don't even give me the chance. I'm like, so I say, you know what? I'm just gonna, the people who love me, I'm gonna gravitate toward them. And the ones who don't understand, I'm not gonna worry about it. But I'm not gonna be around their foolishness and stuff. That part. Because that's breaking my own heart,
Yeah. Yeah. And you're doing the right thing. You stay close to people that love you. And in the moment that you start sitting in that pain and you start thinking to yourself, it's just me, just remember that everybody that all people have to deal with not having everybody's support. So don't ever feel like you are alone. Don't feel like you're the only one. Don't think that you can't survive this, because it's people waking up every day who are choosing to be brave, just like you, survive the adversity in their life, just like you, to self-love in the face of discrimination, of rejection, of the ugly looks, of the mean stares, of the sick shit that people think they can say to you, and the inhumanity of other folk. I really just want you to understand that there are other people who are putting on that brave face. And this is why we have these type of conversations, in order to expand the dialogue around our individuality, and why it's so necessary for us to get rid of this gatekeeping and to get rid of patriarchy and get rid of these ideas. Because like C.S. Madison said, these aren't issues that just impact trans women. You got biological women like yourself, and even biological women who don't even have necessarily facial hair, but have strong masculine features physically, who get teased and bullied and be made to feel less than women, be made to feel less than feminine, because they have masculine features that they can't change. They got features that came from their dads. They have things that are just a part of their genetic makeup. And because of this issue and this concept of femininity and these standards around what women should look like, yeah, it does impact all women. And I think that your story literally just drives everything home so well. And I'm sorry for you, Rashawn. I'm sorry that you have to endure the ugliness of humanity, and that you are in a position to have to see the worst in human beings. I'm sorry that has to be your experience, but I'm also very comforted by the fact that somehow through seeing the worst of people, that you have sustained a sense of yourself, that you have maintained your heart, that you continue to delve into self-love and also stay open to being loved by other people, because anybody else would have been so closed up and so defensive and so guarded, and yet you are the one, you're the one being teased, you're the one being bullied, you're the one being rejected. You're keeping your arms open, making sure that you don't reject people, and you're using your own experience to support your willingness to love other people. That is some really rad, amazing stuff that not everybody in this world is going to have an opportunity to be. And I think you should be very proud of the woman that you are and the human being that you choose to be every day, despite what you go through.
I done came a long way, Conscious. The stuff I had to endure. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I was bitter. I was bitter for a long time. But I'm doing the work to try to heal. And it's hard to get up every day
Yeah.
and to face the world with all that going on. And some days I feel like I'm not loved and stuff, you know.
Well,
It's hard, y'all.
it is. It's hard. And girl, as a same gender loving man, girl, I have been through the feelings that you have felt, and so many people who are different, and just even outside of being gay or being trans, just people who are different. I watch a lot of those like Vice type of channels on YouTube where they're always like documenting the lives of very like unique people. Like some of these people are like have deformities, or some of them are like very tattooed and have very extreme body modifications. And just listening to those people and kind of like watching them go through their day and just watching how the public receives them, like it really just keeps me reminded that so many people are having this experience, and it reminds me to also stay real, to stay in that self-love, to that the only thing that matters is how you feel about yourself, and to love the shame that other people put in you about you, to love that shame about you. And through self-love and the love of community, you will be able to live the life that you're living and still live full. You are completely qualified and entitled to a loving partner. That's another thing about those type of shows and YouTube channels, is they also prove that there's somebody for everybody. I've seen so many 600-pound episodes where these people had spouses. I've seen some of the most interesting people living the most very dynamic lives who have a full circle life. And I don't want you to ever forget that there is a tribe for you. There is an intimate romantic love for you, that there is a friendship group for you. There is a community for you. There is.
I'm starting to see that, Conscious. And I'm gonna tell you something. The crazy part about what you just said. Now, you know, God will reveal who is who. But what I'm telling you, because I can sing, I have different talents. I've been meeting people that actually truly support me and love me. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So through what I'm saying, I take my talents and get through my pain. Because what I'm saying is, a lot of people, when you tell them you're hurting, and this is why I came on here. When you tell the people you're hurting, they exclude what you say. My friend, let me tell you, Conscious, my friend unalived herself because of being bullied.
Yeah, I mean, you told me about that.
That hurts.
Yeah.
I'm still going through that.
Yeah.
So y'all don't never know what a person going through. I'm sorry for crying.
Girl, you don't
I'm
gotta
sorry.
be. You ain't gotta be afraid of nothing, child. You human, and yes, I hear what people are saying. Self-love is significant. That has to be foundational, but also human beings are not designed to exist alone. We are literally communal species, and we also thrive. And our self-love is complemented when we also have community. Both of those things can exist simultaneously. Not everybody in this world is going to be against Rashonda. Not everybody in this world is going to act like an asshole or be close-minded or be rejected or feel the way that some of the assholes in her experience have felt and acted towards her. And community is also necessary because when our mental health fails us and we have self-doubt and we have self-criticism and things are overwhelming us, it's our community that reminds us of who we are. No person can do this absolutely alone. There has to be some sense of community to bring self-love full circle. So, Rashonda, you already sound like you definitely know that self-love is important, and you talk about your strength and your forward movement, etc. And now I think you ought to reach out because I pulled up some images of women who have that same condition, and I was saying in my commentary that there's a movement that's happening of women who have your condition who, instead of going through the laser surgeries and going through the razors and all of this and all of that, they're just deciding to love themselves, and they're deciding to create community where they can build their self-worth back up and build their self-esteem to accept who they are and the lives that they're going to be living, etc. And that might be something that you may need to and want to look into, is a support group for women just like you, because it's important for you to hear from women that live the life that you live, who have experienced some of the same dynamics that you live. It's important for you to know. It's one thing to believe that yes, there's other people just like me, but it's another to literally be in community and to be in relationship to people who are literally living an aspect of your life. And I don't know how much you've explored if you are interested in any type of laser removal, but there's been people in the chat who have been providing various, I guess, options. Like Cynthia here says, if Rashonda wants a laser removal for facial hair, Ideal Image work for her, and they will work with you financially also. Is that even something that you're interested in? Like, when you think about the
As of now, and I'm gonna tell you, that's why I said people don't know. It's more than just hormonal. It's also could be I know you heard about thyroid.
Yes, absolutely.
So that's another reason why. So I have to get that checked and make sure that I'm okay with first, because they said they won't even see me if I don't get that under control. And that's what I'm saying. It y'all don't understand that some of this stuff is hormonal. Sometimes people can't help, with being transgender, stuff like that. People have different how can I say it, Conscious? Help me out here. Different
circumstances that create different outcomes for folk. So are you saying, Rashonda, that this isn't a situation that that a laser treatment will only be a temporary fix? It wouldn't be permanent. It would have to be
that
would have to be a regular upkeep. Okay.
yeah.
It's a permanent solution to
So
And I do want to say to you too, Rashonda, because I know people that have gone through this same situation as you, especially Black women. One thing that they tend to overlook, you definitely need to get your thyroid checked, but for whatever reason with Black women, they never seem to check with your gynecological health. A lot of times this is actually a symptom of uterus issues, whether it's endometriosis, PCOS, and that will actually be what's triggering your thyroid and the hypergrowth of hair. But I don't know why we get such bad medical care all the way around. But I promise you, that is something that you should really take serious about making sure this is not a link to OBGYN issues. And the reason I mention that especially is because you're speaking about your weight as well. And those tend to go together. The weight and the hair tend to be symptoms of uterine problems and not just a hormonal thing. Because our hormones don't just happen. They occur for a reason. They're produced in multiple places. The brain and the uterus are the number one places for women where those hormones are created. So if you're not producing them well, or if you're overproducing them, it tends to be because of that, and not just because you have hyperactive hormones or just because you have an underactive thyroid. So definitely get them to take you seriously about your OBGYN care, and really look into it.
Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on it. I've been keeping up my thyroid and everything, and I'm starting to lose weight and stuff like that. And it's crazy that you mentioned that, because I didn't even know that I had what they told me. I was like, okay. I went in for a sinus infection, and they said, well, we need to check your thyroid. And I'm trying to educate people. I'm not telling this to tell my business or nothing like that. What I'm saying is there's two types of thyroids. You have hyper and you have hypo. I have the kind that makes you big. And I know someone. I met someone who has the kind that makes you small. So what I'm saying is to people, you don't know what situation. Instead of judging people, don't talk about them. Pray for them. I don't understand people.
But they're miserable. That's what you need to know. Is 9 times out of 10, the ones that are bothering you the very most are doing it because they like people to be miserable with them. Their life is trash, no matter what they're telling you, no matter how they try to portray it. I don't care what pictures they're posting. They are in the deepest depths of hell in their daily life and miserable in every way. And they're hoping to do the same thing to you. And what I hope that like Conscious was saying, what I want you to really focus on is to not psych yourself out and think that this is how the world is receiving you, or that this is all the world has for you, because people will try to convince you, that you're not worthy, that this is how everyone feels, like you said, that you have multiple strikes against you, and it's just not true. I promise you, there's more love out here for you than you can imagine, but you will feel alone. You will feel like you've been relegated to your tiny corner of the world, because people will convince you that that's all that's out there for you. But I promise you, that is never the truth, ever. So don't allow them to shame you or make you afraid of stepping out and creating connections, because that's what they want you to do. They want you to hide. They want you to run away, because it's what they're doing in their lives. And the only time they come out from under the rock that they hide under is to bother people, hoping that they can add one more name to that misery list that they're on. But I'm praying for you, and I'm sending you love. I hate to hear you hurt like this, because nobody deserves to feel that way. But this world is way bigger and way more loving than what we tend to recognize, because the bad stuff is promoted so heavily and constant that we think that that's all there is. And I promise you, it's not love.
Yes, sir. Hey, this is Cynthia. I wanted to
Cynthia.
Hey, baby, into the panel. Good evening. And Sonny, that was a beautiful statement you made. But to Rashonda, I get it. I understand. As a thyroid cancer survivor, having the underactive thyroid, the weight gain, I had the gastric bypass, lose it because I was never a girl either. I done all of that, and I'm still ended up having to have the thyroid removed. So I understand that with the hirsutism. I'm also a registered nurse. So one thing, like you said, you're being mindful of watching your hormonal levels and losing the weight. That's a great start. But like I would agree with Conscious community. Don't let these folks break you, because I found out in almost 50 years on this earth, it's the people that are most miserable that try to take you down with them. Everybody was going through something. Everybody has something that they may not like about themselves, but find the beauty that is you, the gift that is you. Yeah, you may have a physical issue right now, and to be completely honest, that's fixable. Because when I had my hair and stuff removed from my face, if you look at any of my pictures, because on this one I was going to get some headshots done, it even cleaned up my complexion. And I was getting laser treatments for years through my dermatologist. But when I went to Ideal Image, and this was now about 10 years ago, they worked with me, put me on a payment plan, and I saw the changes, and I've not had any hair growth since then. So, I mean, I empower you to find community, continue to take charge of your health, make them listen to you. If this is what you want to do to get yourself in a better place mentally as well as physically, make these doctors listen to you. And this is for any of the women or men on this panel.
Yes.
The Black folks, the health disparities are sickening in this. I mean, as a nurse, I have to advocate for myself, for my mother. And they know they can't run the okie doke with me when I show up. Because some people say, don't tell them you're a nurse. No, I'm telling them up front. So this is the expectation.
Can I ask you something though?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Because I have those thyroid and stuff, like, by me having, big, being big or whatever, they like I told Conscious, they treat me different. You see what I'm saying? They don't treat me, and I have to work 10 times harder for them to actually listen to me. Because when I first found out that I had thyroid, they didn't want to listen. Do you know how many doctors I done been to?
Yeah, baby. Oh, I know. Because trust me, I had to fight for myself on that. I knew what the problem was with the little nails, with the hair. Because even though now I have the faux locks, my hair was
falling out or thin.
Yes, it was getting thin. I'm still having a little trouble in the top with that, but they fixed it for this picture that you see. Baby, you not the only one. We as healthcare professionals have had to have arguments and fights. It's so interesting that I'm having this conversation with you at 3:15 in the morning, because just 12 hours ago, a fellow colleague and I were having this same discussion. He's been sick and getting better. We've had friends that are nurses. A nurse that was a critical care nurse fighting to keep her child alive because he was coming up with bloodshot eyes as a kid. And come to find out he had a leukemia, but the doctors didn't want to listen. You do whatever have to do. This is your body. Whatever happens to it before we can diagnose it, you gonna know first.
Yeah, and that's what I'm doing.
Do not, because and see, that's another thing. And this is to all the ladies that are listening. If you're starting to have weight problems, you're starting to have these issues, make sure we're getting in to see endocrinology along with OBGYN, because our thyroid controls a lot of this mess, but they're treating symptomologies because it's showing up and affecting the other systems that they don't even want to even do the thyroid ultrasounds. You know how many of those I had? And then I had to make them do the biopsies. And like I said, I'm just now a year out from surgery. And the last biopsy I had was September of 21, before I went to go work at one of the hospitals in Texas when they still were giving out all that COVID money. By the time I finally sat myself down, and it was at the encouragement of my closest friend to go and have the surgery because it started affecting me swallowing. By the time that pathology report came back, it was cancer. Had she not encouraged me and my endocrinologist, because I was trying to deal with some familial issues too with my mom, and had I waited, I would probably not be here today.
Exactly. And I'm gonna tell you something else. I didn't even know that I was sick, and I ended up losing so much weight. And they said something's not right. So I had to end up, they gave me radiation.
Right.
So I was like, I took a pill instead of doing the other stuff. So now we're in the process of trying to figure out why my thyroid is off. So
they're not even doing the full thyroid panel in testing, but you gotta push for that ultrasound. I don't know what the problem is. If we went to the ER and said our stomach hurt in the upper left quadrant, they'll be quick to do an ultrasound to make sure it's not our pancreas or anything like that that's acting up. But when it comes to trying to get that thyroid ultrasound, it's like walking through hell, and that's the easiest, quickest part of the body you can ultrasound. And it
It's
tells
money.
us a lot in addition to the lab work. It's something about with women, and especially Black women, they don't want to do that in-depth testing with hormones with us. And they, unless we're showing up trying to have a baby, and they want to say we got PCOS and all this other stuff, fibromyalgia. Trust me, my cousin who exercises religiously is gaining more weight now than she had before. I had to get on her. I said, when you go to your well woman this year, you make them check your thyroid and your hormones, because this don't make no sense. You got a home gym that you're working in every day. You got a whole platform called Medium that she's on Facebook, and got a lot of women back to exercising and losing weight, but she's steadily gaining. And I just saw her in January, and she's bigger now than she's ever been. But somebody that literally exercise, you have to push them to
and see, that's what I want to say. See, I think we really need to have this conversation, because again, people don't know what folks go through. That's my whole point of bringing this up. Like, do you know how hard it's been for me to lose weight, because they say my metabolism is off and all that? It affects your thyroid, affects so much. People
It
don't
really does.
understand. So
it really does. But the problem is they're too lazy to look for it, because I'm gonna tell you the excuses they give you. Don't let them buy to, oh well, you know.
I already know what they say. They say, you just been eating. You just
You've
been
been
eating.
eating, or the insurance not gonna cover for all your complete hormonal panels unless you can
There
get
you
like
go.
an OBGYN and your endocrinologist to work together. You got to get some doctors that are willing to work together and come,
Exactly.
because all of it, yes, they're diagnoses, but they're so quick and lazy because they don't want to order the proper testing. They always want to jump it back to the insurance may not cover it, or you eating too,
Exactly.
whatever the obviouses are, because they don't want to do the work. I've
And
been
that's
in
what
those
I was telling
places.
you earlier, Conscious. That's what I was telling you. I go through so much as a woman,
Yeah.
a big Black woman.
But they so quick to want to want to regulate what goes on in my uterus, so in my private
Yeah.
parts, but
So
they don't
yeah,
want to
now you
take up.
understand why I brought that up.
Yeah,
It's
and but don't
crazy.
want to take
How y'all
care
doing?
of the
Conscious,
health
can I
of
speak?
women, period. But want to tell me what can I do with the container that breeds life. See,
Right.
this whole healthcare system is a sham in this country. I literally have put in applications to work at the Cleveland Clinic in Abu Dhabi because I'm sick of the bullshit over here.
Girl,
That's
y'all
what
are waking
happened.
people up. Are people asking like, what is the term endo? It was endo something that was said.
Oh,
Endocrinologist, that deals with your thyroid. That
right.
actually deals with it's a specialist that you go to
Yeah.
for
Okay.
the thing in your neck.
It's
Okay.
Right. Not only,
endocrinology.
Yeah.
Can y'all
endocrinology,
hear me?
and they deal with
Endocrinology.
your diabetes. They do the hormonal studies if you get a good one.
hmm
They deal with the thyroid, anything that's
There it is.
metabolism based. Endocrinologist. Thank you, Lashonda, for putting that
Endocrinologist.
in the chat.
And you definitely need to also double check with sometimes a rheumatologist can do this, but you need to be checked to be sure this is not an issue with your autoimmune system, because that's something that is heavily undiagnosed or underdiagnosed in Black women.
Yeah.
Yes,
And
it is.
we tend to have those issues more than others, because most
Hello.
autoimmune diseases are caused by stress. And of course, we live with a constant level of stress that is higher than most. And I'm speaking from experience. I've said this on the panel before, but my wife died from lack of medical care. We had been fighting for years trying to get her test,
Wow.
just an MRI on her brain, because we thought she had MS for years. And finally, they did test her because she had gotten really sick. Mind you, They threatened to arrest me multiple times in the ER because I refused to leave without them really listening to her and paying attention. But the last time that we went in, I let them know, hey, go ahead and call the police because this time it's going down. So they finally did give her the MRI, and it had been so many years of not being diagnosed that if you're familiar with MRIs of the brain and what MS looks like, you normally have white spots that are called lesions. And yes, right, the plaque calcification on the brain. But she had so many spots that her brain was almost completely white, and she wound up dying less than 90 days after being diagnosed.
Oh,
So,
I'm sorry to hear
it took years to get to that point. So definitely check that out. I have several family members that have sarcoidosis, which happens to be common for Black women. It's just that most never get it diagnosed. Because it appears as many other things. It'll seem like you have tumors, or they think that you may have, high blood pressure, or it looks like you have, what is it called, diabetes, and it'll look like you have a million different things going on, that your vision is impaired, blah, 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 blah. None of it has anything to do with any of that. Those are all symptoms of the autoimmune disease itself. And you have to just fight for it. You have to be your own advocate. I have sickle cell disease. I know that they discriminate heavily with that disease.
Yeah, I'm starting to be an advocate, because I'm gonna tell you, the last time I went to the endocrinologist, do you know she rushed me up out of there? Don't you know she rushed me up out of there?
I believe it. I mean, doctors act like there's a rule now where you can only have 15 minutes in an appointment. And I just want everybody to know that's not true. It's not true. It's not policy. It's not something they negotiated with insurance companies. They're purely doing it for financial gain, because the more patients they can see in a day, the more money they can collect. And really, that's what this all comes down to, is money. There's no money in a cure, so they rather treat your symptoms than to actually treat the disease itself. And it's to their benefit to only do procedures and tests that make them the most money. And because medical treatment is a for-profit system, they're going to do their best to accomplish that, which is making a profit. So you have to be aware of what you're fighting against. Not be afraid to ask questions, not be afraid to push the issue when you know that something doesn't feel right. When they're not believing you, force them to believe you and keep coming back. And if you have to change doctors, you have the right to do that. You don't need permission. Drop that doctor, go to another one. Don't like that doctor, drop them and try again. Just never stop fighting and advocating for yourself, ever.
Absolutely.
This is your right.
I do, because I want to give everybody the opportunity to chime in on the initial topic, but as a result of us having this topic, we need to come back, kind of like how I did with D the Equalizer, and I gave her the opportunity to have like an all women's panel and to talk about sex and femininity and the expression of femininity and all of that. So I would love to bring you ladies back and give y'all a show where y'all can literally speak to like women's community and the medical community and really like get into this dialogue, because a lot of the people are like really appreciating the information that you guys are providing, and I would love to just like make this an entirely show, like to make it a show in and of itself, so that people have like a point of reference for this type of content. So we need to put together a show. I would love for us to put together a show and maybe Cynthia, you and Sunny and Rashonda to like host a stream like that and just talk about health.
I'm all for it, because I did the last one with you with femininity. If we could get D to be the moderator, because she was excellent, I'm all in. And Sunny, God bless you, baby. You are so knowledgeable. Absolutely. And I do have autoimmune disorder, also rheumatoid arthritis. And we've all for years, we just have been chasing symptomology. Because the money is in the symptomology, is never in the cure.
That's right.
So I just wanted to jump in and speak. Hi, you guys. My name is Nicole.
How
you doing? I'm so sorry. Queen Conscious. Listen, first of all, I just thank you for having me on here, because this is actually my first time going on live with anybody.
Welcome to the platform.
Thank you. Shonda, I don't want to dwell too much on what's going on, but I just sit here and listen to you talk, and there's really no accurate point to look at it, because you have so many issues. Not being disrespectful,
Yeah.
but usually when that's going on, a person in their self, an individual, is just looking for validation. And I just want to let you know that baby God is bigger than all of that.
Yeah.
So that being said, getting back to the bros versus trans subject, I just wanted to point out the fact that I don't know how many of you guys also listen to Miss Maddie. Some of y'all know her by, was it T.S.
Oh,
Madison?
yeah, of course. That's my yeah,
Right.
that's my girl.
Okay. So she made a very good point
Mm.
um, on her platform not long ago when the subject was brought up about the name calling and this and that and the other. We look at each other a lot on the fact that we are looking for terms to relate to each other. And she's like, why we going through this and hating on each other behind that? There's a bigger cause behind that.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? A higher head that's controlling all of this and looking down. And I believe that, you know what I'm saying? In my soul, I felt that when she said it, because the matter is like, can you imagine a world like when you went to go fill out applications and things of that sort, and you didn't see, are you a Black American, non-Hispanic, boy, guy, girl, other, him, her? You understand what I'm saying? And I feel like that's what really got us beefing, because at any time of the day, like you separate a group, you're gonna feel like you got some competition with the other, rather than just feeling like, hey, we together in this. You know what I'm saying? I like to feel like I'm not a Black American or African American, so to say. I'm an American because I was born and raised here. And just as the same, let's just go boil that, it all really boils down to the respect of it. You know what I'm saying? If I have a friend come along in my circle, or somebody that I respect, and they say, hey, address me as she, he, or whatever, they ain't got to tell me but one time.
Mhm.
And I will never step outside of that bound again. You understand what I'm saying? It's going to always be when I see that person, hey, girl, what's up? What's up? Boy, what's going on? You understand what I'm saying? No matter what, because you've already told me that's how you present yourself, or how you feel about yourself. So it's just like, it's just really about the
Yeah.
respect. You understand what I'm saying? At the end of the day, how much do you respect me? Because all this coming out here with the, oh, you know what I'm saying, you're not a woman because you wasn't born that. But you understand what I'm saying? You can't really, you how can you even address that? You don't know where that person is coming from, or how they feel, or you know what I'm saying, what they've been through. And I don't want to get too much off topic, going into that. But at the same time, just going back to the respect of it all. You understand, the
Yeah.
respect of it all, really. Not even just trans or whatever, just the culture and all of that. Just respect the person's mind and respect the person's position, and this world would really be a better place. It would really be a better place. There wouldn't really be anything to argue or debate about.
Agreed. So
Hi, I just wanted to say something. Can I say something real quick?
yes, of course.
Hi, you all. I've been over the panel before, but this is like my second time coming, and I
Is this
want to say
Sky?
something to Rashana.
Is this Sky? Oh, hey Sky.
Yes, Skylight. Um, People are not familiar with your condition. Okay, even when I was in cosmetology school, even working in the field of barbering, we have never they never made it an emphasis on people with your condition. Now, all of my life, I've seen women with facial hair, and people may not know, but we all have facial hair. Yours is just a stronger, it's just a different texture. Okay. But understand, people are not familiar with that. So don't feel like, how should I put it? That people are mean and evil. Yes, they are. But understand, we're not familiar with it, because I've come across women that had facial hair, but never did I stop to think like, wow, how is she feeling with having facial hair? What is she experiencing and what is she going through with this facial hair? So I want you to just understand there's people that just are not familiar with it, and it might be a shock factor when they see it.
But you know what's so funny, Scott, about that is
y'all would really be surprised. I'm sorry to cut you off on Queen Conscious, but y'all would really be surprised. Every woman has a bit of facial hair, whether it goes on the side,
Yes.
the edges, your bottom,
Yes.
or whatever. Some has, like, you know what I'm saying? Even I have like growing in at the top of, like, right underneath my nose. But if you wasn't really up on me, you couldn't see it. And when I go and get my hair done and things like that, and I doll myself up, I get the wax and all that stuff too, because I know it's there. You understand what I'm saying? It'll take you to really be up on me to see it. I know it's there. You know, to you, Miss Rashonda, okay, it's visible. But at the same time, there are other things that you can do to kind of like just keep it down until you go and get there's laser removal, all that other stuff. Like, you understand? But at the same time, don't even like out of focus on that. You need to get rid of the motherfuckers that's in your circle that has a problem with it. That's first of all.
I was going to say to the Sky's point, and then I want to make a comment about what Jewel had just said is, you know, so funny is that growing up, my parents were so, I don't know why, but they literally like, they just really chin checked me and my brother about behavior and being like mindful of our body language and our mannerisms when it came to experiencing like other people in public. And maybe that was because like my parents were so big on making sure that they appeared to raise well-behaved children, and I was like a very well-behaved, submissive child who followed my parents' orders. And you know, my parents never had any issue out of me. They had issue out of my badass brother. He was the one getting his ass whooped every day. But I was like very submissive, and I was like the person you could just, you know, you could just give instructions to, and you knew you didn't have to worry about like me. You know, you didn't have to look over your shoulder twice, because I was like a very obedient in that way. But my parents were very strict when it came to making sure that if we saw someone look like in public, that we didn't like stare at people. They were very like check us about making sure we did not like display any type of outward disrespect or anything that could be just looked at as problematic when it came to just seeing different types of people. So for me, it was very easy to become like a teenager that became an adult that was able to go out into society and see all types of individuals, whether I understood them or not, or whether I was shocked or not, without ever feeling like I could bully someone or I could disrespect someone. And I would, and because of the way I was like raised up, I'm always very conscious about my body language and making sure that even if I am shocked, even if I'm seeing something that's out of there for myself, that I don't alert the other person. I don't alert the individual. So I don't, you know, it's very hard when you are like dealing with the judgments of other people and you're trying to extend empathy toward them that they are absolutely refusing to extend to you, and just constantly having to be met with that. But to the point, I think it's important, Rashonda, for you to understand that you have to do that for the sake of your own mental health. That is important for you, as bad as it hurts and as much as the negative attention is directed towards you, for you to for you to not personalize it and for you to attribute it to other people's bullshit, not to like take it in as self-blame or making yourself responsible for the way that other people are treating you, but to realize that ain't got nothing to do with me, boo. You looking at me crazy ain't got nothing to do with me. You saying something crazy to me ain't got nothing to do with me. You whatever, like that ain't got nothing to do with me. That's a reflection of yours stupid shit. It ain't got nothing to do with I. So I hope that resonates. And with Jewel, I actually forgot what Jewel was saying, so I'm just gonna shut the fuck up.
Well, what you need me to repeat?
It was something you said that I was like, oh, I want to speak to that, but I forgot what you were. I forgot what it was.
Probably about getting rid of the toxic people in the circle, which I agree.
Oh, yeah. That too. It was something before that too, but I definitely agree with that. But
what was it about? T.S. Madison. What I said about Miss Maddie.
Was it? It might have been. I really lost it. But I did want to ask you, since we on that, what are your thoughts around the cisgender thing? Like, are you bothered by the term cisgender? Do you feel offended by it?
I'm not bothered by it, and I'm gonna be honest with you guys. It's probably maybe because I've never been called cisgender to my face.
Right.
Now, I don't even think that I would still be bothered by it to the point where I'm ready to just holler and hoop. Like, you know what I'm saying? But I would definitely look that person in the eye and let them know, hey, just as you want me to respect your term, respect mine, and I'm a woman. You understand what I'm saying? And that's that, because so let's not talk about how I feel if somebody called me that, but how I feel with that term, period. Like, okay, so I have my friends, and we, I won't even, because I'm, like I said, I'm not big on terms.
Yeah.
But we call each other, you know what I'm saying? We get rowdy and get to drinking, and the party is lit. Oh, bitch, this and da 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 da. You understand what I'm saying? I've never had any one of my friends call me cisgender. Maybe cis, but not cisgender.
SIS.
So I don't, but if someone like, now let's keep this shit G. If someone took their time out to say behind cis gender, are you meaning to be offensive? Because did you mean for me to, like, be offended by that? Like, what were you really throwing shots? Because you could have stopped that sis, and I would have been all right with that. And
so
that sis, and we would have been sis all night long, all day long. But cisgender, so that's just like me calling you. You understand what I'm saying? Like, if that is the case, whatever it may be, if like, let's say for example, you're a transgender woman, you weren't born a woman. Okay, trans. You understand what I'm saying? It's offensive, because it's just like, where did the term come from? Okay, well, I'm calling you that because I now refer to myself as a woman, and if I'm trans, that means you're cis. No, baby, that doesn't mean that. That means that you are who you are, and I expect you to respect me as who I like to be called, and that's that, and that's on period.
Can I ask something, Conscious?
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You know, back in that, of course, you old enough to remember, Conscious. They usually call females. That's just like back in the day. They called females. What you call them, boy? You know what I'm trying to say. With the women, they'll call them a tomboy. Yeah. Yeah, they will call it. But now, all of a sudden, now it's a problem. But it's the same thing. They just calling it a different thing. So what's the difference between tomboy and all of a sudden now is this offensive word? I'm not understanding that part.
Okay, because it all means that when you're putting that certain type of title on someone, you mean to be offensive, and you cannot stir from that. If you can't come and call me a tomboy and then turn around and say I didn't mean to be offensive. Like, you understand what I'm saying? You see me as a girl. I present myself as, even though I'm climbing trees and doing this and that and the other and running and playing and all that stuff with y'all, I'm still a girl unless I've told you otherwise, Miss Rashonda. If you looked at me and say, "Hey, girl," and I say, "Nah, I prefer you call me boy. You understand what I'm saying? Then
I
you
got you.
act accordingly. But you can't just call me out my name and say, well, why would that be offensive? Okay, because I didn't tell you in the first place that's what I wanted to be called. So respect my, you understand what I'm saying? You can't,
Mhm.
like, how can you do that? Like, if you want to be called this term, then respect me on that term.
Let
Because
me
it
chime
works
in right there,
both ways.
because it's funny you all brought up that word tomboy, because I grew up a tomboy, so I embrace that, and I
That's why
understand
trees from
what the young lady just said. It's about how me as a woman identify myself. So
right.
when I speak of myself, I just see myself as a woman. Now, when you have these terms with the cis and these other terms attached to a woman, I'm learning. Okay, so I learned a lot over here because I've heard Conscious speak, and now I'm learning that it is needed to identify what you're talking about, because based on what Conscious was saying, it's a whole bunch of different terms and people identify different ways. So I'm not offended by it now that I understand that. However, if somebody is like, maybe like you're saying, like, I don't know, I might be offended, because I'm like, are you trying to take something away from me as being a woman? Are you have to learn. That's why I'm here learning, because I want to understand what these terms mean. But me alone, I would just want to be known as a woman. But I understand that sometimes that word might be needed to identify exactly what type of woman you're talking about. And I
No,
wanted to
see, that's
explain.
just the thing. Hold on. See, that's where they got us fucked up at. Because when I go back to what T.S. Madison said, while we sitting here arguing over terms and ready to fight each other over what belongs to who, that man up there is looking down on us and laughing because he know that he don't threw a wrench in the you understand what I'm saying? It's just
Mhm.
it's just that thing where you just listen. If I refer to myself as a woman, then you should have no problem referring to me as a woman. If I refer to myself as a man, you should have no problem referring to me as a man. There ain't no cis. It ain't no motherfucking trans. It ain't no goddamn. If we could live with just without the terms, man, the world would be a better place because you know what? It wouldn't be nothing to fight about. It would not
Yeah.
be anything to fight about. You a woman? Okay, woman. You a man? Okay, man. You understand? You an American?
Yeah.
Okay. You understand what I'm saying? Like, cut the bullshit because it's not really about that. It's the now if you that this is where the disrespect comes in. Because even if I'm coming to you as a trans and you saying to me, I'm saying to you, I'm sorry, my apologies. I'm saying to you, I refer to myself as woman. I expect anybody else in my corner to refer to me as woman. And here you come in here and say, oh, you're a trans woman, you're a trans woman. Yeah, eventually I'm gonna get offended and want to beat the shit out you. Cause I keep telling you, don't refer to me as that. Same thing with cis. I was born a woman. Who are you to change who I God made me this way. Even if I decided to, this is what I prefer to be called as. It is not your, you know what I'm saying? You can't just come on my set and oh, I know you said you're a woman, but nah, in my opinion, you sis. Okay, well then how you expect me to respect your terms?
Well,
But
you
it's
know
I have a
funny
what?
question.
Anything goes.
I have a que-
Now,
You
I have a
said,
now come
question.
on now.
I have a question. Who's calling y'all cis, like, individually? Like,
yes. Mostly for me it's men. They say, I know you ain't no woman. You a trans.
Just
But yet they still try to talk to me. That's what I don't understand. I'm like, okay, if I'm a trans and you don't like what you see, okay, go about your business.
no, wait,
well, it
but
would be the
but
people in the community. Okay, because let me say this. I'm a lot
He's
older
asking who
probably
calls
than
you
most of
sis.
you all.
Mhm.
And growing up, see, the young lady just said a key word, change, and coming on the set. If you hear her say that, all of my life I've been a woman. Okay, now as I'm going on, times are changing, terms are changing. These are new terms that are coming to me.
But
So
why?
now
Why are we changing
somebody is
terms?
trying to call me sis, and it's
But
not, you see what I'm saying? It's
y'all
not.
missing the point. I don't mean to cut you off, man, but y'all missing the
Mhm.
point. Because they're changing the terms don't mean we have to. That's where the fight and the battle come in. And it's so unnecessary. You understand what I'm saying? Just respect me
Yes.
like I respect you. That's the bottom line. Point
But
blank.
here's the thing. I don't think that anybody's misunderstanding you. I don't think that you're really hearing what everyone's saying. Don't get me
I'm
wrong.
sorry.
I
I'm
respect that you don't want to be
listening.
called cisgender, but realistically, like you said, no one has ever called you that.
No.
You know, because that's not a way to reference someone. When people say cisgender, they're specifically trying to identify what it is that you obviously are trying to say, which is you were born a woman. You relate to how you were identified at birth. That's all that means. That's why nobody calls it to your face, just like you said, because there's no need to say that unless we're differentiating in a group that this person is trans, that person is cis. The word has been here for quite some time. It didn't just show up last week, last year. It's not part of this. People try to say it's part of being woke or having to respect people. This is a medical term that's been around for a while. It's nothing new. So when people use that, it's usually in situations like this on a panel where they're differentiating between who is a trans person and who is a person that was
Okay.
born as the gender they identify
Okay.
as.
So now I'm
And
gonna
I feel
tell
like
you another
that's what
part
you're not
about it.
recognizing in this situation because
I
it
do
just doesn't
recognize
happen.
it.
You even admitted it doesn't happen. Nobody's ever called you that.
I understand everything you're saying, and I do recognize that. I'm gonna give you another example, right? Another thing that Miss Maddie said. There are some people that were born with both parts.
Mm-hmm.
But they're
Mm-hmm.
intersex. They're not trans. And
Okay,
so
so you go.
and they will
Okay,
still
hold on, wait,
and
wait,
they will
wait.
still
So
let
you
you
gonna
know
walk
what it
around
is they
calling them
identify as.
intersex? So you
No,
gonna
but
walk around
but
calling them intersex all day?
no,
What
because
you gonna do?
just like we don't walk around calling you cis, nobody
Hold
would
on,
call
but
them
hold on.
intersex.
But you didn't hear what I said. So they were born with both parts. You mean to tell me you're gonna label them and be walking around calling them intersex all day? If this person refer, I got both
But
parts,
I,
but
I
guess
already
what?
answered. I
I
already
prefer
answered
to
that
be called a
question, though.
woman.
I just
So
answered
you
that
gonna call me
question. So let me
intersex all
ask.
day?
Let me ask you: how many times have you been called cis in public? Somebody just walked up to you and said, "Hey, cis," and not SIS, but "Hey,
Oh,
cisgender," or who
oh,
has introduced you
no.
before as "This is my friend,
Cisgender.
cisgender"? Who said
Maybe
that
not
before?
cisgender, but cis, baby, all day. Cause I'm a sister, I'm a friend, everybody call me sis.
But right, but now you're
Call me sis.
conflating the two, though. You know what I'm asking you. I'm specifically saying cisgender. Have you ever been referenced that way in public? Has someone introduced you and said, "This is my friend, such and such, cisgender"?
I said I did not, and I'm gonna explain to
Okay,
you
so
why.
that's why I'm asking. Why
Because
are you
my
asking me when I walk
it's
around asking people,
respectful.
calling people intersex? What reason
It's
would I have to do
respectful
that
of
too?
me, like as I am respectful of them.
But that's my
That's
point.
the only
So
reason.
why would anybody walk around saying hi intersex? Like you're not making sense. That's just not even a reasonable
That's the
argument.
same thing I just asked you.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm asking you, why do you think that's even a logical question? If nobody's ever called you cisgender in public, why in the world
I
would I
thought
walk
it was a
around calling somebody intersex?
I thought it was a logical answer because your question was when I answered you, okay, well, what about the people that are born with two parts? Then you say that's intersex. I said, okay, well, you're gonna walk around calling them intersex because you tried to make the point of me being born a woman. Why wouldn't it be a problem? Why would it be a problem? I'm sorry, for me to be called cis
No, I didn't
cis
ask you
woman.
why it would be a problem. I said I
Okay,
respect that you
so
want to be called a woman. I ask
if
you to
I was
justify what your point is here
if
because
I
you're going in circles about something that's literally never happened to you. And then your connection to it is, would I call somebody intersex? No, I wouldn't call them intersex unless we're identifying people and talking about how they're born. Like for other than panels like this and in medical settings, there is no reason for anybody to refer to someone that way. And literally the only reason you know the word is because you've heard it in settings like this. Because like you said, no one has ever called you that. So unless you were in panels and listening to conversations where someone has brought that word up, you wouldn't even know that the word exists, which is why I'm asking, why does it bother you if nobody has called you that and no one is trying to call you that?
Okay, so
Can I clarify?
I understand what you're
Go
saying,
for
but
it.
let me just say this. I never said it bothered me. Queen Conscious asked me a question and I answered it. He said, would I have a problem with someone calling me cisgender? And I explained to him why I feel like I would not want to be referred as that.
Hmm.
Like, I if someone referred to me as that, I will look them in the eye and say, hold on, this is it's not to say that I ain't say I was gonna beat the person up or cuss them out. I'm just saying, like, why would I have a problem with that? I was born a woman. So then your point was, okay, well, if why would you have a problem with that? Okay, well, this person, if I was born with both parts, you want me to just be okay with being called cisgender because I was born a woman. What if I was born with both parts? What would you call me then?
I would call you by your name unless we're having a discussion like this where we need to
Call me
identify
by
how
my
we're
name
born,
because
and
I
then
was
I would
born a
say that you're
woman too.
intersex.
Call me by my name because I was born a woman too. So if that is your case, I would just
But
call you by your name. Then call me by my name because I'm born a woman too. Because I'm born with two parts. You're gonna call me by my name because you don't know what to call me. But if I'm a woman, you're gonna call me cisgender. That don't make no sense.
yeah,
Call me by my name
but
still.
it does make sense because you're literally conflating two separate issues. Like I said, the term intersex is also a medical term, the same way that cisgender and transgender is a medical term. The only people that we actually use a medical term to identify them publicly are transgender people. Everybody else has the privilege of walking around and not having to
Okay.
constantly tell everybody how they were born versus how they appear. And
Okay,
that's my point to you, is that that's not a scenario. It doesn't happen. It only occurs in these type of settings. So no,
young
I
lady.
would,
What's your
and
name?
even with saying cisgender,
What's your
even
name?
with
Because
that,
I
I
can't see
respect
the
that you
comment from
don't want to be
earlier.
called that. So I
Okay,
wouldn't
well,
call
what's
you
your name?
that.
What's your name?
I'm sorry,
Can I ask you what your name is? Because the comment,
Sonny.
Sunny. Okay, Miss Sunny. Have you ever been in the doctor's office or doing a pregnancy or delivery?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Have you ever heard the doctor say it's a cisgender, it's a transgender, it's a? Have you ever heard the doctor say that?
No, because you wouldn't know that at a child's birth. The only
Well,
thing that you would know at a child, the only thing that you would know at
how
a
would you
child's
how would
birth
you
is
not having a doctor's license know that years later?
because
This is what I want to say,
because
How?
that's
y'all.
about how you because that's what I'm saying, that you don't understand what the word really is. That's about you
But
just prove
listen,
you.
but
Wait a
I'm gonna
minute, let
tell
me
you
finish.
this, right?
Let me just finish. Let me
You
answer
see
the
how
question.
when we
Let
started
me answer
talking
your
about
question.
terms,
No, let
you
me
see
answer
how
your
when we
question.
started
You just
talking
said
about
that, so
terms,
let me
Sunny,
point out what you're
then you
saying.
just
You
that.
just proved my point of
Wait,
what I'm talking
no,
about.
you
That you
proving
don't
my point.
understand that
No.
these are not. You don't
Do
understand the
you
term at
see
all,
how
love.
when we
You
started
just don't
talking about
understand the
terms,
term. I'm
this
sorry.
shit
There's
went
nothing I
left?
can do for you if you don't even understand what you're talking about. A
Honey,
doctor would never identify
girl.
you. Like that's crazy. Would you give birth to a baby and the doctor would say, "Yay, we have a transgender baby"? How the hell would you know? That's not how this works. That term is literally only to identify people that are still acknowledging themselves
So what's your point? So what?
as the sex
Because
they were born.
you clearly have a rebuttal about me being about
No,
me
no, I
saying
don't have a rebuttal.
disrespect
I don't have a rebuttal. I
the
respect that you
person's
don't like the term,
decision.
that you wouldn't want to be called that term. I respect that, and I get why people wouldn't. But what I'm telling you
Wait
is
a
that you're
minute.
not educated enough to have this
Wait, hold on.
conversation because you don't
Hold on.
understand
No,
what these
don't hold on.
words mean. Because at
Because
the end of the
I
day, the
said
only
something
thing that a
doesn't
doctor would
mean.
say at time of birth is intersex. That's the only thing they could determine, because intersex is specifically talking about the appearance and also the actual having of two separate genders. That's the only thing that a doctor could identify at time of the birth. Transgender is something that nobody will know until later in life, when that person says, "Hey, I know that I was born a boy, but I feel like a girl," or "I know I was born a
Miss Lady,
girl,
what else
but
did
I
I
feel
say?
like a boy,"
What
or
else did I
somebody
say?
like you who was born as a woman
What else
and
did I
then gets
say?
older and says, "Yes, I still feel like I'm a woman." Literally, those are
Can
things
I
that are determined
clarify?
later in life. So
Can
you
I
What
have
try
else
to
to
did I say?
understand the
clarify?
difference.
What else did I
Otherwise, there's
say?
nothing to discuss. You literally are talking about something you don't understand.
Okay,
Can I try to
when you
clarify,
finish proving
please?
your point,
Go ahead. I've been
tell
waiting
me
to hear
what
what you
else
had to
did I
say, love.
say?
I'm sorry,
What
what's
else
your
did I
name?
say?
Skylight. Okay,
Skylar?
so Skylife.
Skylife. Okay.
You can call me Sky. That's fine. Okay, so like I said earlier, I'm older than a lot of you all, and the term is new. Okay, over as time has progressed, I grew up in an era where there was, when people were all, we always had people in the community that were gay, but it was never accepted. Okay, so as history moved on and time moves on, it became an era where it's now acceptable and people are coming out of the quote unquote closet and they're letting it be known. Then going forward, now we're having terms. I promise you,
Right.
30 years ago, we never had the pronouns. We never had any of that. Okay, so and if you're not a person who is dealing with somebody in the community, and when I say community, I'm saying the LBGT community. Okay, that's what I'm referring to. You're not daily dealing with these terms. So, like you're saying, on YouTube, because I'm on YouTube a lot, I've heard people say, "Oh, she's a cis woman," and I'm like, "Okay, well, wow. So why are they saying cis woman instead of just woman?" Now, like you're saying, nobody has ever came up to me and said you're a cis woman, but I'm saying I'm being referred to as a cis woman in a community, and I guess it's not actually on YouTube. It's actually in the actual LGBTQ community. That's how you all identify. Well, some of you all identify with women. Do you see what I'm saying?
And I can guarantee you, I don't mean to cut you off, ma'am, but I can honestly guarantee you, none of the OGs, and when I say OGs, I mean like T.S. Madison, what's her name, Flamin' Roll, so on and so on. None of them, this sis, all that stuff right there, they like none. My point is this, right? Like you said, this is new. Like, you understand what I'm saying? But at the same time, it's the terms that got us fucked up. If you refer to yourself as a woman, I respect you as a woman. If you refer to yourself as a man, I respect you as a man, and I'm gonna address you as such because that's what you asked me to address you as. What about that don't anybody understand? This girl here just took the whole, you understand what I'm saying, and just wanted to come in at me about one thing that I said. But what else did I say? You
It
understand
just
what I'm
comes
saying?
it,
It's
it
about
comes down
respecting
to
each other. That's really what it all boils
identifying.
down to.
Yeah, it comes down to identifying. And as I heard Conscious speak, the term is needed to identify because there are many different identities that are now current. And if you
Nah,
are speaking
it's
about a
not.
specific group,
It's really
you
not.
Okay. I'm
It's
gonna have
just
to wait a minute. Hold on, Jewel, baby. I got to interject because understand what you're saying. Sky, you're right, and Sunny, technically, Jewel, she is right, and I'm gonna tell and let's do a little etymology for those that don't understand what that is. According to Webster's dictionary, the word has been in service since 1994, which at that time I was in nursing school. We use the term in documentation of history in terms of when that baby is born, they say male and female. Because, like Miss Skylife said, people identify different ways. It's an adjective for us to know, is this a female that is born with the parts of what we understand a woman to be, or is this person a trans who is either pre-surgery, post-surgery, or no surgery? You all are letting adjectives get you fucked up and
preach,
Thank you.
wait a minute, hold on.
preach,
Wait a
Thank
minute,
you.
hold on.
preach.
Medical adjectives that are taken completely out of context anyway. LGBTQIA, and like I said, the Webster's Dictionary etymology says that cisgender has been in place since '94. I know this to be so because I was a nursing student at Hampton University at the
right.
time.
And
Come
I
on,
was
A2.
born
Me
way
too.
before 94.
So,
I'm Hampton alumni too. How you doing, fam?
hey, sis, how you
Hey,
doing? I'm Onyx 3. I'm Onyx 3.
I'm 5. Come on, come through.
All right now. So anyway, you got to understand that, one thing I've learned, because I've had a lot of friends in the LGBTQIA community and still do to this day, we're introduced daily with new terms and new ideologies, things that are coming up.
Yes.
They take words in other terminologies and other genres that we may have used them for, and they co-opt them for whatever their causes are.
Yeah.
After that happens, then the arguments come out. Because I'm gonna tell you something. Let's keep this shit a buck. And conscious know how I am. White transgenders and white women don't sit around and have this damn argument.
At all. Exactly.
At all.
LGBTQIA got where they are not just because of white homosexuals. They needed the black homosexuals, lesbians, and trans to get where they were, as well as President Obama's initiative to give them the rights of being able to make decisions medically and be considered the next of kin, the partner. Even all of that ties into with the same gender loving marriages. You got
can I say something? What I want to say is, but at the end of the day, we all still human. That's what people forget. It. We are all human, regardless of what gender, what race, what how about transgender or whatever. You know, you can't say, oh, this person. It's like they want us to separate ourselves amongst ourselves. That's what they're trying to do. It's a distraction.
To my point. White folks are not sitting in open spaces having specifically white cisgender women, meaning they were born as a woman with a vagina at birth, and white trans women are not sitting around having these discussions and these arguments in open spaces. I'm gonna be honest to tell you, it makes us all as black and brown people look dumb and stupid as hell. Because number one, it's a medical term. They they co-opted it because now that we have binary, non-binary, and whatever the other terms in the last several years that have come up. We as women really don't need to get offended by the word. Not saying that you're entitled to your feelings, but it's a medical term that if I was an OBGYN, a midwife, or a registered nurse in L&D, and I'm in 2023 and I witnessed the birth and I'm making documentations on said child that was born in the earth, I can say male and female. Now, if that said child, if I was working in another area of nursing and encountered that child and go back and look at the records and show that we said male and female, now I have to quantify it if he now said or she now says they're trans. They were born cisgender. That's all of us.
That's right. Yeah.
We get to declare trans, but the truth is the cis.
There you go. Exactly. And she's right about the medical terms, because I actually went to the doctor, and some of those about the cisgender, yes, that is a medical term. People get
write
it
in a chart.
That's right. Yeah.
Q has co-opted it and thusly has put forth a whole argumentative narrative between real women and trans women, or however you want to.
But that's the crazy thing.
Of that to go.
That's right. But that's the crazy part, is that it's not even a co-opt. The irony is that the word, like you said, the word has been around since the 90s. Like I was saying, it's been around for a while now. It's not new, but it was never anything that the entire world was using, because it was something that was strictly talked about between typically trans people and their physicians. It started being used in a more public forum for no, let me finish my sentence. That what I'm saying is, the ironic part about it is that the reason it ever became something that the public knew as a term is because in the Black community specifically, it became a necessity
to differentiate between who is a transgender woman and who is not in these type of conversations. And that's why the word started being used, because why make up a word to identify or to separate and show the difference when there's a medical term already available? So it's not that the word was co-opted necessarily, and it definitely was not being used to be disrespectful. It was used to have conversations like these that are discussing the literal medical difference between cisgender women and transgender women. That's it. That's the only reason, which is why nobody ever calls anyone that, because there's no reason to call anyone that unless you're having a discussion where it needs to be differentiated who is who. That's it.
Okay.
But
All right.
let me say something real quick, please.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, right? I understand. Now that y'all explained it, right? I understand you're saying that cisgender is not a derogatory term. It's actually a what is it, scientific or medical or whatever you
Yes.
call it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You say you reference to, and listen, I don't mean to offend nobody, but we're all, you know what I'm saying here, just trying to throw out our points and our opinions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Again, Queen Conscious asked me, not anybody else, or not how I feel about the whole community or the Black nation or whatever. She asked me how I would feel if I was referred to as cis. I said, I'm cis all day because I'm cis, I'm friend or whatever. But if you go out your way to throw gender behind it, I will feel it offensive just because of the fact that why not just call me a woman like I refer to you as a woman? You understand what I'm saying?
Yes. Well,
Why
I
not
hear you,
call me?
baby.
You
I'm not.
understand? Like that's the thing. But hold on. Now going in reference to what y'all were talking about. Oh, back in the day, this is documented back in the day. Well, back in the day, and this is why I say I don't mean to be offensive. Back in the day, and they called uh uh um um let's see, like I'm trying to find a way to term it without being disrespectful, but they called gay people punks, or you understand what I'm saying? So if my thing is this, it all boils down to respect. You understand? Just someone else, you could just bypass me and come across someone else, because I would have the heart I have, I would never do that. But you can go across, you can bypass me and get to someone else and say, hey, you're cisgender. Okay, well, if I'm a cisgender, you such and such and such. How you get mad at that person? Real talk. Because if you are sitting here going in on how you want to be portrayed and how you want to be perceived and the term that you would like a person to address you as, how can you not respect my decision? The door swings both ways. So at the end of the day, it don't matter what was said back then or what's going on back then. It's time for us to respect each other and look at each other how we, you know what I'm saying, treat me how you want to be treated. That's the way it goes. Because at the same time, while we sitting here arguing about terms, you understand, the higher head is up there, like Maddie said, laughing and kickling about the terms that they don't throw in there. And now we sitting here feeling like we got to be in competition, because no. And I never said that I was offended about any, because listen, that and it's I go back to that it draws me back, like having this conversation. Calm down. It draws me back having this conversation to what us black and brown people, as y'all said, racism. You understand what I'm saying? Because in a way, it's like, don't call me nigga, don't call me this, don't call me that. But then now that we fought for the positions that we're in, whatever your title may be, and now you here and we fighting against each other on terms. Why? If you were
Because
gonna
you
be
got, but you got to
a man, it
understand,
don't matter.
Jewel, it's the miseducation of the terms is why there's such great dispute about it. Even you, like I
Right.
Why
said,
dispute?
if
Why
Conscious
dispute?
decided he wanted to be a transgender woman tomorrow, get breasts, cut off his pee, whatever he wanted to do, he was still at first a cisgendered male.
But guess
We
what?
all are born
If that was my friend
cisgender,
or
either
a
male
brother or
or
whatever the
female.
case may be, when he went and got his dick chopped off yesterday, today he tell me, sis, I'm a girl. All right, sis, here we go. There it is.
Okay,
That's her
exactly.
all day. That's her
And
she
we're
all
not
day. You understand what I'm
disputing
saying?
that we're
Like,
not going to respect the choice. It's that
huh?
the term has been weaponized, and we as women, are feeling some kind of way. We got to understand the etymology of words and terms and stuff. It was a
What?
scientific word
That's
It's not
that
that.
yeah.
It's not
describes.
rocket
Wait, hold
science.
on.
If a
Wait a
person
minute.
says, call me a man, call him a man. If a person says, refer to me as a woman, refer to him as a woman. If a person says he, she, and they, call him he, she, and they. What about that?
I
What? Like,
think what
what
the
are we
young lady
missing
is
here?
saying is respect people's experience.
Right,
Because
Yeah.
experience. Right. I'm not disagreeing with that at
as I
all.
said earlier, you all are now saying the term was started using 94. I'm way over 94. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
that means nothing to me. My point still remains the same. Growing up, it wasn't anything that I was familiar with. And now, as time is moving on, it's something that is new to me. But I think what she's just saying is respecting people's experience. And I
Right.
think we
Right, and
might
I
be able
don't
to agree
disagree
to
with that.
disagree.
I as a nurse, I have to ask you now, being the progressive environment that we're in, what term he, she, they, what would you like to be referred as? I have no
Hmm.
problem with any of that. I'm going to honor, respect, and hold you down in your experience. But what I'm
Hmm.
trying to get Jewel to understand is that the word, well, and I'm not talking about experience, I'm talking about the word. It is an adjective, it is a noun. It is
Yeah, I
nothing to
understand what you're
get up
saying.
and set
Hmm.
up
Up
upset
what
about,
it
because
is.
we use it in medical documentation to
Hmm.
determine at birth what gender did you pop out of your mama's Watusi ass.
Yeah,
Correct.
Okay,
I
but
understand what
with
you're
all
saying.
due respect, ma'am, at this point, are you just trying to prove to us that you have a license by letting us know that you have the proper term? Like, I don't understand because if it's respect, it's respect.
Is
That don't nothing
I
top
don't
that.
disagree with you in what you're saying
Nothing
in
tops that,
respect.
ma'am.
I'm
Not
not
even a nursing degree.
disrespecting that. Baby girl, that's what we not gonna do. It's
Well,
try to make it seem like
I
I'm
just
putting
don't
myself
understand.
up because I know the term.
No, no.
We're trying to get you to understand that how the term has been used, why we in this present day having
Okay,
this
you
argument.
let us. You
No
gave us
one
the
is no,
history on cisgender. It was called back in 1960 something when
no
the man
nineteen
first
ninety
said that, and
four.
then
1994.
carried on to the books and the dictionaries, and then it went into the nursing homes, and now y'all got the it. We get it, but what about respect, bro? At
When
the end of the day, what about
I'm not
respect?
disagreeing with you on that. You hear me clearly. Because I think I try to straighten out the argument of the word. I'm not discrediting the experience. Hear me what I'm saying. You are absolutely right. At the end of the day, we should all respect the choices of another. You don't have to like it, but the call is to respect it. And I am definitely an ally in that. I am agreeing with you in that. I'm trying to get you to understand. I interjected into the argument because I wanted to clean up the understanding of the word, because you was like, I don't want to be called that. And then sister Sunny was trying to help you to understand that it was a medical term as well. Is now being weaponized as something that is offensive because it has been, in my terminology, co-opted by trans and used in a way that, yes, it tells us that we are biological women, but then you're weaponizing it by saying, well, because I am a trans woman, so now we make the differentiation. I don't have no problem in none of this, none of the differentiations.
But obviously nobody has a problem with it because like she said, nobody's ever called her that. And I'm sure nobody ever will call her that. It's a reason for it. Nobody's trying to disrespect you with it. You know, the only time you're going to hear it is in moments like this when we're talking about people's identification, how they identify, you know, so that's the only time that you would ever encounter this word. I promise you, if you've never heard anybody call you that to this day, it's not going to happen from now on either. It's just not the thing. So I get what you're trying to say. I get what you're trying to put out there in this hypothetical situation of how you would feel disrespected if someone went out of their way to call you cisgender.
I did not say I would be disrespected. You putting words in
Yes,
my mouth.
you use the word disrespect. You said they went out of their way to disrespect you and call you cisgender. And so I get that. I'm agreeing with you. I understand that in a public space, out of nowhere, nobody has a reason to do that. But, you know, I'm not going back and forth about somebody that's not comprehending. Like, you lack comprehension of a word. Like she said, etymology. You don't understand etymology or application at this point. Like, what are we going back and forth about here?
Queen Conscious asked me, how would I feel if
I know what he asked you. You repeated it like 7 times, and you still are not making a point here that has anything to do with anything. That's why I continue to ignore you and go around you.
You're with the bullshit.
This is what I want to say, y'all. Hold up. Let me say something. What I'm telling y'all is that we can respect each other respectively, collectively, without being mean, hateful, evil toward people. It's and certain things you don't have to say. You don't have to, just because you don't like what somebody says or done. Do you know how much I've been rocking with Conscious, and I'm saying this for a reason. Conscious have taught me so much. I love him for him. You get what I'm saying? Even if he have his own points and stuff like that, I still love him as a person. This is what I'm trying to get you, because I see his heart and I see the good in him. You see what I'm saying? This is what I'm trying to say. In order for us to get along, we have to disagree. We have to agree to disagree. If you don't like something, you don't even have to watch it. You don't have to look at it, but you have to understand we have to coexist in this world because all of us are human. We all bleed the same. Y'all act like these folks. Hold up 1 minute. Hold up. Y'all act like these people are aliens. You act like transgender people are aliens. You get what I'm saying? Well, we all are.
At this point, I think you're just talking just to be talking. Ms. Rashonda, how do we coexist?
What I'm telling you, I personally, myself, I love people for who they is. I don't try to judge them. That's part of the problem. They judge people. You get what I'm saying? Oh, I don't like this about this person. I don't like that about that person.
And that's not up to you. Right.
No. What I'm making a point here. I'm making a point. What I'm saying is I have gotten further loving people for who they are and not judging them. You get what I'm saying? You can coexist by loving people and not judging them.
You mean not calling them by what you look at them as, but how they refer, and then whatever comes with that. That when you judge a person, that's what I'm saying. I'm this. Oh nah, I feel like you this, so I'm gonna call you that. Nah, you don't do that, right?
What I do, I don't call nobody anything. I just love that person for what I'm saying is I love that person for who they is.
Okay,
you know what I'm saying? I love that.
I'm gonna be honest.
How do you do that?
I'm gonna be honest.
How do you love a person for who they are? How do you do that?
I still haven't heard a really good reason why people don't like the word cis. All cis means is you're not trans. That's essentially what it is. And a lot of times when we get in these conversations, people literally say how they do want the distinction between trans women and also or trans people.
Why?
Or trans people and cis people, whatever.
Sir, why?
Why what?
Why they want to differentiate? Why?
Well, for one,
okay,
wait. Well,
go ahead, baby. I'm gonna add the story.
Let him talk, please. I want to hear it.
Oh, trust me, I got you.
Okay.
Well, for one,
I may be lost. I want you. Explain. Okay.
Well, for one, you have to also keep in mind as well is that one of the biggest issues that people always tell trans people, you must disclose. You must disclose. You must identify yourselves, especially when you're dealing with other partners, etc. But keep in mind as well, since trans women do fall under women, and also cis women also fall under women, and they also date the same type of men because men are attracted to women. Now, here's the thing, you in these conversations, which is why that whole like that debate or whatever you guys were having earlier was happening, is because yes, from your perspective and what you're speaking on, you're talking about respect. As in, if you're talking to me directly, or you refer to me as cis, and you say do not refer to me as that, then yes, out of respect, yes, the person that's talking to you directly will have to go through with that, or they just choose, or they choose not to do it. But at the same time, you know what to do after that. So yes, talking to a person directly, if they use cis, and if you do not want to be referred to as cis, you can let them know that, and they will either abide by it, or they're going to just quote unquote continue doing it, and then you decide to make the final decision on what you're going to do after that. The same way with any type of any type of word. Now, in terms of what they were saying earlier, they were just making the distinction of why cis will only come up in certain conversations. Now, like from what you said earlier, in your personal experience, no one has ever called you cis as in CIS, or cisgender as in to your face, because that wouldn't normally come up. What they were referring to earlier is that that prefix would normally come up in conversation pieces like this, only to make a distinction between cis women and trans women or trans individuals. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the only reason why there needs to be a distinction, because keep in mind, when you start getting into these conversations, and let's just go with it. If I just start woman, eventually you're gonna get lost, like really lost. Unless I be
Yep.
like trans woman or cis woman or etc. etc. etc.
There you
So
go.
it's only for identification purposes, or only for educational pieces. That's it.
Okay, so sir,
Mhm.
what
And
is
it,
your name? What
but
is your
but
name?
but
Sir, what is
Reckless.
your name? Please, I'm sorry,
Reckless.
now. I'm so sorry. Let me just point real quick, and I swear I'm gonna let you talk. What is your
Mhm.
name?
Reckless.
Mr. Reckless. I thank
Mhm.
you for explaining that to me, right?
Yes.
But if you my friend, I'm talking about my ace boon coon. I don't you do you understand what you just said is the whole problem, and I'm gonna explain to you why. I
Mhm.
don't ever want you to feel like you gotta walk into a crowded place with me and be hollering out, hey, I'm trans, just in case anybody wanted to know. You
Mhm.
understand what I'm saying? Do we not understand that whether you be trans woman or whatever, it really all boils down to the bed, like what's going on in your bedroom, how you portray yourself or your appearance. Okay, how you portray yourself or your appearance is nobody's business. Now, if you got a grown man walk up to you, and it's your responsibility to let that man know, if you see that he's a straight and he's looking at you like that's a woman, okay, then this is who I am. But it's nobody else's business. Who else
I
is walking up?
digress.
Okay,
I
I'm
100% disagree. I
right,
100% disagree.
uh,
I'm gonna I'm gonna
Can
I'm
I
gonna
try
tell
to
you
add
see
why.
why you
clarification?
disagree.
Oh my gosh.
So we're
Can I
gonna
try
walk
to
into
add
the middle of the
But
clarification?
club.
this is my whole
And
point,
just in
Reckless.
case anybody want to
This
Mhm.
is
know,
my
I'm
whole point.
cis gender and he's whatever. The
Cisgender as
terms
Let me
is
well.
try and
crazy.
clarify. Let me try and clarify,
Hold
please. Let
on.
me try and clarify, please.
But a transgender, let's really get into it, right?
Mhm.
Do they dress themselves up, right?
Mhm.
I'm saying, like, right, you get dressed up, you doll yourself up or whatever, and like from a woman's point of view, you understand what I'm saying? From a woman's point of view,
Mhm.
because now we're taken away from. I feel like like if you are, even if you're transgender, in your heart, in your heart, in your heart of hearts, you're a woman. It don't matter how you were born, you're a woman, right? Do you understand how? And I'm not just like the cisgender. It's not just offensive, or what was it? What? Cisgender, right?
Yes, cisgender.
It's not just offensive to me, but whoever I'm with. I just this is just my mind, my thought. Like, listen,
Mhm.
this is why I say that. You
Exactly,
mean to tell
Divine
me not?
Fleming.
My dog done dogged up everything. We step when we looking good. Everywhere we go, they got to dress themselves as this cisgender. I'm transgender. Why? That's nobody's business. So if I'm out,
Uh,
I'm not gonna be like,
It,
hey,
it
wait a minute, wait a
transgender.
minute. Hold on,
I'm gonna
hold
be
on,
like,
hold
hey,
on.
dog,
Oh
hey,
Replete,
girl,
my
hey.
replete.
gosh.
But like,
Just hold on one second.
I don't understand it. I really don't. Maybe it's
I
something I'm missing.
Obviously.
wait a minute, wait a minute.
Mm,
Don't. Let's offer a little grace here, because this is why let me get to the story that I was going to tell you. I've had friends that have been in LGBT QIA for years, mainly trans. Hell, even as a straight woman, I have walked a ball. Now, saying all of that, in 2023, there are still trans people as well as cisgender people that play games with one another in terms of love and relationships, whether it's in the bedroom, outside of the bedroom. We need to differentiate these days, because it comes down to a question of safety. If you're out with a transgender female, you all are jazzed up, jewel, like you said, and you go to a club. A straight man, all he sees is titty and ass, not discounting puss and peen. He's looking and seeing woman. Now, whatever they decide to do, if he wants to get a hook up with you or if he wants to hook up with your trans girlfriend, the connotation becomes, if he picks her thinking that she is a you and she is disingenuous to owning up to
Oh,
who
see,
and what she
no, not
is,
you.
it becomes
You're
an
adding
issue of
things to your
safety.
story to try to make your point.
No,
But
because I've
what
lost
if that
for no.
transgender
Wait a
already
minute.
told him, listen, I might not be the one you want because I'm letting you know I wasn't born a woman. Like you understand what I'm saying?
Right,
But
I
other than
hear.
yeah.
that,
I
it's
don't.
nobody's
I'm
business.
not the
That's what I'm
one
saying.
disagree. Right, it is
They
nobody's business,
okay.
but we can't be sitting out here being disingenuous and fooling. These men are crazy. If they think that they're
Now
getting a woman, no, hold on, because I've known transgenders that have been murdered because of this very thing.
this is true. Does that mean that because okay, so what's the whole point of the be referred to as a woman then?
Let me answer the question. Let me just add a little
What's the
bit.
whole point?
Let
Mm-hmm.
me let me let me let me let me please let me speak. Okay, because now I'm getting confused. Now reckless. You said no. I think
yes.
she asked you what
Hmm.
the difference between trans and woman is. Now, this comes
Sis.
down
Hmm.
cis. I'm sorry, yeah, cis and trans.
Yeah.
Okay, to me, in my mind, this is where we get to the point of where they say women are being transphobic, but it's not necessarily transphobic. To me, it's a breakdown in regarding space, because you said cis women are referred to as women and trans women are referred to as women. Okay, now
Hmm.
y'all walk with me. I'm new to this. Okay,
Okay.
Right.
so as a woman, I don't feel a trans woman is in my same space. And I only say that due to we just had a conversation in regards to women problems, and specifically the term that came up that pissed me off is women try to, what do they say? Conscious, what they say? They try to
Gatekeep.
gatekeep the period. Okay, it's not the period that women, I guess, quote unquote, are trying to gatekeep. It's mostly the uterus, because when you have, and all the issues that come with it. So when you have trans people saying that they are women, it's almost like, well, why are you okay, you're taking the term woman, but you're not experiencing all these things
Taking it?
that women are experiencing in regards to not just the
Is
period.
somebody
I
going
don't even know who
to?
created that, but the period, the uterine cancer, and all these other things that women have brought up with the hormones and the fibroids, all that type of stuff. Are you with me, Reckless? Do you
I hear
kind of see
you.
what? Okay,
Hmm.
so that's what I'm saying is it's kind of hard to process when you're saying two people are under the same term. But I understand what you're saying in regards to that's how you identify them to make the difference, to distinguish the difference. Do I got it? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yes, and no.
Okay,
Yes, and no.
okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so the thing is that a lot of times, especially I'm gonna use this triggering language, y'all. Y'all bear
No,
with
we
me,
all right.
okay?
We all right.
Okay,
Good.
but no, it's nothing bad, but it's back in the day, okay? Back in the day, keep in mind. No, I'm being for real because back in the day, a lot of language that we used did not embody or take into account the other identities and experiences of other people. So a lot of times when we did say women, it wasn't taken into account trans women or didn't take into account other non-binary people, etc., or whatever. So
Okay.
now in current day, now we're having this important conversation of, because everybody on here, whether we are cis, no, because all cis means you're not trans. That's essentially what it
Right.
is.
Not
So
trans.
everybody up here is not transgender to my
I'm trans.
knowledge. Oh, you are? Okay, so
I
most
am.
everybody up. Okay, so most everybody up here is not transgender, except for one person that I know for a fact. So since that's the case, is that now since transgender people and people who are non-binary, etc., are loud, proud, they're also in the conversation. They're no longer living in the sewers, the shadows, etc. Now we have to have important conversations because the luxury and the privilege as us as not non-trans people or cisgender peoples that we never had to have the conversation about our gender identity and our
Mm-hmm.
sexual anatomy, because the thing
Mm-hmm.
is
There you go.
a lot of people believe that just because your sexual anatomy says male, you're automatically going to identify with man. But
Mm-hmm.
you never know, you might have a male or a boy and that's a child or male, but they may end up being non-binary when they get older.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what's going on with the language. So the
Okay.
thing is, when it comes down to the sex is the sexual anatomy or the reproductive organs associated on your body. That's the sex, which would be male or female.
Okay.
Now the
Okay.
gender. Now I'm gonna give an example. The reason how we know that is because it's referring to, and I'm about to be vulgar, but I'm gonna use the scientific terms, the vagina and the penis. That's the same reason why we have male and female animals, not because they're quote unquote their gender identity or the way that they show up. We're referring to the reproductive organs on their body. That's the reason
Okay.
why the sex or the sexual anatomy, which are the organs on their body. Now the gender identity is the social construct. It's the way that people present themselves, the way that people walk through life, the pronouns that they are aligned with, that they associate with them with their own identity, the way that they may dress, which is why that you may have different types of womanhood. Yes, I understand. Back in the day, we didn't have this much nuance in terms of gender identity. But however, when it comes down to transgender individuals, and also when it comes to non-binary, intersex people, etc., we're forced to have more context and nuance because now we have to take into account the other shades of humanity that actually exist. Did I break that
You
down
smart.
properly?
I like
Yeah.
that.
You are
That
smart
There
was
we
because
go.
I
perfect.
understand that. I
That was
understand that. You
perfect.
are very
Got you.
smart. I
Thank
Hi,
so
you.
appreciate
everybody.
that.
Can I get in
Hey.
really quick? Because my first time here. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
It's so nice to see
Hey.
everybody. Thank you all for
Hello,
coming.
hello.
Conscious, I love you down. You are my king, baby. I just want to. I
Thank you,
have a
boo.
question. Has anybody read Bell Hooks?
No.
Red, what now, hon?
Bell Hooks.
Yes.
No.
There's one person. Okay, so it's really important that education is actually at the forefront of this conversation because a lot of, specifically, I believe her name was Jewel. I think there was a miscommunication with the word cis as in CIS, and then the colloquial term that we use like cis SIS, right? And like there's this like, oh well, if somebody calls me cis, I'm cis all day, but don't call me cisgender.
Right.
It's very clear that it's like the sound of the word cis, which
Okay.
to
So
most Black people like sissy, it's like
yeah.
there's like an issue with that sound.
Yeah, that and it was funny. It was funny to me too. And I kind of like at the time, like I was just making a joke, but in
Uh-huh.
retrospect, though, still just saying like, yeah, I'm cis all day, like but Yeah, I'm gonna let you talk, but at the same time, it was just my way of saying that, this has been my argument all along. Like, I just feel
Okay.
like it don't matter, but you especially should be speaking on this platform because you for one should know what's going on. So I want to hear from you.
Oh, I appreciate you saying that. That means a lot. And to all Black women, as I
Mhm.
am a Black trans woman, I come from a Black woman. All I
Mhm.
am is a Black person, as far as I know. Um,
Mhm.
it there's two things happening here. It's really great to see everybody here, but it hurts a lot to hear some of the disparagement of like, well, you're not a real woman, this, and you're not this, or this our space is this. It hurts because if you look at the facts of the matter, real talk for all of us on this panel, the government got control over all this, right?
Exactly. That's
The
my whole point of
Hello.
what I was trying to say. It's
I,
like
yeah, go ahead, baby. Mhm.
Let
it,
her talk.
it's like we sitting up here fighting about stuff that doesn't even matter. Meanwhile, they're taking our women's rights away. They're taking transgenders rights away. They're trying to actually make it'll be so where we won't be able to do anything or say anything. That's
And
what I'm trying to say.
it's even more, and for the sake of intersectionality as a conversation, as a Black trans woman, and just like you mentioned about how they're trying to take the safety of lawful abortions from women, they are
Mhm.
also trying to remove the correct history of Black history.
Yeah,
Right.
It's you.
all of
I
that.
think all of us have to be very cognizant that all of this stuff is happening in tandem, right?
Mhm.
That we have three
Right.
Republican candidates running for presidency, right? And we have in our community Black women, Black men, trans women. We're arguing amongst ourselves, and we know that as the vote that we have is a Democratic vote. That's the idea, right?
That part.
If they can separate
Can I
Black
ask you
men,
what do you
yes,
refer?
baby.
What do you refer to
So
be?
currently we have a presidential race. Donald Trump, Joe Biden. They're
No, no,
about
no.
to.
I don't mean about presidency.
Uh-huh.
Talking about you as an individual. How do you prefer to be addressed?
Well, I mean, I think to anybody who's listening, I sound like a female. I've always sounded like this. My voice isn't different or anything like that. I
Okay.
also show up as a woman on my day to day. With all due respect, I'm beyond
You,
non-clocky.
ma'am. No, no, you don't need to even go any further because I like honestly, that's okay, ma'am. Thank you very much. So here's my question to you, and I'm sorry to
Mhm.
cut you off.
No, it's okay.
What are you fighting for?
That's actually existence. I don't
Yeah.
feel like I walk outside, and if I see with these conversations and things like Jess Hilarious is saying and going back and forth, when I go outside and I see Black women, it feels like scorn sometimes, right? And only because these conversations in these small pockets of the internet are being had, that when I go
Mm-hmm.
outside and I go to the store, right? I
Yeah.
know that these people seen Tasha K. I know these people that came across Just Hilarious. And
Man,
not that
fuck
I
them.
am
Fuck
like,
them. Fuck
go
them.
ahead, baby.
What are you
No, no, no,
fighting?
it's not about fuck them. Excuse me for
It really
cursing.
is, because
No,
but
but
what
we all have to live
It's
our
deeper
lives,
than that.
When a white woman says that she don't want, a Black woman in her house, right, for whatever reason, that's an issue. And she should be, and when the Karens, the barbecue Karens sit there and call on Black people having barbecues, ain't bothering nobody just because it bothers her that we're outside. It's the same thing that the queer community is going through, but we're going through it within our own community. And I don't know what the Spanish girls are doing, or like what all the other, other. That's none of our business. Let's be clear. Our business is our own business, and we
Yep.
should not be infighting at all. At all. It does
I
not
was.
benefit us at all.
Can I say something, please?
Yes,
Because
sweetheart.
and I did not mean to offend you, because I'm
You
the
didn't.
one who brought up the with the uterus thing, and I noticed that you said that. So please understand, when I'm speaking, I'm just speaking to give perspective to everyone. I'm not trying to offend anybody. Okay,
Mhm.
so I apologize to you if I did, but I was not trying to offend you.
It
That's
that's
just
that's
just
love. When you can
perspective.
apologize to people, that's a lot of love right there. And all we all need to do is just remember that we're all human beings, and being nice, being polite, that's all we want when we go outside.
That is respect. But I have a question now. If
Yes,
she had
ma'am.
never popped up on this damn uh uh conversation, would you have felt sorry, or would you have continued to feel the way you feel with your medical terms? But anyway,
Um,
please continue, because we want to hear from you. You
what was the
being
question? I'm
the
sorry, I
very
missed it.
type of person or being that's going through this very thing. Only you
Mhm.
can really shed light on this in a sincere way. So please continue.
Well, I am just an individual, right? As a trans woman, the thing that I know for a fact is I'm only one person, right? And so when these conversations happen, it may not hurt my feelings so much because I am already I'm a grown, fully realized individual, and so there's really nobody could knock me off my soapbox, right? But in the same breath, we know that it's not just about me. I look at it as the divisiveness of these conversations. Not that any of you guys are being divisive. Let me make that clear. I'm just saying that the conversation of distinctions and all these things within our community, when we know that on the fact sheet, we don't run nothing. When the money ain't in our name, none of this land is in any of our names. The medical terms, these books, who wrote that book? Because there's not nobody on our block, right? And so we're arguing, and I want to be, I'm not trying to be facetious, but this is the English language. Are we all clear about this, right? It's not our language. We're arguing about cisgender and these specific word terms, but we don't, us as Black Americans, us as Black people in on this side of the hemisphere, we don't have control over any of this, right? First of all, Black trans people did not come up with the term trans nor cis. We do not control the black and white ink that goes on these books. The issue is that the Republicans or conservative people or people who believe that there's nothing to change and that the world is just, we don't know what's at the bottom of the ocean, but everybody knows that male and female is that's it. Does that even make any sense? This whole world is unknown to us, and we need to stop having this human hubris that we got the answers to everything, because we do not. When someone you see in your real life comes to you and says, "Hi, my name is this," and you say, "Oh, hello, nice to meet you," that's it. That's all it really is.
And I hope that punched y'all medical ass or goddamn
It's
you
true. It's
nursing
like we
ass
are
motherfuckers
and
in the
also
face.
for
Like,
Black
for
people
real.
too. We have to remember
What the
that.
hell? What trumps respect?
And
Please.
also you have to
Somebody.
remember
What trumps respect? All your nursing degrees and your educational speaking and your scientific terms. What trumps respect?
well,
Damn.
no, you're
Understanding,
Now,
taking the time to care enough
shut
to
the fuck
listen
up.
and not just talk to respond. All those things to me
yes,
are
and
Can I say
equal to
something?
respect, because you
yes,
can't
please.
have
Oh
respect
Because
if
no,
you're
I'm
not
nah,
so
nah,
willing to do
y'all.
all of
Both
thank
of
you
those.
y'all
so much
talking
for letting
over.
me
Nah,
speak,
let's talk
everyone.
about the medical terms versus to someone who's living this life, who is telling you it's not about that. But y'all get on this platform and go to holler about, oh, I got this. I'm a nurse. I know. Oh, if you look up, it specifically says, nigga, fuck that.
No,
What
no, no, no,
trumps
no, no, no.
respect at the
Well, let
end of
me.
the day?
Yes, ma'am. But let me say this.
But is it
That the
respect?
yeah, and
Is what you're doing respectful? Like you're not even you're saying that you're listening, but you're not listening to her. Obviously, you're not, because you're
Oh, I'm
doing exactly
listening.
what she's talking about.
I'm listening, and I'm gonna let her continue.
there is there
Just
is
like I
a
know you is, because you ain't really proved the point at all. Now you trying to deflect.
wait. Well,
But
let's not.
okay,
I don't want
please
us to. I
continue,
don't
ma'am.
want us to go off to something else because we would do. Everybody is
We're not.
incredible
I
right
ignore
now. I
ignorance.
will.
I don't go back and forth with somebody who don't have basic
Ignore me.
comprehension. So you're good, love.
No, yeah. I don't prove my point, so you already know I got my chest stuck out.
Everybody,
Go
we're
ahead
doing
and
it.
finish what you're saying because it's
Continue,
important.
ma'am.
We do have to be accountable to
Continue,
society.
ma'am. Not the scientific lady over here with
But
the medical terms and
I do
such.
want to say in respect
Continue,
to the
ma'am,
shot.
please.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yes, we were waiting on you. Sorry.
Oh, I
And
apologize.
can I speak after you, sis?
Yes, absolutely. I just want to say that the medical terminology is important because education is important. We do need to know what these words mean and why they're being used, but also the idea of being offended by some of these things is a little nonsensical because at the end of the day, learning about the words still doesn't mean you have control over the words, right? None of us can tell the government tomorrow, oh well, just remove cisgender from my hospital, and they're not doing that. So we have to be cognizant of what all these terminologies mean, but at the same time, remember that the 200 years ago, black men and black women weren't even considered human beings. So while we're fighting, while we are allowing ourselves to argue about medical terms this or I don't want to be called that, and we have to remember we're infighting while we're in someone else's house. We are stolen, y'all. They took us. So why are we coalescing to anything that they just want? This benefits them. Let's just be clear. This us arguing, not arguing or having a adverse reactions to each other only benefits Uncle Sam and Sally Mae. Period. Period. Because when we go to the voting boxes, because that's what they're thinking about, black women who feel slighted by the LGBT community because they don't like the terms and things like that, they know that the Democrats petition for these kinds of rights. The Democrats fight for not only queer rights, but for black and brown rights for just about all of us. And they have their own issues. But we know who doesn't fight for us, right? But if you feel like, oh, well, the Democrats are going to give the trans people they're going to let the trans people call themselves women. I'm not voting for them. I'm going to vote for a Republican. And then we're going to have Donald Trump all over again, y'all. And please don't give me Donald Trump again. Please. That is not what we need, because that's what these conversations only benefit the people that have the control to do these things. They're changing the education system in Florida so that black people were out, like we were slaves, but we benefited from that. It's nonsense. But look at who they're targeting. They're targeting LGBT. They're targeting the black community, and nobody's getting paid. The living wage, there is no living wage. These conversations amongst ourselves are just divisive like this. If it was just us, if we're just having this conversation to learn, right, and to grow as a community, because that's what we should be doing, because we are shout out to Reckless, because I'm sure that, I don't know if you're a black man, you sound like one, but I don't want to put that on you like that. But I want to say, thank you, baby. But to that point, right? We need, and even conscious, we need all of us having a conversation and learn. The Gullah Geechee people, how they tell stories and they speak through their languages, and they teach their children about what the Gullah Geechee life is and what that history is like. We need barbecues, y'all. We need to start having communion with each other that doesn't revolve just around the church.
But can I say something?
I'm going to stop talking now. Thank you guys so much, but I'm listening. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
I asked to speak after her, please.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right.
What my question is, how can you do that when we as a people can't even, somebody's mad at the other person or they're jealous of the other person? We first have to literally have a good conversation without fighting and arguing or being upset because the person has an opinion.
Yes,
that's the whole point. How can we coexist and have, a collective or get anything done in the world if we so busy fighting and arguing about an opinion that doesn't even matter. We all
Yes,
matter
ma'am.
in this world. That's what I'm saying.
Do
Yes,
y'all
ma'am.
mind if I answer this?
Yes,
Hey,
please.
hey, after you answer
Okay.
this, can I
Now
please
when let
speak?
me ask you a question. When you say that, do you mean in the community that we talking about, LGBTQ community, or just in general?
You talking about me?
Miss
Okay.
Rashonda, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm talking about in general because
In
we,
general.
in general.
Okay.
So that means
Okay.
transgender, women. So we can all, because we have to work. I'm being real with y'all. We all
If I
have to.
can just now, I'm not perfect. I'm not perfect,
I
right? I
understand
just
that, but
I
what
want to
I'm
make this
saying
clear.
is
Now I'm
we
gonna
we
answer your question. I'm that's how I'm starting off. I'm not
okay.
perfect. I'm a woman who has been through hell and high waters, but guess what? So has everybody else. So how we start by learning from experience, and always. I don't know if you ever heard this term, Miss Rashonda, but especially to you, it's not the fall; it's how you get up that counts. You
Mm-hmm.
understand what I'm saying? You can
Mm-hmm.
start by not being a statistic. And what I
Mm-hmm.
mean by that is being the typical black person, or however they chose to relay us, or you know what I'm saying, label us as. You understand what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying? Don't
Mm-hmm.
make yourself that. And
Mm-hmm.
whatever's going on in your life, just you know what I'm saying, get up and keep moving because we all go through something. But the difference between you and the next person or the successful person is just the fact that when they went through it, they remember that, hey, this ain't the end of the world for me. Like, you know what I'm
Right.
saying? And you keep
Mm-hmm.
pushing. And that's to everybody. So that's speaking in general.
All right, can I speak?
Gotcha.
Okay, is my mic on?
Yes, go
Mm-hmm.
ahead.
We can hear you.
Okay. All right. Good morning, everybody. I just woke
Come
up like
on.
20, 30
Good
minutes
morning.
ago, first off. So it's 5 o'clock over here. And before I speak, I just want to remind people that I am into philosophy and I'm a philosopher. So I'm very into like scientific terms and technical terms because I feel like it is used as a way to, as an adjective or a description. So any trans person on this panel, I do not mean to offend you, but I am a philosopher. So some of my questions and some of my statements is just to show that sometimes we do have biases. So I want to start off by saying this. I was listening and I heard a few different women on here say it's all about respect, right? That we supposed to respect each other. I'm a type of person, this is the way I personally was raised. If someone tells me that a word is offensive, I feel like it's not the other person to tell them that they should not be offended, if that makes sense. Especially if there's more
Mm-hmm.
than one woman saying it, or cis women or biological women saying it as a collective. It's not a small group of women who are disagreeing with this word cis that they find it offensive. So I feel like sometimes when I hear trans people or whatever say that, oh well, you shouldn't be offended or it's not an offensive word, you cannot tell them that if that's the way they respond to it. Just like when a trans person, I had a trans person once told me they don't like to be called that. Do you think I sat up there and argue with that person and said, well, I'm going to call you that because I need to know what type of woman you? No, I
Mm-hmm.
asked them, what do you want me to call you? Because I do not want to offend you now that you let me know that the word is offensive to you. So I think sometimes we need
Well,
to
there's
take
a.
that. I think
Mhm.
sometimes we need to take that in consideration. And again, I made this comment before on Conscious Show. I'm a lesbian woman. I I identify as a woman. My pronouns are she, her, and all that, right? And I told Conscious the reason why I identify as that way is specifically on my anatomy alone, because I understand the word woman and what it means. It just means a man, man, who has a womb. That's why they put the WO in the beginning.
Let's
I
That
can
was
go.
the etymology.
Let's
honestly,
go.
and please
Mm-hmm.
hold on. I didn't
Hey,
interrupt nobody. Honestly, I really feel like we technically do not need the word cis in front of the woman, because y'all said y'all want to identify the type of woman it is. The word woman
yes.
alone stands alone, tells you what type of man it
Thank
is,
you.
or woman. But if
Okay.
you
Well,
want,
you
but
actually hit on the.
hold
Go
on, let
ahead.
me finish. Please let me finish. I do
I
not interrupt
apologize.
people.
Mm-hmm.
So again, I asked a trans person because I told her, look, I am a woman. I identify a woman because of my anatomy. Can you explain to me? Because I was asking to learn, not to push back or degrade her, but to learn her experiences. I asked her, what does it feel? I asked her, why does she think she's a woman? She said because she feels like she's in the wrong body or the wrong gender. I said, so you say you feel that way? She said, yes. I said, okay, how does it feel to be a woman? Because I'm watching you and you're mimicking a behavior of a feminine woman. You have nails done, your makeup, boobs, and all that stuff. Like, she was a very girly, if that makes sense. Because I told her that I'm a woman, but I am more in tune with what they would consider masculine behavior, because I dress like a guy. I'd rather put on clothes that are assigned to men that are assigned to women. But that does not change my identification when I walk around in society. If somebody, all the time when somebody mistaking me as a man, I always say, they be like, well, sir, I be like, I'm actually a woman. I actually correct them every time to let them know, like, look, all women don't look like nails, hair, or whatever. We wear different forms of clothing based off our comfortability. So my question to the two trans people on this panel, and I just want you to know, number one, I want to say this, I love you, but I feel like sometimes y'all can be bullies a little bit when it comes down to women or cisgender women, because women in a collective are telling y'all that this word is offensive to them, and some of y'all are telling them they should not be offended when they're saying that I'm calling myself a woman because of my anatomy and the experiences that go along with that anatomy.
Mm-hmm. Well, to your point about you identifying yourself as a woman based on your anatomy, that is a decision that you as an individual have been able to make, and you don't feel like there's anything for you to particularly disagree with, right? And I say this to a lot of people when it comes to this conversation about gender identity and expressing things and feelings and stuff. Things are relevant, but at the same time, it's not. There is an education, like, so you mentioned you were a philosopher, so you know that that philosophy doesn't actually attribute Black lives at all, right? Like, that's not a part of it. It's mostly Freudian, Jungian. All these people speak from a European standpoint, right? That's the question.
Well, a philosopher just means somebody who has a love for knowledge. So I'm
Right,
very knowledgeable, and I even try to be knowledgeable with psychological issues that we have as human beings. Like, I'm really into science, math, astrology, and the human mind. So that's why I feel like when I said, because I seen somebody said something in the chat about bullying. And to me, as a philosopher, I'm honestly saying that is a form of bullying. Because, sis, if you tell me right now that you don't want to be called trans, you think I'm gonna continue to call you that and tell you why you should accept that term? If you tell me out your mouth that it's offensive, I would never call you that, because I don't want to offend you.
We're having a one-to-one conversation, right? And as between individuals, that is completely understandable. I don't think that's not in my opinion, I don't think that's really the issue. I don't think that when you see someone in person
that's definitely the issue. Look at the conversation that we have now. That's proof right there
this
that
is the
there's
internet. I've never in my real life.
How many women on this panel, how many cis women or biological women on this panel told y'all they do not want to be called that word? This is
we heard people say that. But my question is,
there's so many women on the internet. There are so many women on the internet telling y'all that they find this word offensive. And we're having discussion right now to tell those women why they should not be offended. And there's nothing wrong with the word.
People not to be offended. What I'm saying is that
I am.
Okay.
I am. Because it's a medical term, and the thing about it is that in any other aspect in life, there's never pushback in any other medical terms.
And that's my point. That's exactly my point.
And then not only that, it's a medical term that reaffirms your experiences, and it also validates your womanhood. It's not a slur. And then people try to conflate and try to misrepresent the prefix of cis as if I call you the F word. Well, cis is not a slur. The F word is a slur. Like, that's and so people purposefully, I'm going to be honest and say it, people purposely misrepresent the prefix of cis, because on one end they say they don't understand what cis means, and then on the other end they say it's a slur. So which one is it? How can you be able to make a claim and say something's a slur if you don't know what it is?
I mean, could it be
That's what
both?
I said.
And
Education should be at the top of this
could
whole
it
thing.
be both? Could it be
Exactly.
both? Could it be also be both?
I don't.
Because you said,
No,
hold
it's not.
on.
Go
Y'all
ahead, baby.
said it's a scientific word, right? So
Mhm.
what year in the dictionary can you show me, or what if you use a medical book, can you show me what year was that word cis now applied to identify the difference between a trans woman and a biological woman, a cis woman?
I think they
Because
said that
that's
earlier,
what
like
I'm trying
90,
to
1994.
like
show.
90.
1994.
Yeah,
So in
it's
Yeah.
19
really.
so in
Like
1994, hold on, because it's proving my point. So in 1994, somebody added a medical term called cis, right?
No,
Mm-hmm.
not cis, not cis. Cisgendered. It's a full
Okay,
Cisgender.
word.
so but where did the word SIS, the
No, C
prefix?
it's no
I
it's
mean,
CIS.
I'm
It's
sorry,
CIS.
But no,
CIS. I misspoke.
I'm just stay there. Stay there with the SIS because I think
No. The
that's
word
the actual
because I
issue. I
misspoke,
think that
sis.
people
I
think
misspoke.
SIS
I
is
was talking about
synonymous
the
with sissy,
CIS.
and so it's like a word. Go ahead, babe.
No, okay, so what Neo X was saying is that she misspoke. So what Neo X was
She's
referring
asking
to
about
was
the
the
prefix
CIS.
cis.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
So
You're asking about the prefix cis,
yeah.
but the cis, yes, you're correct. That existed long before cisgender. But cis is the prefix that existed in Latin terms.
so
It is
when
indicative of something, hence the reason it goes in front of gender.
okay,
It-
so the word
I
so
mean, I remember people
somebody
used to
can
argue about being called heterosexual. I remember that was an issue at one point because people were recognizing
but
homosexuality. There was an issue with just straight people being like, "Well, don't call me heterosexual," because
right,
that this
and
this
that was
and
recent.
that's
That
the
wasn't
thing
that
too.
long ago.
And that's the
That
whole
wasn't that
point.
long
But
ago.
these conversations are not new, and that's why I say they're divisive because they work in cycles to separate them, right?
the
Correct.
reason
And
why is
Yeah.
And
divisive
I want to
because
ask you though, with the pit bull as your picture, I want to ask, in what context are you speaking? Because the example you gave and what you said prior to your example, it all came down to like you were comparing one-on-one conversations with a group
right,
identification.
right.
Like it's one thing for you to be speaking about your friend that was on the sofa, you guys having this
right,
conversation and you ask how you want to be identified. It's a whole nother when the implication is that this word is something that anybody is using in their day-to-day life. Not only are straight people, not using it, not only are gay people not using it, not only are trans people not using it, not only nobody is saying cisgender in a day-to-day conversation
Oh
or
yes, they are.
identifying
Even
anyone
though
in
the
that way, which
mhm,
is why we never debated that somebody should be offended if out of nowhere someone just says cisgender to you, because it would be offensive if out of nowhere in front of a group of people you walk up and announce that somebody's transgender. Like you just wouldn't,
mhm,
because there's no reason. It's an unnecessary use of the term. That is something that is
right,
discussed for private reasons, or in moments like that, like this, where we're on a panel having discussions about that specific topic.
right.
Which one are you referring to?
Okay,
Because it seemed like you're referring to
again,
one-on-one.
no, again, I'm just calling things how it is. I literally mentioned the reason why we having this conversation right now, because biological
Oh,
women or cis women are in the collective.
I'm
That means
sorry.
majority of women feel like this word is offensive, and
No,
right
but that's
now
the
it's
whole
That's what
point.
trending
I'm
It's the
asking you.
okay.
Offensive in what forum is what
Because
I'm
to
asking
one,
you.
okay, and the reason why I think, and I can't speak for every woman who finds the word offensive.
but
Me
you did
person,
say that it's the majority, so you might as well.
no, okay, well, I guess if you want me to do that, that's fine. Because again, the word woman is based off a person's anatomy and not their feelings.
Mm-hmm.
I don't say I'm a woman because I feel like a woman. Like I'm literally telling y'all I'm a woman who wear men's clothes, and I still identify as a woman because of my anatomy. The word
Mm-hmm.
woman is based off a man that has a womb or not. I heard conscious say, I mean not conscious, reckless say, because you don't want to be there no confusion on what type of woman that you're identifying. And I said, what type of woman, when you say the word woman, a man with a womb. So the word cis don't even need to be needed. There's the word
Wait, are you
woman,
saying
and
that
hold on,
women
So
are
what do
men
you? So what?
There,
So what word are you saying we should be calling trans people, trans
I
women, and
don't.
trans men?
I feel like whatever word society, because that's how words work, right? We have slang and terms of all that. As a word that
No,
we
no, it's
eventually
just
listen,
Well,
bro.
let her
Can you
get it out.
finish?
like
Let her get it
I
out.
all this,
cannot
like
answer
the
your question if you
philosophy and
interrupt
all that
me.
Yeah,
stuff
let her
that
I
get it
they're.
out,
cannot give
please.
you a complete
But
answer if you
listen,
interrupt me.
I'm sorry, but the
Okay, so
thing
this
is,
is my point right here. This even show you that this is a sensitive topic too, because we can't even have decorum while we have the conversation.
Well,
and
I
the
was
sad
the
thing
one to ask
about
the
it is,
question
it's
though.
not
Okay, well, I was
all this
trying to answer, but then I
scientific
heard
views
two,
and
three people, and I'm the
philosophy
type
and
of
all
person
that
when
stuff
someone
right there.
speaks to me, I try
It's
to
not
listen to
even
what
that
they're
deep.
saying.
Well, I'm
It's
listening.
really just ABC.
It's not really ABC because
If you do, you
it's not a
respect me
Wait,
enough
okay,
to
complication.
honor
wait.
my
It's
decision.
not complicated on what a woman is. It's a man under the umbrella of man who has a womb. That's not complicated at all. Where the
But
complication
I
starts
don't
to
know if
happen,
many, I don't know if
where the
many straight women.
complication when the
Mhm.
complication starts to happen is now that we're having discussions on where to
Okay, so
identify the
question to the
type of woman we're
philosopher,
talking about,
because
right?
what they're saying, what the
And,
point,
and that's why I asked you. What? So
and
what are you suggesting
I'm
to call
sorry, Mr.
someone?
I
Benjamin.
don't suggest anything because words come up like this. Somebody comes up with a word, people choose if they find that word acceptable or not. Like, for example, African American versus the word black. Are there not, is it the same thing or not? In
It
American, I'm
wasn't
talking
always
about
the
in
same.
America,
That's
since
But
we're Americans.
that's not a fair
It,
comparison because you're
no.
Why?
talking about it. You're talking about how a group wants to identify the exact
Wait,
same.
but no, it
No, no, no. You're
actually
talking about
is.
how an
It
exact
actually
same.
is if you
Let
look
me
at,
finish what I'm
because
saying. You're asking about the
the point
exact
that
same group.
y'all
How they.
the point
I
I'm
the
going
don't
to
know
point
if
that
finish
y'all
what
can
I'm
hear me
saying.
because I
What you're
can't hear when two
asking,
people are talking.
what you asked was, is it African American and black? That's not an equal comparison because you're literally talking about the exact same group trying to figure out a new name for themselves. This is
Uh,
a group. This is a separate group that is
okay, but hold
now
on.
open. That is now publicly being identified.
What about the
And you're
term
saying
nigger?
that it's about people. The
What
words
about the
come up because
term
people
nigger?
suggest it. They
Because that's
suggested a word.
also in
Trans
the,
people
you
have
know,
picked
it,
a
it,
word
it
for
point
goes
being
themselves.
right
give you
down
the
in the
example,
dictionary
sisters, to
too.
show you that
What
words
about the
change over
term nigger?
time because people find
But
those words to be offensive.
Hold on,
That's what I
words
I
mean.
just
change
That's
over
But
time
that word
because
is a slur. Like you're not
who
even
what word is
go
now
ahead.
watch this.
hold
What
on,
I'm
word
wait,
is a
sorry.
hold
slur?
What's your name with the pit bull?
Neo. This Neo
Nia.
is. But
Okay.
what word I just said that was a slur?
Not you, Jess or whoever that was talking.
Jewel. Yeah.
Jewel.
Whoever
She
she
Yeah.
said
is.
the
So, but
N word
go
She
ahead,
with
made
the
it
Neo.
seem
ER.
like
Explain what you were
they were
saying.
making it seem like the
Because look,
reason I said
but
that,
here you go.
ma'am,
Because
is
before they was calling us nigger, remember when they brought our black asses over here, they was calling us niggers. Then they went from niggers to Negroes. Then we went from Negroes to colors. Now we African
right. So
American.
if
What I'm
we
trying to
base it
say,
Wait,
on
wait,
as
wait.
our
society
terms of
change,
what's
wait, let
going
as
her
on
get
in
it
the
society
out,
Oh
please,
my
because
change,
God.
we didn't
Okay,
get
hold
that
on.
to
I'm about to
her.
go. Hold up, because what we about to get some order in here. Neil X was talking. Everybody else mute, please. Neil X, continue, please.
okay, again, like I said, when they first brought us over here, what was the word nigger? Then they went from niggers to Negroes, and then Negroes to color, then colored to African American. Now some people don't want to be identified as African American because there's a fight right now amongst the Black Americans in America if they are indigenous to this land, are they from Africa, are they Israelites? So now a lot of Black people don't even use the word African American. Now they just refer to Black American. So that's what I'm saying. As society change, words change just so people can it can so the word can be acceptable as a collective. And I'm simply saying that I feel like the word sis, even though I don't find it offensive because I'm not that sensitive, but I also understand the women who do find it offensive if they're saying like, hey, this word is, we feel like it's taken away from our experiences as of being a woman based off our anatomy alone. Like that's what we said. That's where I think sometimes with trans people, y'all kind of neglect that because I don't care what nobody say. If I could choose to deal with my issues as a woman for as a womb, having a womb or not, I would snap my fingers and get rid of it instantly because I had to have major surgery because of my womb. A woman's womb put her through a lot. That's the reason why she had the most medical complications compared to a biological man or a cis man. So that's
Let's
what we're
go.
trying to tell you, that women find this word offensive. And also I ask trans people to also take in consideration that women also want to feel safe in certain situations because we are oppressed by men. I even told y'all the story where I was sexually harassed by a transgender woman to the point that even when I told her to stop, her response, she became aggressive, and she started responding to me how a typical male would act when they are rejected. And when I went to bed that night and had to sleep with that knife next to me, I didn't care about her feelings of what she was identifying. In my mind, when I was trying to think, can I protect myself or not? I knew that I was going to have to fight a person that is biologically stronger than me, who can overpower me. So I had to have a weapon to up the ante to protect myself. So I think that's where I think when we dismiss biological women issues or stuff like that, I think that's where the offense come from, y'all. We're not saying that y'all cannot call yourself a woman or trans women, or we gatekeep the womanhood. We're not saying that at all. We're saying you can't dismiss our experiences and call us words that we don't want to be called by. Because woman is good enough. Woman is good enough. You don't need the sis.
So, but all of this is a conflation of issues. Once again, even that example is not in alignment with what we're talking about here. And I really feel like two things are important. One, we need to clarify that that whole, what sparked all this conversation that's been happening across the internet is that whole statement about gatekeeping, like you just said, you brought it up, the gatekeeping and the gatekeeping of periods. Firstly, that conversation was not about trans women. That was about trans men, because trans men were born as women. So they still have the womb that you keep speaking of. The difference is they don't identify as a woman, as you say. So that's right. They do not. They may be cisgender women, but they are trans men. But they still have the ability to reproduce. That is what she was speaking on. Was trans men, not trans women. Trans women are not trying to co-opt a period by any stretch of the imagination. The other thing.
And also, and also intersex people and non-binary people.
Yeah, correct.
And that's for one. The video, the snippet was taken out of context. It was taken out of context because there was another person, a biological cisgender person, whatever you want to go by, that through their periods as a way to be able to disqualify the trans individual's womanhood. And as a response, the trans person said, first and foremost, you cannot gatekeep womanhood, for one, because trans women are women, and you can't gatekeep periods because trans men do have periods. Since everybody wants to talk about the anatomy and stuff with their bodies, despite what they identify as, and also intersex people do exist. But not only that, you have non-binary people that do exist as well. And so what people didn't realize, only because it was, for one, the video was taken out of context, and then on top of it, you only got half of the information, and then on top of it, for people who aren't nuanced in the conversation or education, etc., or language, for surface level, it comes off because the language now, like that's the reason why I said earlier, the language back in the day did not take into account the different shades of humanity and the nuance and complexities of humanity. But what people didn't realize is that that trans person in that video was speaking extremely inclusive and taking into account the other complexities of humanity does exist.
But trans women, hold on, but trans women are not women. Trans women fall under the umbrella of womanhood.
But see, that's
what they were talking about was womanhood. But that was the word that was used, womanhood.
See how y'all ready to jump down my throat because you found that offensive, right?
No, I didn't find it offensive at all. I'm just telling you that they said womanhood.
I didn't even finish the statement, and two people who lack decorum keep interrupting me. Now, literally, just all I said was, okay.
Well, I was actually still talking, and Reckless said he wanted to add on to what I was saying.
Pause. So I'm not, my bad if I interrupt you, but I heard, the last voice I heard was Reckless. But
Reckless said he wanted to add on to me.
Trans women are not women. They go under the umbrella of womanhood because the word woman just means a man who has a womb. Trans women do not have a womb.
You're way too tethered to the word woman. You're way too tethered to these words. That's the root problem. These words are not real. These words are not real. These words are not real.
Let me just say,
the air is not air. We call it air. The water, the chairs that we're sitting on are not actually chairs. We call them chairs because everything that we speak as human beings, we need to communicate with each other so we don't end up killing ourselves and each other.
A chair is called a chair based off its functionality, and when you use the word chair, you know that
pants are pants in America. Lapis
But
But see that,
That's a whole
chair,
nother
hold
language.
on.
a chair is
Let me
not a
say
beanbag,
something,
right?
please.
Hold on, a chair is not a beanbag, but you use the word chair to
But you
describe its
sit in all those
functionality,
things. The whole
right?
But
point is that we're using these things to describe things, and we have to understand that just because we're able to describe them does
But
not
you
make
have to
that
describe.
when they're not the natural things of order. I
But
bet
you
you a
have to
dog does not
describe.
think he's
But you have
a
to
dog doesn't
describe
think he's
So,
a
things
so
dog,
based
what
does
do
off
you
their
he?
mean by that?
functionality. That's
Like,
Do
but
why I
dogs think
say.
they're
elaborate.
dogs?
What do you
but
mean by that?
Do
No,
cats
but
but you
call
have
themselves
to.
cats?
Well,
You
hold
When
on.
the,
we hear
you
cat
can't
meow, why don't we just say
minimize.
Hold on.
meow meow?
Okay,
The
hold
Like,
on. I'm sorry.
can
I'm
I
talking
say
to the
something,
one at the
please?
bottom here with
I
me
do want
because
to
you guys
acknowledge what
talking.
X said real quick. I just want you to know when you said womanhood, you're right about that. But that's what the video originally said. They didn't say you can't gatekeep being a woman. They said you couldn't gatekeep womanhood. So that actually was the exact word being used, was womanhood.
Let me tell
right.
y'all.
I never made a
Anyone
comment
on
about
this
what the TikToker
platform
said because I
who
knew that
who
was a clip. I
who
even
is
asked
a woman,
Reckless to
presents
send
herself
me that
as a
full
woman,
video
or
so I
so
can
on and
watch
so
it in
forth, right?
context.
Uh-huh.
We all know how hard it is being a woman, period. Being a woman, period. I don't care what it is that you go through in a day. If you get your period, you don't get your period, you have your babies, you don't have your babies. God damn it, you get up and do your hair, you don't do your hair. Being a woman, goddamn, period, is hard, point blank, in motherfucking period. So it's like time in life is so fucking short. And here we are sitting here arguing about terms rather than at the end of the day, because I'm sitting here honestly, y'all, and I don't mean no disrespect nobody on this platform, I promise you, it's all love at the end of the day. But just listening to y'all talk, and in my mind I'm just thinking it really all boils down to the same thing. Y'all can sit here until y'all face turn blue about what's going on in the books, what's going on in philosophy, what's going on in science, what's going on in nursing, but at the same time, at the end of the day, if I come encounter with anybody, I don't care the presence, if I introduce myself, like someone else said on this platform,
Oh my
and
gosh.
they come back at me, hey, that's not how I want you. They ain't got to worry
Oh my
about me
gosh.
addressing them no more as such.
Oh my
Like, that's
gosh.
it. But y'all be, oh, sis, and all that stuff. It's a
No,
whole lot of other words that
you're
would present
you
y'all
are
No,
with.
keep
complete.
But
coming
y'all
back
just
to
don't
Hold
even
on,
it.
prefer
hold
not to
up,
be called. So
hold
that
up.
means you gonna call me that just because
No,
it was
because
invented?
no, at this point, lace up. Because at this point, I feel like you're being intellectually dishonest about why you're
Huh?
really here. How many times we have to keep telling
Okay, let's
you?
lace up.
Yeah, lace
I
up.
ain't never been
Because right,
scared, boo. What's
you
up?
ain't please. Because I hope not. Because make sure you don't duck. Here's the
All right.
thing: is because right now you're being intellectually dishonest. Because
Now,
we've
who am I
made
speaking to?
you're speaking of reckless right beside you, bam, bam,
Okay.
right
All
here.
right.
So
Okay.
here's the thing: is that we keep telling you is that we understand what you're talking about in terms of respect, because on a one-to-one conversation, you're going to be having conversations with people, etc., and they may use cisgender. Let's just say that hypothetically, even though you already said from your experiences,
right,
it has never happened, but let's just say it does happen. Someone says cisgender to you, and then your response is don't call me that. Then it's up to them to respect it or not. That's all depends upon how they view respect. Now, in terms of this conversation, we keep saying, and we're gonna keep saying over and over and over and over and over and over and over, and I gotta keep saying like 45 different times because that's how many times we have to keep saying it in conversations like this for educational purposes. As a group, as a collective, people use the term cisgender. Now I do understand some people don't like the term cisgender, but also keep in mind a lot of women do like the term cisgender.
right.
So in groups and as a collective, especially when we're having the conversation surrounding gender and transgender, cisgender, intersex people, etc., non-binary, that's the only reason why this term cisgender would even come up and even be in
Hmm.
use. But in your regular everyday life, people are not going to be saying, "Oh, hey, Neo X," or "Hey, what you call it, y'all are you're cisgender." Hey, people don't
Right,
do that.
right.
Like people just
Nobody's
have
going, hey,
conversations. Yes,
non-binary,
Yes, like
Can I
nobody's
ask a
yes.
saying
question?
that.
Now, I will say this is that the education is important is because of this. How are you going to respect somebody if you're not educated on who
If you
they
don't
are?
understand what
If
they're
you don't
saying, right?
understand, yeah, if you don't know what you're saying, and that's the reason why, like, if you are, and I'm gonna try to change this word because I know this can be triggering for people. I'm about to say ignorant. If you're not well versed in certain conversations or certain
That's
discussions, out of not knowing, and at this point you cannot say that you do not know because you've been on this panel for how long?
2
For a couple
hours.
of hours, and it's been said over and over and over. So out of not knowing, a lot of people will say things that may come out of bounds or come off disrespectful, but it's simply because they do not know. But now the reason why I'm kind of with it with you, because now you're willfully trying to act like you don't know when you have been told over and over and over and over. We done said it in English, we done said it in Spanish, we done gave you in
Yeah.
French, we done gave you and got the
No one's going
we
to
done said it.
disrespect you in the real world.
Yes.
No one is
Okay,
going to
so
disrespect
Mr.
you.
Reckless, hold on. Mr.
Yes.
Reckless addressed me. He said the boot up. So that's what we doing. First of all, I'm not acting like anything. And I want you to know I'm not offended by anything that you said because in all honesty, I really don't understand. Now maybe there may be some type of blockage going on or whatever the case may be. But again, as I stated, we all draw back to the same thing. Y'all go into y'all books and y'all philosophy and this and that and the other. But we all draw back to the same thing, and that's just the level of respect that you have for a person. I know you tired of me talking about that, but here's the thing. You're talking about education and this, that, and so forth. Okay, what are we talking about? Because at the same time, are we
I have a, I
delaying
have
to
a, I have, a, I have an
just
answer to that.
Wait.
education or just
A
out of
lot of finish.
respect and courtesy for others in how they prefer to be portrayed or whatever the case may be? Because what I asked this young lady over here to the other side of me,
Mm-hmm.
what are they fighting for as a transgender? So you mean to tell me, and I really want this explained to me in an
Mm-hmm.
educational way so that I don't come across as ignorant, sir.
Mm-hmm.
What are you fighting for? Because it's just like, yeah,
We're
like what are you
fighting.
fighting
We're
for?
fighting
I don't
not
even
to
have to get
fight.
into detail with that.
We're
I'm sure
fighting.
you know
We're
what
fighting
I
so
what I
we
what I
for
mean when I
peace.
say that. What are you fighting for? Are you fighting to be called a woman, or to be relayed to
No,
as a woman,
we
or
don't
a
have.
transgender?
We don't have.
Because
We
you're
don't have.
already that.
But we
So
don't have the
what are you
power for
fighting
that.
for?
That's why I keep trying to. That's what I'm trying to make clear as a trans black woman. As a trans black woman, I could say that I want to call myself Princess Peach. The United States government doesn't give a damn. They don't.
We
They're
this
the
ain't
ones that
this
make.
ain't the
No,
government. We see now
wait.
he calling me ignorant, right? And I,
Who?
and I'm not okay. This is not the government. He said on this platform. So for his sake, for Mr. Reckless' sake,
Mm-hmm.
please tell me on this platform, exclude the government and all of them.
Mm-hmm.
What are you fighting for as an individual, as a transgender woman?
I'm
What
not
would you like
transgender.
to see happen? Do you want to be, are you fighting to be walking up the street and say, hey, I'm still going to call you transgender because it's in the books? Then now they've said this. Now you shouldn't be offended by this because it's
What
in the
is this
books now.
conversation? Who is
I don't
walking up
care
to people and just?
She's conflating.
like,
Yeah,
Well,
I
let me
just.
let me
I'm
let
not.
me
I want to know
let
what you're
me
fighting
okay,
for.
let me try and add
The
clarification
fight.
because I have a question. Let me try and add clarification.
Okay.
And I believe this is what she's asking. Okay. And
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to offend anybody. And I don't know if this just goes to the trans people. It might also go to the gay community in regards to women. What does it feel? How, what does it feel like to be a woman? Or
Thank
what does it
you.
mean to you
I'm
when
gonna
I
Thank
I'm
you.
gonna
say
answer that. I'm gonna answer
you're a
the question.
woman?
As a trans black woman, I'm going to answer the question of what it feels like to be a woman. It is absolutely none of your business. The same way as a woman, it's not anybody's business how you medically to the philosopher. I can't remember the
Now,
name at the
Mr.
moment.
Reckless, did
But
I not say that earlier?
Hold on, let me get
Did
it
I
out.
not say that
But
earlier?
but you're
Say
saying you
what?
identify as
He
a
trying not to
woman,
call
so
me
why is it
ignorant, but
not
did
our
I not say that
business?
earlier?
Because
Say what?
If I walk
Hold
into
up.
a platform or any area or whatever with my friend, is it anybody else's business that she is transgender or woman or whatever the case? Did I
But
not
you
say
have
that
to
earlier, y'all?
understand that when I go to
I
the
didn't call
doctor,
you. Hold up.
when
Wait,
I
wait.
go to the doc, wait. Can I just get
Mhm.
this out? Because so
Yeah.
we understand how a trans woman goes to a doctor. So you also understand that why this
Mhm.
medical terminology is important. When I go to a doctor, and this is me, if I show y'all a picture of me, I promise you, it's gonna be like, oh, hello, young lady. It's no one. I am no one, right? When I go to the doctor, I have to say to them, no, I am a trans woman. If it's not my primary care doctor, I have to make it clear. Because if I don't, I end up at the OBGYN with my legs up in a stirrup for no reason.
Or
Do you understand?
also there's particular medication that will respond based off of your biology.
Right.
Your
So thank you, ma'am. I don't mean to cut you off, but I want to
I
just
just wanted to clear that it's more than what's between our legs. That's why I
yes.
think that sometimes y'all run to that, but we also saying it's more to that, the
Oh,
biological
what?
chemistry.
No. I was
What?
asking, my question is specific to identity. You want us to respect your identity choice. So I'm asking you, what
What
does
we're
it
trying to
mean
tell you
to
is that we don't
identify
have
as
to,
a woman?
as a Black
Yes.
trans woman, I don't have control over the identifier that you're gonna call. I didn't have a choice over the trans word.
What?
I didn't
So
get
what?
to
No,
So
I'm
choose
what?
to
saying
be.
What?
we're talking about
What
the
should
word
happen?
woman. I'm asking you
But the word
specifically
woman
why.
is not something that none of us have control over. Only white women have control over who's gonna be a woman or not. Y'all
Oh,
do
come on.
Okay, I'm
understand that
Come
confused
on.
this
now.
this in
I'm
this
confused.
because you're because we think that
She's
this internal conversation is the world, and it's not. This
what
internal
she?
I
conversation is
don't get what
not.
you're trying to get her to identify, though. That's what I'm confused about. Like, if she says she's a Black trans woman, so what?
No,
She's
she
told you
asked her
how she
what.
identifies.
No.
I
Y'all
didn't
can't
ask
do
her
that. Y'all can't
what
do
she
that. She
refer as.
specifically
I
asked her
asked her
what it
what is she
feels like to be
fighting
a
for
woman.
But
as a
but
trans
the
No,
woman.
feeling
no,
of
the
it.
woman up top. The woman up top,
Oh,
not
okay.
the
I'm
one
sorry.
down.
I'm so sorry.
But
Go
the
No,
ahead.
thing,
I'm specifically asking about identity. If we are talking about identity and you're saying that you are identifying as a woman, my question is, what does it mean when you use
I
the word
don't need
woman? How does it
people
feel to
as a
be a
woman. You
woman?
don't need a litmus test. Just like a woman who cannot give birth, whose birth canal may be obscure. All these factors. I don't. No one needs a litmus test to be a woman.
But,
That's what we're
but,
trying
but
to get people to understand. It's the
But I
only
really
thing that
want you to answer your own. I would like to hear her answer her own question because I am a Black cisgender gay woman, okay? And I can't even answer that question. Like, what does it mean to you to be a woman? What do you feel
yeah.
like? What
What
does
is that
woman feel like to
feeling?
you?
Because it's
I'm
yeah.
born a woman, so I don't have to
But
feel
that's not your feel.
anything.
We asking
So
how you
that's
exactly.
No,
feel.
not
How
my
does it
but
feel to be a
that's
question.
not
woman?
true though because
But
you're saying it as if you're comparing because woman should be a feeling. So what is the feeling you
Right.
have? Because
Women
I
is
What
don't
is the
have
not
a way to
you're
feeling?
describe.
being
identifying
a
as
woman is not
something
a
that
feeling,
you're
y'all.
saying
That's the
you
point
weren't
she's
No,
born
making.
as.
it's the culture that's the because
Right.
the woman is talking about the culture. That's the reason why a lot of the times when you have a son, the dads want to raise the son and show them the culture of being quote unquote
Mm-hmm.
a man. Same thing goes for the mother. The mother wants the daughter by her side because it's the culture that's
Mm-hmm.
associated with what womanhood is. Now
No,
here's
baby.
but here's the thing that gets me because in these conversations, whenever trans people enter the conversation, people always want to vert back to their biology.
Because
Okay,
that's what the
cool.
word is
What?
based
What?
off of, baby.
Okay,
Come on.
no, that's cool or whatever. But then when men refer to your womanhood strictly as your biology, as you only giving birth,
Right.
as you only being a birth canal, as
Right.
you only being for nothing but a fucking vagina, aka a
Right.
pussy, all of a
Right.
sudden the response is,
I'm
I'm
more
more
than
than
that.
my vagina. My womanhood is
Right.
more than that. So my
But
question
the
to
moment
everyone,
that a trans woman comes into the space, go ahead, babe, I'm sorry. Mm-hmm.
So my question is, if the response is you're more than your vagina, what is it?
Okay, so Mr. Reckless, who said
Y'all
that?
can't do this. This the
Do
word
you
Wait,
see what's
woman.
happening?
The
no.
word
Who
woman
said
is
that?
based off
No,
specifically
no. I
off
want
an
him to stand on
anatomy.
that.
Y'all cannot
Ma'am,
Okay.
do that.
please,
The
please,
reason
please,
why
please,
there's a
please. Please
W-O
with
in
the
front of the
philosophy.
word
Oh
is
my
Please
God.
because
with the philosophy. Mr. Reckless,
Yes.
since you said that, I
Yes.
want you call out who said that.
Who
that
said
Whatever
was
it
what?
me.
is, stand on what you said. We booted up. Stand on
Yes.
what you just
I
who
most
said
definitely
that?
Neo. She's been saying it the whole time. Have you
What
not
she
been
said?
listening?
What did she say?
She
The
said
word
what I just said.
woman
The
is
woman
based
is
on
doing with the
anatomy.
womb, on the womb, aka the
Right.
uterus, aka the biology, aka your reproductive organs. She's been saying it the whole time.
Right.
Because
Okay,
it's
and what
true.
was your response to that?
My response is that whenever we talk about transgenderism and also womanhood and that whole conversation, the consensus is it's typically what people are saying, what Neo is saying is that my womanhood is based upon the reproductive organs, the uterus, my vagina, my breasts, etc. Because there's also experiences that come along with that along the way.
I only said womb. I only
But
said
That's
but
womb.
but
not
it's
that's not what
but
I
hold up.
asked though.
Wait,
But
let
That's
hold
him
up,
not
hold
what
up.
talk,
I
y'all.
asked.
Oh my
Hush,
gosh, hold
please,
up.
please, please, let
But
him talk.
even though she said womb, uterus is still experiences that come along with that quote unquote womanhood. Now, what I was referring to is that when men revert basically say that your womanhood is quote unquote your uterus, the response and the rebuttal and the response is I'm more than my vagina. I'm more than my uterus. My
Okay,
womanhood is more than that. And
okay.
so
So
that's
you
so
you
wait,
you
so
you
that right
told me
there
not
show
long
well, hold up,
ago.
hold up, hold up, hold up. So
Okay,
that right there shows a direct contradiction in the stance. So on
okay.
one
You
hand,
said
when
I'm more than
men
my
agree with you
vagina.
and
I'm
say,
more than my womanhood. Who said that on this platform? Because
"Oh
you
my God,"
told me
if
to
I
keep
say
it
it
on this
again,
platform, right?
if I say it again, Neo
Okay,
was saying it. She said, womb, man, uterus, biology, body parts. That's what Neo
Indeed.
X said. She said it.
Okay, Neil S can clarify what she said. I
please
said the
do.
word woman is a way to describe the type a man, because we
Yes, a
all are
man.
form a man. In the term scientific man.
Mm-hmm.
So to describe the type of man we are, we put the WO to say we are a man that has a womb.
Womb. Yes.
Right. So, and then I also said, because I want to go back to this cis thing when we get a chance, but I
Mm-hmm.
also said that I am a type of work person who do not say that trans women are women because they lack a womb. They go under the umbrella of womanhood, because most of them who transition, they don't transition and look like me and wear clothing like me. They choose the more feminine class that's
I look like
associated
you
to how
sometimes,
women. Hold
probably.
on, sis, stop, bro. I mean, I ain't saying bro. I ain't calling you bro. I'm just, that's how I talk.
That's
But
cool.
stop. Just don't listen. Let me finish what I have to say. I promise I'll let you speak. But I was saying that reason why I'm saying that is because the experiences that go along with, if a trans person, a person who's biologically born a male, decides to put on feminine clothing, and then they experience the oppression that happens when they identify as a feminine woman. But I'm saying I am a woman who dresses like a man, even though I don't identify as a male. I just wear clothing that is
So I
assigned
disagree
specifically
with that.
for
Okay, so we're
men.
talking about femininity. When a
Right.
woman, when a
Mm-hmm.
man is identifying as a woman, we're talking about femininity because that's
But
that's
no,
what I'm getting
sis,
at.
but this the point I'm trying to make. When they identify
It's a
as
little
a
more than
woman,
that, sis.
majority of them act feminine or that trait. They put on they get the boobs done. They get their boobs
Okay,
done. They get their hair and their nails. They're acting
okay.
like a feminine woman, not a woman. That's why when you asked her specifically, that's why I wanted her to answer that question, because I
But
asked that
she
same
didn't.
question.
Yeah,
What
she
does it
didn't.
feel like to be a woman? What is
Right.
that feeling? Because
Yeah,
we're
what is
saying
it?
that the word woman and man is not based off how an individual feel, but their anatomy. Because let's keep it real. If America passed a law tomorrow and says everyone has to take off their clothes, nobody's allowed to wear clothing anymore. Will we be able to identify what type of woman I am or whatever? You only gonna look at me what's on the out on my anatomy. That's a woman. She has a womb. That's a man. He does not
But
have
if
a
you,
womb.
I
He
disagree
lacks a
with that
womb.
because if you walk outside naked
So
and that just change your whole mind about who
I
you
think
are and
I
who
asked
you
a fair
refer,
question.
I
I
that's
just
think you
gonna
did.
be
did
looked at
too,
you
and I
sideways.
wanted her to answer it, but she said it was none of our
I
business,
disagree with
and we
that.
Yeah,
trying to
she
get
got offended,
understanding.
and I don't
No,
get
I'm
it.
not. No, I'm not offended. No, I'm not offended.
Yes, you got
That's a no.
offended,
That's a valid answer because nobody,
but it's
because as much
not.
it is, because we're not understanding that just because we say
It's
trans
many
people
things at work
women,
right here.
huh?
Also, I said it's many things at work here. For
Right.
Yeah, no
one,
kidding.
no. Oh, I'm gonna let her
And
go.
then also
Down with.
remember this, y'all remember the word color was a word that was acceptable. How many of y'all want to be called colored or Negro on this
No,
platform?
no,
How many
no.
of y'all are
That's
okay
what.
with
Wait,
that?
wait, 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 wait. That's my
But you're
whole
still
point.
conflating
Black people
issues.
is
That's
never.
You're
not the
Black
same
conflating
thing.
people.
issues.
No,
Black people. Wait,
I'm
wait, 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 wait. Black
saying that
people
a
never
word
could
that was in
find
the
the idea of
dictionary
color.
that was described to identify a group of people, majority of the people find that word offensive. So I feel like if majority of biological women, or AKA cis women, are finding this word offensive, then we should not use it or force them to accept the term that they are saying, hey, I find this word offensive, and
But if
here's
you go
why.
to the doctor, when you go to the doctor,
So we're
and
talking in
especially, I
circles.
find it wait, I find it interesting that you're telling me that you dressed as a man who are, if you know, you're cisgender
Clothes
woman,
as
but you dress as a
assigned
man.
to men, yes.
Right. When you go
She
to the
puts us in more
doctor,
masculine, like.
they don't ask you how you identify.
No.
They assume you're a woman right off the bat.
No, when they tell me when they well, you all right, so you trying to say like when I fill out the paperwork, or does the
No,
doctor
no, no.
ask
Like
me
if
do?
someone was to call you in, or like, not even, well, filling out the paperwork is kind of facetious because then all the answers are there. I'm saying like if
Okay.
you were at a doctor's office and like the nurse, like even the nurse, they don't really get all the paperwork, right? When you see a nurse, don't they say, well, how do you like to be identified?
No,
Or
I think they go by what I say on that paper when I put what my sex/gender is, depending on, because the words are
and on
interchange.
that paper, what are the options?
It's either male or female.
I got a different paper.
No, I disagree with that because if I'm looking at you and to me your presence, I'm like confused because it's not coming across as what it really is. I
Not
would respectfully ask, how do you refer or whatever? Like, how do you refer? What do you refer to me? Call
I
you as
think
or whatever.
I
But
think
at
in
the
certain
same time,
situations when they hear me
time,
talk,
she didn't answer nobody. Like I want to know, like, what are you fighting for?
But we're asking the same question, but
Yeah,
she's not answering it, because it comes down to, like Neo was saying, when you go to the doctor, it
because
comes
it don't
down to
matter
male
what
or
the doctors
female.
say. What are you
It has
fighting
No,
nothing
but
to
for?
do
that's
with
not
anything
true.
else.
That's not what happens. When I go to the doctor, they don't just, I've never gotten a form, at least not in the 2000s. I've never gotten a form where it's just male or female. I've never gotten a form where it says black or white. There's more
No, I
options
mean
it
constantly
definitely
on these
say
honestly,
papers.
that.
like, and
It definitely
what
says
are you
that.
fighting for? Fuck
But
the doctors, fuck the
but
philosopher. What are you
I'm fighting for
as a
did she just
what
say
I'm
transgender
fuck
fighting
the
for is
woman?
that black
philosopher?
women who look like me, my black
That was
sisters,
rude.
my black mother, my grandmothers, all the black women all the black women in the community that I share as a trans black woman.
Yes.
What I'm fighting for is that y'all just take us with you. We are, you know what's funny is that black women
What do you mean
keep
by
saying
that?
how we give, because black women say how much they give birth, right? And that they bear children. You
No,
do
don't
understand that
put
when
that on me.
trans children, when gay kids do not have a community that they could come to, it's like their parents just threw them away. And as a black woman, I don't understand how black women are throwing their kids
Hold
away
on.
or not accepting a child from right in front of their face. I told my
Ma'am,
mother I
Okay,
am a
listen,
girl.
hold on,
That
hold
was the
on.
end of it.
Stop, first of all,
okay.
stop saying black women, because you know how
No,
many
no,
white women out there will look at you and not give a damn who you are, what you refer to
that's not
yourself
true.
as, and
All of
tell
them
you,
fell
go
on.
back where
They
you
let
came
me.
from. Hold on. A
Well,
question. That was a question. Do you know how many white women, Spanish women, Chinese women will look at you, not giving a damn how you refer yourself until you go back where you came from?
That's never
So
no.
stop saying black women.
More from
What are
black women.
you as an
Not that
individual
black women are
fighting
actually
for?
more
Are
transphobic
you
or anything
fighting
like
to
that.
be
I think
okay?
there's
Let me
transphobia
explain
across
it.
the
Can I
board.
elaborate on my question? Are you
Yeah.
fighting to be recognized as a woman?
that's the same question I asked when I
As an
said, "What does
individual,
it
yes.
Yes
mean?"
or no? Are you
Yes.
fighting to be recognized as a
Yes.
woman?
Yes. Not a childbearing woman, but a
Oh,
woman. Yes.
yes.
Okay, so
Thank
then the
you.
next question is, hold
Okay.
on, let's pause right there. What
Yeah.
does it mean to be a woman to you?
Please answer that, please,
What
sis.
does it mean to be a woman? Just the fact that you refer to yourself as a woman, and in your heart of hearts, and in your mind and your soul, you
Yes.
believe that
Yes.
that is God, that is who God,
That is
that is
how God
God, that
made
is
me.
designed you to be. If you believe that within
Mhm.
yourself, that you can voice that out loud and say, "Don't call me that. I'm a woman."
Right. That's why I said it's not anyone's
Hello.
business because it is
But
as
wait, hold
But
on. We're
that's
trying to
not, y'all
understand.
can't
We're
do
trying to
that,
understand.
bro.
Are you
Come on.
talking about the image? Are you talking about the femininity? Like when you say
no.
woman, help us understand. We're trying to
I'm.
understand.
I'm. Are you
Okay,
talking
so
to
are
me
you
or
speaking
her?
about the image of woman? Are you speaking about the femininity? Like what specifically are you speaking about? Just help
Uh,
us out.
Are you talking to me or her?
He's talking to her. She's talking
Okay.
to
And
her.
I'm
I want
saying that when
please
you
let her
say, like,
answer.
you're referring to me as she, everyone, no one's misgendered me this entire
Mhm.
time. That's all I
Out of
want.
respect.
That's it. That's it. I'm not misgendered. No one's calling me a boy. No one's calling me out my name. That's it. That's all it is. The problem is that when people then say, "Oh, well, you can't be a woman because you can't explain to me how it feels," that becomes very divisive because it's like,
No, it helps. We're trying to understand what a trans woman is, okay? So when
But she
somebody
just told
says,
you though,
no,
like, are
no.
you
Trans
really
woman
trying to
is a male to
understand? Because
female.
it doesn't feel like it. It doesn't feel like you're really trying to understand her. It sounds like you're just badgering her. She just told you what it is for her. You ask her, she answered her question. Then you asked, what is she fighting for? She answered that question.
well, no, that's
She's
multiple
telling
people
you that
asking her that.
for her, the
That's
battle is
different people
won
asking her
because
that.
nobody is misgendering her. Nobody's calling her out of her name. She literally has said it 3 different ways.
Okay.
And you keep saying you want to understand, but it just doesn't seem like it. It feels like you
No,
just
and it's
picking on her.
also, but it's
Okay,
also
so the
coming
bottom
off that
line is
you
just to be
hold on. It's
called
also
woman.
coming off that you are getting offended too, because let her speak
Exactly.
for herself. Because
Exactly.
you felt like
But
she
I am
answered our
offended.
question
I am offended. You're correct.
to
I'm
you.
offended because this
Okay,
conversation just doesn't feel right. Like
okay,
at the end
but
of the
it
day,
has, but
if you're
sis,
really
it
looking for
has to do with the
understanding, this
conversation. Just
is how
because
you
the
talk to
conversation,
people.
just
Like
because the
why do you
conversation
talk to
made you
people this kind of
uncomfortable
way if
doesn't
you
Right,
really
mean.
I'm
want
saying that
understanding?
everybody,
See,
but
this is
that's
what
what I'm
I
trying to
mean. This
say.
is
We're all
exactly
being
what I mean
understanding.
when I say this is a sensitive conversation, because this is a very important conversation, because there's a civil war within our own community,
But
the
what is your point? You
LGBT
keep saying it's a
community.
sensitive conversation, but what about it being sensitive?
It is a
But what
sensitive
about it though? What is
conversation
your point?
because two people are having a conversation, and you interjected and said that the woman
I
answered
did
with the
interject because I feel
okay,
like
I
she's
but
did
bullying her.
answer.
I
not
don't like
I
it. I
did
don't.
answer.
this is
She's
exactly.
badgering her over and over for the
It's
same
not
question. So
badgering
yes,
if
I did
somebody's trying to get
interject. I
clarification.
did interject. You're
Okay,
correct. I
but
did because I'm uncomfortable with it.
it's not
I don't think
badgering
it's
when somebody's trying to
appropriate.
get
I don't think
clarification.
that's how you treat people. I don't think that's how you actually try to get to understanding. So yes,
And
I did
but
interject for
that's
all
your
of those
opinion. That's
reasons.
your opinion. And
It is
sis
my
above
opinion,
me,
and
the
that's why
sis
we're
that's
here.
above,
That's
that's
why we're
right in the
here. She's
context.
given
I
her
don't feel like
opinion. I
you're
let her have
badgering
time to
her.
talk. She got her questions answered, and now I interjected because we're here for everybody's opinion.
I can't tell
We've
you here
heard
for
hers.
everybody, because when
Now it's
people say
mine.
their
Yeah,
opinions,
because
y'all
now I'm
call it
cutting it
dumb.
off because you
You
keep
say y'all here
conflating
for
Okay,
issues.
y'all.
everybody, and
Hold
You're
up.
somebody's
talking
Y'all.
about
opinion ain't
things that
Both
worth
of
don't
y'all bring
matter.
it in.
She's
Both of y'all
picking
and
one.
bring it
I'm
in.
not
Bring it
doing
in.
it.
Bring it in.
you
Bring it
telling
I'm
me
in.
not
shouldn't
doing
be
it. I'm not
offensive. You
doing it. We
call
don't
people
have to be
dumb.
rude
You
about it.
had
We can have
somebody
a
up and say fuck
conversation and
the
not be rude
philosopher,
about it.
but it's about respect though. You literally had somebody who say
But
fuck the
is it about
philosopher,
respect? We got somebody calling
a
people names,
person
not the
a person
philosopher.
disagree
Forget
with
the
you, they
philosopher. Like
stupid. But hold on,
nobody is.
Ron, sis.
Let's
Instead of
stop it.
over talking me
Stop.
when I wanted to
Stop.
let the two women
Stop.
get back
No, because you
talking.
feel some type of way
Like,
right
cut it.
now.
I
You
don't
feeling
feel no type of
challenged,
way.
and
I just don't like
obviously
bullying.
you
I
do
don't like
because you
bullying,
steady
bro.
talking and you
I don't
just
like
doing it because
bullying.
you
I
want to
don't
talk
like
over
bullying.
me. But
I
it
don't
doesn't
like
matter
bullying.
what you say.
I don't
I'm
like
standing on
bullying.
what I
I don't
said.
like
Don't
bullying.
be
I
rude.
don't
When you
like
can
bullying.
talk to people
I
and get
don't
some
like bullies.
understanding.
I don't like
Understanding
bullies.
requires you to
I don't
listen.
like bullies.
Understanding requires you to have
I don't like
compassion.
bullies.
Understanding
I
has
don't like bullies.
well, good. We on the same
Okay,
team
I
then. So
don't
talk
like
to your friend
bullies.
over here.
I
I
don't
don't
like
like
bullies.
that. That's why I
I
interjected.
don't
I don't
like
like bullies
bullies.
either.
I don't like
Thank
bullies.
you.
Thank
We
you. Y'all can
agree. We
continue.
agree. We
Y'all
on the
can
same
continue.
All
page.
righty, y'all.
Good
All
for
right.
you.
All righty. So we
Good
interject.
Childish.
morning.
So let's get back
Immature
to
and
the
childish,
two
but talk to
people.
me.
Good morning.
Let's get back to the two people that were actually having a conversation, and so we can
Thank you.
proceed.
Let's have some
Okay.
respect.
Okay. So who was speaking lastly? Well, besides them two, who was the last? The people that
I,
were speaking before them.
I
I
think
was
I
The
just said
asking a
that.
segue.
question in
Okay.
regards to, because this is my thing.
Hmm.
The okay, let me try and use the right words. The gay community and the transgender community, and I don't want to say accepted, but they want women, let's use the word cisgender women, to accept them, for lack of a better understanding, into being a woman. So when I question what that term woman means to a person that was, understand, to us, was born a man and trying to identify as a woman, we're trying to understand what it means to feel like a woman or be a woman. I don't see why that's an offensive question. I just don't.
Right. And my answer is that if I'm not misgendered, if I'm recognized for my womanhood in like I am in this space right now, even though everybody has a different view about things, that everybody has their own opinion about things, and no one is misgendering me in this space. And
Okay.
when you say, so when the question is what am I fighting for? This being able to be here with other Black women and everyone accept me for as the woman that I am. Now, it may not be the specifics, the exact things or anything like that, but no one is misgendering me. No one is saying he. No one is
I got
questioning me in this moment, and that's all trans women are asking for. But going back to Blessing
Okay.
Rose's whole, Jess Hilarious, which is all this conversation is, right? What Blessing Rose was actually speaking about was about trans women and non-binary AFAB and intersex people who biologically were born female but do
Okay.
not identify, and just like me, while everyone's calling me she, those biological women who do not recognize themselves as biological women, they see themselves as trans men or non-binary, or they recognize their intersectionality, or I believe that's the correct term. But when they say as a trans man, hey, I do have, a uterus and I need tampons, I need a pad and things like that. That is a man telling you that he needs his feminine product.
Mhm.
These are
What the hell?
when a
Nobody
man.
really cares about. If I had the opportunity to give my period away, I promise
But
you I
that's
would.
not. But we're
And
not
I
talking. But
swear
we're not
it would
talking
be
about the
no return.
magical. We're not talking about like a
It
choice.
would be a
None
no
of us are
return
making it. And
policy.
that's really important too. Trans men, trans women, none of us. This is not a choice. Just like women are saying, like, oh, if I could choose not to have a uterus, that's an interesting conversation. But that isn't what we're saying. That's not what we're not asking for you to give us a uterus, right? No one is saying that's the misconception about, oh, well, how do you want to be seen as a woman, but you don't have all the parts? We're trying to get people to understand is that all of this stuff is construct, right? And within these constructs, we want to be recognized for the gender expression that we are saying that we are, right? But there are people in day-to-day life who will actively try to misgender me, irregardless
Oh,
of
by that, do you mean the scientists and the
no,
philosophers?
no,
No,
it's everyday people.
no.
Okay. Can I ask a
Yeah,
question?
What?
But
so
right there, let me ask one more
By
question.
that, do
So
you mean the scientists and everybody else that's
There she
saying that
go.
is in
There
the
she
book?
go.
wait.
No, there she
Let
go.
me let
No,
me
no,
let me
wait.
just
I'm
let me.
sorry. Wait, no, because what? No, right now she's trying to be
Okay.
funny.
yeah,
Right.
she trying to be
No,
real
yeah,
I,
she's
funny.
trying to be, and that's no, wait, but that's the reason why I was on her neck, is because her real intention is not to sit up here and fucking learn. Like that's why I'm like, at the end of
No.
the day,
Okay.
and
Hold
plus
on. Let me correct you
wait,
there.
yeah,
what?
I'm
No,
trying to learn.
I don't need I don't need no correction. Don't worry
You
about
do
it.
clearly.
No, I don't. No, you do.
Clearly,
You do
because
because
you
you're the
had
one
me
that,
fucked up
for
the when
one,
you said,
no,
"Hold
actually
on."
no, because you're the one that don't. First and foremost,
Okay.
you conflated the CIS with SIS. When you first got here. So I'm not the
That's
one that
what
needs the
I came
education.
in.
That's
Okay.
you that need
So
the
we're gonna
education.
keep on going
So
back
with
to
that
that. But
being said,
here's the
yes,
thing
that no,
now. I asked you what you was fighting for, right?
because the same way that you kept going back to scientists, the same way I'm gonna keep going back to
Wait,
CIS,
bye.
SIS. Thank you.
Anyway,
So when
he
you get
probably
the right
trying to
information and
correct
you
me
try to,
because I
because
was
when you
trying
get the
to
right
be funny.
information and you know how to
I'm
make a
trying to bring
distinction
light
between
into the
sex and gender,
conversation, but at the
then you
same
can be able
time,
to
you
have
don't
a
tell me what to say out of
footstool
my
to be
mouth.
able to be on
I
top of your
clearly understand
your
what's going
soapbox to be able
on.
to give a conversation and act like you the teacher. But right now you're the student. You need to stay in the seat and
Ah,
learn and really learn. Because right now what you try to do is try to be real funny with
teach
her.
then. Okay, so you
Okay,
was
You
I
you
just
were
continue.
want to
offended by
ask
me
one
being
more
funny?
question to the young lady I was just talking to. Ma'am, what's your name
No.
again?
Who, me?
Sable.
Yes, Sable.
Jewel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
That's a beautiful
I
name.
just have one
Thank
question.
you.
She kind of threw me off. When you're saying not being misgendered
Yes, ma'am.
and identifying as a woman. Okay, let me ask one more question. Is the identity a femininity, the feminine aspect of as in being a feeling, or is it the image of a woman?
No, it's neither. It's none of those
Neither.
things. Because
Oh, okay.
yes, it's because there are a lot of trans men and women who you cannot afford the ability to look like the gender that they
Bingo.
express,
Okay. Okay.
right?
Okay.
And a lot of these things, I'll leave it at that. Yeah.
Thank you.
You know
That
what?
helps
Thank
me.
you.
That helps me.
Like I'm gonna keep it real. Thank you,
I want to
100%,
say
because you just helped me
if I said
understand
anything
this.
to offend you, the one that just finished talking, I'm sorry. If I
Yes,
said
ma'am.
anything to offend you, I apologize. I don't know
No
where
one
Regular's
on this
coming from
panel
with
has
the
offended me.
BS, but
Hmm.
I was already talking to you. You understand what I'm saying? And asked you to explain to me what's going on. So for him to then come up and say, "Oh, she not trying to learn," just because I just tried to make light of the situation. But that's what we were all talking about. You understand what I'm saying? We're all
Hmm.
like, okay, so him saying I don't want to learn, that's crazy. But at the same time, I do have my views and my opinions as well as
Hmm.
everybody else on this platform. So I don't know why he coming for me so damn heavy,
Well,
because all I said was, is that, does that mean, because you were talking about I forgot what it was you said, and forgive me for that. But then I
hmm
made a comment, oh okay, so about the philosophers and the scientists and stuff like that, because my whole point in saying that is because earlier they were trying to prove a point of uh what was said in the books and all that stuff right there, this like
hmm
whatever. And so that's what I was just trying to make light
Books
of.
are important, so
Okay.
you won't
And
be
right, and
ignorant.
just trying to get them to understand it's not about what you're reading and what you're studying. It's at the end of the day, it's about that individual that you're talking to. This individual, but we're talking to you as an individual, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're
And
You
and
telling
learn
us
you
how you
learn how to
feel
count, right?
as a
You
woman
there was
in,
a
in,
and
point
in
that
your
taught
day
you
to
how to
day.
count, right? So
and
books
to
are
rec
important.
and to Reckless's point, it's the idea why the what's in the books is important, right? Is because it's an understanding of the
Knowledge.
conversation, right? And if you have an understanding, even if you don't agree with it, like we can read things about, international news. We can hear things about what's going on in the Middle East, and we know that we don't agree with what's going on, but it makes us more aware of what is happening if we're at least engaging with
Ma'am,
the
I
current.
understand that.
Mhm,
I get it. I truly do.
mhm.
I understand that. I just feel like he wanted a reason to say what he said. But I
I,
was just trying to make light of it because you mentioned that. And I was like, oh, okay, so it's not, because at the same time, if that is what's in the books, then okay, granted. But that's at the end of the day, you mean okay. So I'm just gonna address you however they say, the scientists and the philosophers, because
no,
that's really how it's supposed to go. So fuck how you feel. So
no,
that's
Because it's
how I
but
feel like
okay,
with
but
with
hold
it.
on, because I'm tired of this now. Again, we gave her a chance to explain to us how that feel, and I felt like she wound up eventually doing a good job because she went to the gender expression. She's expressed, and the gender that she's choosing to identify with is the one in the feminine, the expression of the feminine woman. So
no,
you can sit up here and act like it's something wrong for somebody being educated. Science is the reason why our grandparents and all this shit ain't dying and dropping dead every 5 minutes, because it's science and medication that keeps them alive when they go to the hospital and get treatment. So it's important to educate yourself and understand the human anatomy, how it works, how our diet works. Why do they have to identify us? A man does not receive the same type of medication a woman receives when she's in a hospital. Their
mm,
bodies can react to it in different ways. That's why it's important to understand what the sex of the person is. But I love
right.
how she said the gender expression. That makes more sense than say that I feel like a woman or whatever, because all women do not act the same. They don't act feminine, they don't act masculine. There's different terms of that. So
And
that's what I mean. But being condescending and keep playing on this word philosopher just simply mean a love for knowledge. So Neil X
right.
just love a lot of stuff. I know a lot of stuff. That's why when I asked one person who was intersex who came on the show, I forgot her name, but I think y'all will call her intersex. But much love to her. But I even asked her specifically, did she ever get the XY or the XX chromosome to find out what she is genetically? You see
Hmm.
why science is important? Because if
Hmm.
something was to happen to her, the hospital would have to understand how to treat her based off her anatomy and not her
And
feelings.
and
So
that's
that's the
very
whole
important.
Okay.
point that we
But that's
trying to
very
say, that the
important.
word woman,
Mm-hmm.
again, regardless of people want to get mad and get upset with me, I just keep stuff black and white and call it how I see it. The word woman is not based off a feeling or a behavior of an individual. It's simply based off the anatomy. And then over time,
But it's also based on.
over time, people came up with social construct to
Mm-hmm.
assign certain behavior to
Yep.
an individual based off their sex. That's all
Yep.
we're saying. It's not hard. But I'm
But
telling
that.
you, to have these conversations, it shouldn't wind up to people offending each other, saying condescending things. Oh, you're more educated, or you don't understand. It shouldn't, because there's something called perspective. See, people who in philosophy, they understand that there's perspective. I would never understand how it feels to walk around this earth as a trans woman or a trans person. I would never understand that because I'm not in that shoes. So
Right.
again, I'm simply saying, if this word cis, if majority of biological women are finding this word to be offensive, I think it's a little effed up for people to tell them they should not be offended if they're
But you want
literally
to.
because I gave an example, because you said a lot of trans people don't want to be referred to as trans. So then we should come together as a collective, get the conversation going and not offend each other, and find out what would be the appropriate word that they want to use so it'll be accepted as a collective and no one won't find those words to be offensive. That's it.
Well, for one, I do want to say this. Well, for one, one of the reasons why trans women or trans individuals a lot of times don't want to be referred to as trans is because there is a social equity that is associated with that, aka when a lot of times when people do identify themselves or they are identified as trans, more than likely that's when the violence seems to always enter the chat at a
Correct.
more heightened rate. But another
Correct.
thing, another thing to that is that a lot of the times when people do actually say trans, there's a lot of dog whistling and also undertones,
Mm-hmm.
which is what Just Hilarious did all throughout that video.
Mm-hmm.
I understand
So
that.
yeah, so it's a lot of that. So the thing, I'm just gonna leave that there, but because I had left and came back, so I didn't really
I
hear
wanted to
everything.
respond to something.
Hmm.
I really hate this
And then I wanted to add on
conversation.
something too when we right there.
When somebody makes a comment saying if a woman loses her womb, she's no longer a woman. Stop the cap, because she still have the the XX chromosome. Her body is
Right.
still genetically a woman.
Right.
So I really hate
Exactly.
when they say that, because it too. And I'm not trying to be funny, but men tend to have a hard time thinking that the only thing is different between us is the womb. And I'm just saying that the reason why, because there are women who are born with a defect, or their womb might be too small or it's not there. But guess what?
But
They
the
have ovaries. Hold on, they
right.
have ovaries, because if they don't have ovaries or a womb, most likely they would do the XY chromosome, the chromosome test to see what this person is genetically, and then the body would tell you what this individual is based off the sex, even if they're missing the functionality or pieces of their reproduction system. So I really hate when people say that a woman is just not womb. You get what I'm saying? Like, for
No,
as like,
but
what do you
that. Mhm.
hold on. For as what do you are biologically. But I said the description of the word woman is to identify a man, man, who has a womb. That's it. It's an anatomy thing. It's not a feeling.
Right. And let me while she's right there, let me say this. She's true and right, and this is just me speaking for me as a, I guess, biological born female. When I wake up in the morning every day, and this is just to give you all some perspective, I don't have a feeling as being a woman. I have a feeling of, it's more of a look for me. I love the breasts, and because I'm more of a masculine female. I don't know if you guys can tell, even in my voice, I have a deeper voice, but I was, I grew up a tomboy, but I have a more of a masculine presence. I'm a little bit, that's probably why she probably thought I was being aggressive, because I'm very, it might come off as being masculine, but it's not, I'm not necessarily a feminine female. So that's why I was asking you those
So
questions.
what
Just to
you
kind of,
saying is you wake up every morning feeling like a man until you look into the mirror.
no, I'm just a woman. So
That's
I just wake up a
again,
woman.
But
bro.
please,
Y'all
please
gotta
don't
I'm a
realize
please,
man
being a
going back
woman
please
home
do
with
and
not
my
being
answer her
not a
because she's
feeling.
being
Y'all gotta cut
disingenuous.
that out. Y'all
what?
gotta cut
I'm
that out. And
asking. Oh my
y'all got that being a woman and
Oh, she
being a
was
human
being
being,
funny.
it's
oh
not
my
a
Okay.
feeling.
God.
She was being funny.
Okay. Okay.
I
Like I said,
know,
everybody,
like
she's
Reckless
not
is
here.
really on me.
She's
I don't know why, but
and not, I'm
I'm gonna
but
need
now,
you to go back.
here she goes trying to flip the narrative like she the victim. But my
But
thing
no,
is about it.
oh honey, honey.
This is what you've been doing. You've been sitting up here acting like I'm here to learn, but I'm really not. Just
What?
own it. That's
I
it.
never
Just
said I'm
own
here to
it.
learn, but I'm really not. Don't put words in my mouth. I said I'm
Well,
here to learn.
well, once again, I thought you'd have been. Well, I'm not gonna say that, but here's the thing: is that your action
Right.
showed that your actions. You're being intentional
How does
by
my
not
action show that? So you come out with all this bullshit, but you can't even back up what you're saying. Then
Well, I
somebody else start
don't
talking and
know.
you
Well,
just sit
I
in the
don't
back and
know.
be quiet. So what you said, stand on that then. Okay. So how do you feel like I'm not here to learn then, Reckless?
Because in the genesis of this live, conscious and most definitely throughout many lives, he already explained what cis was.
Yeah.
Then you got your indignant ass up on this goddamn panel
Well, hold
acting like
on.
you didn't know.
How your
Excuse me.
ignorant ass know that I was there for
So
that
first
live?
and
How do you
foremost,
know I didn't see that?
for
Did I
one,
not say
because
that
you
when
was on this
I brought my
motherfucking live.
ass
What the
up
fuck is
here
you
that this
talking
was my
about?
first time going
Because you
live
was on this
anywhere
motherfucking live. What
or
the fuck is you
with
talking
anybody?
about? You was on this motherfucking live. What the fuck is you talking about? And throughout this fucking live, they have literally said throughout many sessions
Reckless, you're
in
not
this
making no
damn
sense
live.
because now you
No,
trying
you're
to
not making any sense. If you
now
did see,
you
just say that. If you
hold
dilute, like
on.
if you just dilute, just say that. That's all you gotta say. If you sleepy, just say that. Because
Okay.
what you're doing, you just come up here just to be
So
funny, and it is what it is. Everybody else,
I'm
they
not
can have a conversation and stuff, but when it comes down to you, you're not gonna detour this conversation. And every time you do, I'm gonna be on your ass. It is what it is. Especially when you just try to be funny with the trans women up here. It's not gonna happen. Try somebody else.
Hold up. Ma'am, have I tried to be have oh hold on. Let me reframe that. Have I stepped out of line with you?
But you
Don't
did
try to.
say
Yeah,
fuck the
you
Hold on,
did.
philosophy
You
wait,
was
wait,
like
though.
wait.
the
No. I'm
scientist,
not talking to you.
the
I'm talking.
scientist trying to
There
be
was
funny
some of that.
because
Oh, hold on. That was
because
to the lady at the top. That wasn't
Wait,
her.
no,
let
because
me.
the
I've
scientist,
been
but what you
asking
didn't
her what is she
realize,
fighting for and how does she feel?
no, because what you didn't realize, as she was
Okay,
talking about the
okay. Now you putting words
scientist,
in my mouth.
no,
Now
well,
you
actually,
putting words in my
no, I'm
mouth,
going to
Reckless.
clarify and add nuance and context, something that just hilarious ass didn't fucking have, and also your ass as well. So make sure
I
you stay in
don't
the fucking
give a
seat and
fuck
take
about no
notes.
goddamn
So with
Jeff
that being
Hilarious.
said,
See,
what the
here's the
fuck you did
thing.
when you say
That's
the
crazy.
scientist is that you didn't even fucking realize is that in these conversations, there is a nuance between gender and sex and your sexual anatomy.
Right.
Thank you. So when you were sitting there trying to give a jab to the nurse, you was giving a jab to the trans woman as well. Once again, stay in your seat and take your notes because you don't know what the fuck you saying.
Okay.
And
Well,
to
So
what
now
Reckless? Wait.
I'm gonna eat that. You know why? Because I listen,
You ain't got no other
baby.
choice.
oh shit.
This mouth can get nasty, but I'm not
I don't
gonna
give a fuck.
disrespect
I
you
don't
on
give
this
a fuck.
platform.
It's the
Wait.
reason why my
I'm gonna let you
it's the
retort
reason why my
yourself.
name is called fucking reckless. You can do what the
Hold
fuck you
on.
want to
Okay,
do.
yeah,
I
Reckless.
ain't never duck. I ain't never fucking hide. Say
Yeah,
what you got to say. Do
And
what you
that's
got
yeah,
to
the
do.
truth.
yeah,
And by the way, too, I already know
yeah.
you go. I already know for a fact you probably gonna go for the homophobic slurs. You gonna need them slurs
Oh
after I get
no,
done with your
come on now.
motherfucking ass.
Wait.
Oh,
Okay. Wait.
Yeah.
oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
See,
Wait. I
Yeah.
wanna. I
Don't
wanna
say it,
answer.
no,
goddess.
it's coming
Is
out.
it okay if I answer her?
Okay.
Because
Mm-hmm.
she.
So
It,
now,
yes,
okay,
ma'am.
hold on. Now let me speak because he addressed me. So let me speak. Right.
Yes, ma'am.
We shouldn't allow your ass to
First of
speak because
all, when
you're
I
not here
got
for
up
a real
here,
conversation.
so let me just say this, right? I'm gonna say this again, like I've said before. Maybe Reckless might have missed that because he was too busy trying to listen for things
Mm-hmm.
or listen for pointers
Uh-huh.
to come at me about, right?
Uh-huh.
Did I not apologize to y'all several times?
I didn't get
We've
no
been all
apology.
we've all been on this platform and said some things that the
Right.
other disagreed with, right? I'm no
I ain't
different.
get no apology.
When
Is
I
that
first
Mm-hmm.
got
necessary?
up here, hold on, and then hold on, he said when a transgender woman, this is a woman because she had already said to you that she referred herself as a woman. Now I don't know your name, so I'm gonna continue to say woman. I apologize for that.
That's
But
all right. My
I
name
was
is
hold on,
Sable.
I was the first one to ask her, please explain because I want to learn. This motherfucker went into all
She
this
said I
bullshit
want to
about
learn.
hold on because
You're
I didn't want
disingenuous.
to base my beliefs or or whatever on scientific or you know what I'm saying, because I just felt like it was more about how the person feels. Now I heard somebody else
No,
on this platform just sat up
no, it's
here,
disingenuous,
boy.
I
girl.
I
think that
tell
I
you,
can.
like I
When
really,
she mentioned,
I'm gonna hold my mule on you, and I'm gonna let you be
Oh,
petty
don't worry.
on
You ain't
your
got to
own.
hold a motherfucking thing because I'm done with you. So it don't matter. Let loose.
Oh,
Don't
you
worry.
can
I'll
be
sit
done
back and
with you can be done with me,
I will
honey.
sit
But
back
the
and
thing
allow you to
about it
do it.
is,
Go and
Reckless,
do
this
it
is not your
because you're going to
platform.
need it. You're going to
This
need it.
ain't your platform.
Well, this ain't yours
So
either.
you're not needing
And to be
either.
completely honest, I'm more connected to the damn conscious. So,
Newsflash,
and to be completely honest, and I would
you're
never
not
do this,
needed
but
either, honey.
if I chose and I told him, okay, I
He's
don't
so
want you here,
mad.
bitch.
Look at
9
him.
times out of 10, your ass
Y'all
wouldn't be
listen
here.
to him. He's so mad. Let him have his way.
Oh,
I
okay,
do
girl.
want to. I wanted to say that I wanted to say, for me personally, I'm not offended by anything because I do believe that people are just asking questions.
But he's speaking for you, obviously.
No, what it is? What it is that I'm
Reckless.
sorry. No, because what it is that I don't
Reckless,
like it
shut
when
up.
people. No,
Reckless,
you
shut
shut
up.
up.
Somebody
You
else
be
is
quiet.
speaking.
You be quiet because
Somebody
you've been
else is
talking this
speaking,
whole
boy,
time.
you heated.
Well, last time I checked, once you cut everybody
You so
up, okay,
high.
be quiet. So with that being
Cool
said, the car can
yourself
go forward,
down.
it can go
You so
backwards. So be
high.
quiet. Take your own damn advice.
You are so
So with that,
motherfucking high.
so with that being said,
I
what
will
thing
be
I don't
quiet
like. Yeah,
when
I know.
somebody other than
Okay,
you start talking.
well, start now. Well, the thing about it is that what gets me is that when people do fuck shit and then they don't stand on it. You was up here trying to be funny. Just fucking
Several
own it.
times I
Just
said if I offended
own
anybody, I
it.
apologize.
Just own
He
it.
don't want to mention
An
that.
apology. Hold on. An apology doesn't
He
mean
don't want
shit
to
because
mention that.
no, because what also comes with apology is
I've
change
only
behavior.
said
You've
I
been doing the same
disagree
shit.
in areas that I disagree with, and
When
I
it came down
explain
to
why, just like
CIS,
everybody else on
they
this
explained to
platform.
your ignorant ass at multiple times throughout this damn live saying cis is typically used in a group setting to make a clear
He going
distinction
back to sis.
between
Are we
because it's
past that? Who's not learning? Me or
apparently
you?
well your
Are
ass
we
because
not past
apparently you
that?
talk about
You
what is
still going
cis and
back
what
to
is all
sis.
this other stuff.
I
Apparently your
said
ignorant
I
ass
was.
ain't learning a motherfucking thing. At least what everybody
Okay.
else on this fucking
He said,
panel done fucking
he
took and
asked
applied the
me
fucking knowledge.
about
Your ass
sis.
on
I
the other
already
hand is
said
sitting up
I
here
was still
asking fucking
offended
questions that's
myself.
been answered
But that's me as an
45,000 times
individual.
already.
You mad about that?
No, what with you is that you're not standing on your damn square. If you're gonna be funny, own that shit. If you're gonna sit up here and say you're not really here to learn, own
Did I
that
not
shit.
own it? Did I not say that?
No, you did not. No, you did not. Because the thing
Oh my God. Now I didn't say that.
no.
Well,
What
how
you
would you
did
know
was
that if I didn't say
what
it?
you did was
How would you know that
backpedal,
if I didn't say
pussy
it,
pop,
Reckless?
moonwalk out and
How
try to
would
make
you
it
know
seem
that
like
if
you
I
owned it.
didn't say it while you talking about
Because you sat up
moonwalking?
there. No, what
How
you
would you
did
know
was
that if I didn't
moonwalk,
say it, Reckless?
backpedal, pussy pop the way
Boy,
out of the fuck. Because what you did was you
when
gave
you
an
done,
apology,
somebody
but
please.
yet you kept doing the same shit.
When you done,
You
somebody
gave
please.
a
I'm gonna let
weak
you
ass
have your
fucking
way.
apology
Cause
and you
see,
kept
you
doing
just
the
told
same
on
shit.
yourself.
No, you just told
told on
yourself the whole
yourself.
motherfucking
You
panel that
just
you should
said
be
in the
talking about
same breath that
motherfucking
I
thing.
didn't.
Your
You
ass need to
mad at
sit in
me
the
because
student
I didn't say I
chair,
was trying to be
take the
funny, but in
fucking
fact
notes,
I
pay
did
attention
say
to the
that.
professors,
And I
ace your
apologize.
motherfucking
Okay,
test.
okay,
Every
all
student
right.
test you ever had, you had a
All
fucking
right,
F on.
all right.
And
Yeah, like
the
I
F
was
in
calling
common
somebody out their
sense,
name or
the F
something.
in
God
fucking
damn.
intellect and everything.
This nigga
Just
really going
ignorant.
at it.
Fucking ignorant.
Whenever you finish,
No.
Reckless.
What set me off, you was trying to be funny with that trans woman. Try somebody else.
Listen, first of all, again,
Second of
I'm not
all,
gonna sit here and let you put words in my mouth. Now you can babble on if you want to. But when it comes to
recorded.
that, I'm not gonna let you put words in my mouth because
It was all recorded. Now, whether it was intentional or not, it did happen.
Being funny with her or trying to show her up in any kind of way.
Once again, if it was intentional or not, it still happened.
Don't go there with me.
I'm already there.
When you
I'm
finish,
already
whenever
there.
you finish, baby.
I'm already there. I ain't done
way,
yet.
honey.
I'm already there.
Have
So
your way,
whether or not it was intentional or not, because you was lacking the nuance, as you were sitting there trying to give a jab at the nurse, you were also giving a jab at the trans woman. That's what I'm telling you, whether you meant it or not.
How? Explain.
If you don't mind if I cut in, Reckless, because I can explain it to her. I'm not going to speak for Reckless. I'm just going to say for myself that I don't think that you were particularly trying to come at me, but Reckless
is for the bitch ass niggas in the back.
But Reckless is correct about the verbiage that was used, right?
With her ignorant ass.
Wait, guys.
Sure, go sit up trying to talk about somebody motherfucking mama, me, her motherfucking late trap pussy ass on this fucking panel. That sounding stupid as fuck. What is you talking about? Girl, you stupid ignorant ass, fucking low IQ having ass. The fuck?
Well, we know a Reckless, to be fair, she got something against people of intellect. Like
she got what? She got what?
I know you said she offended the trans person, right?
I'm sorry if I offended you.
I don't know if you heard me tell you that, so that's a beautiful name.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry if I offended you. I didn't mean it.
Yeah, but you came. It's just the way you came off, because no longer did you offend her.
Okay, where did I offend you? Okay, let her continue talking.
Okay, but I'm just reminding.
And now,
where did I offend you?
There she go. There she goes. She's trying to bypass it.
I'm just saying that
philosopher, man, because I said philosopher. But what did I offend you?
No, my thing is how are you gonna disrespect
people? And they form an intellect too, because you said fuck the scientists, fuck the philosophers, and all that, when people are genuinely trying to have these conversations based off the terms that are being
Right.
used.
Well, all due
So once
respect, how
again, if
did
the
that
car can go
offend
forward, it can
anybody?
go
Because
backwards.
she went to talking about scientific terms, and I say no, fuck that, fuck the philosophy. Tell me how
That
you
conversation
feel
been
as an
over.
individual.
And I
That's
was
That conversation
disrespect.
been over. That conversation been over. And then you
Oh
said
no,
it
but you
again.
just addressed it.
No, no, no.
But
I'm
you
talking
just
about.
addressed it,
I'm talking about before
Mr.
then.
Reckless.
I'm talking about before then. It was multiple occasions on this panel where you did it, where that conversation with the nurse was referring to already had happened, but you was doing it again and again and again. So, girl, once again, own your shit.
and I
Own
did
it.
How many
did
times
say
have I
that
apologized to you, ma'am? I
it's
said if I
okay.
offended you, I apologize, right?
No, I'm not offended, but I do think that what I do want to speak to what Reckless is saying is that it is sometimes it's the verbiage that is used in the moment that can come off like as if it was a jab, right? So when you said like, oh, so then we could just get rid of all the scientific terms and all this philosophy shit and this
How is that disrespecting anybody by saying get rid of that?
Well,
no, I'm not
again, I'm not
because
trying to
I'm
make
I'm
this
I'm
about
I'm
me,
so
but I
confused.
keep
How is that
noticing that
disrespecting
I
anybody
pointed.
by saying get rid of that and focus on
I
a
keep
person's
telling y'all
like
that this
them
lady
as an
offended me
individual?
too, and ain't
Right,
nobody speaking up
right.
about that,
No,
bro.
no, no, because the thing,
that's
no,
what I
no,
was saying.
no, that's the reason I'm on her
Because
motherfucking neck, because she's trying to be funny. That's why I'm telling her to own this shit, because she did try you. Because ever since you say you was a philosopher, all of a sudden it's fuck scientists and philosophers. She trying to be
I
funny.
say fuck
Own it,
scientists,
own
fuck
it,
the science, fuck the
own it,
philosophy.
But
That's
that's
what
the
I
point.
said.
You
own
didn't
it.
say
Just
fuck the
But
own it.
philosophy. You said fuck the philosopher.
that's
Thank
what I'm
you.
trying to say as the trans woman in the room, that we can't say fuck the science, fuck the fit. All of it is relevant because it is something that we're all contending and trying to have an understanding about, right? So while we brought up where is the lineage, or rather the etymology of the word cisgender, where it comes from, is so that we all have an understanding, right? That some of these terminologies are new, some of this stuff isn't new. Some of this stuff can be divisive, right? But it's only divisive if you don't understand, right? So that's why we can't throw away the medical side of it, or even the philosophy side of it as well, because philosophy speaks to the internalized experience that a person is going through individually, right? And then how it affects the macrocosm, right? So I I know for me that I didn't feel like you were trying to say anything derogatory or trying to attack anyone. Well, for at least me, I can speak for myself. I cannot speak for XO Neo, but for myself, it all sounds like questions to me. That's how I'm approaching it. That's how I'm receiving everything. Even with Reckless, and he's speaking almost for me. I don't have anything to say because I really do. He's recognizing the dog whistles that you may not be realizing are dog whistles, but they are dog whistles, right? But if we have the conversation about the education behind all these things, we will know what the dog whistles are, and then we won't use them. That's why Reckless may be, and this is me just speaking my opinion about what he may be seeing this as. He may be seeing as, oh, well, you're not stupid, or you don't understand. It's not that you don't understand. You're actively not trying to grow with the rest of the conversation. That's how that's just my opinion of how
That's how he perceives it. But when I asked you that, because I had already asked you the question that I asked you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when you began to speak, I believe someone else jumped in and you started to answer their question. That's what led me to, because they went to talking in reference to the philosophy and the this and that and the other. I say, no, fuck the science, fuck the philosophy. Tell me how you feel. What are you fighting for? So, with all due respect, man, for this man to really come at me as heavy as he did and say that's disrespect, rather than just saying, well, hey, you know what? You may not know, but this may have could have come across offensive, because at the same time, how many times have I apologized? Okay, so now then hold on. Now I'm
How
gonna
many times
tell
have you
you
had
what
changed behavior?
where the fucked upness came in at. Because not only did he just say that, he could have just been done with that right there, and we could have got that straightened out. This nigga done went and called me just hilarious. Why she come out with the homophobic stuff? Why
I
she
did
do
not
this?
call you
That
just
was nowhere on
hilarious.
my mind.
I didn't
I
hear
did
him
not.
say
I
Where
did
are
that.
you
not call
coming
you
from
just
with this?
hilarious.
Hold on, where are you coming from with this?
Can we
I
stop,
did not,
please? Can we stop, please? Can we
I did,
You
stop,
did.
please?
Yes,
I
you
did not call
did.
you
Can
just
we?
But it's all
hilarious.
Can
good.
we
Yeah, no,
please
don't worry about
stop?
it. But at
Oh,
the
Can
trust
same
me,
we?
I was never
time,
worried about it
Can
again,
we
because you never
agree to
rooted in facts. So
disagree?
as I have said several times,
Can
if
we have
I
a
offended you
universal
by saying that, then
apology
I
and continue the
apologize. But I don't
conversation?
owe nobody else an apology. If they talking
I
about
wasn't
scientific
expecting one.
shit, they're talking about shit that they learned while motherfucking studying philosophy. I said fuck the science, fuck the philosophy. You ain't the only motherfucking philosopher on God's green earth. So why would you take that as offensive? I say fuck all that and
Because those
erase
are
Well,
you
because you
because
didn't say
you're still an
microaggressions.
philosophy, because
individual.
you didn't say
So for you to
philosophy, you
take
said
that as
philosopher. You
There
said
she go, not standing
philosopher.
on it. That she not standing
So
on
you
it
didn't.
once
oh,
See
again.
how
okay.
you
Well,
don't. So you
if
don't
I
know the
said
difference
philosopher,
between
is that what I said?
philosophy and
Philosopher?
philosopher.
Okay. If were you talking? Had you jumped in and said what you said? I say fuck the science and fuck the philosopher.
Well, I
How do you
don't
feel
like to
about that? How
interrupt
was that? But
people
even still, how was that offensive?
because you said
Because
fuck the philosopher. I was the only person that got on this panel. I mean, even though I only been on here for
Right.
the last hour, has anybody on here identified as a philosopher? I'll be
no,
quiet.
No.
It was only
no one
me.
but
So
you, Neo.
okay, so that's what I'm saying. She said philosopher, not
It's
philosophy. Because if you would have said philosophy, I wouldn't have got offended.
because it was an
Yeah.
indirect jab, whether she meant it or not. That's the point I
Well,
was trying to
goddamn it! If
say.
I said fuck, okay, okay, all right. I see what you're
I'm
saying
about to
now because
call
I say fuck the
everybody color
philosopher.
people.
Okay,
Colors,
Miss
stop
Philosopher, I
fighting,
apologize.
colors.
But if I'm saying fuck the philosopher, okay, I understand what you're saying. My bad. I'm
Colors,
sorry.
stop
Continue.
fighting, colors. Y'all stop. We'll
I
have a
also said
universal
fuck the science. So wasn't
apology.
nobody offended by
Okay,
that.
let's have a
No, but
universal apology
I
and
did
let
mention that we
everybody.
shouldn't.
But you had already called me the scientist before, so I just let it. I
Oh
paid it.
Jesus
I
Yeah, like
figured,
Christ!
wasn't nobody
you know.
else offended by that. Like what the fuck?
I didn't get
But
offended about the
No, but
scientist
no,
thing.
but
it's not about offended. It's that we shouldn't
yeah.
disregard any of it. We shouldn't disregard anyone. We shouldn't disregard non late. Like we shouldn't disregard people who don't have the educational background. We shouldn't disregard people who do have the educational background, right? Because at the end of the day, we could be helping each other. I personally am learning from you, Miss Jewel, because I didn't understand that you weren't like actually like using a dog whistle. I that's what I kind of sat back for a minute because I didn't get it. But I'm hearing you say like you didn't mean to offend anyone. You're not actually but what everyone else is saying that we all have to be cognizant of the words that we're using when when Neo said as a philosopher blah 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 blah, and then the other woman had earlier mentioned that she was a nurse. When you asked me my question and then you said, okay, I get what you're saying, so fuck the science, fuck philosophers. That's why it came. That's why now we're having this
And then
kind of
okay,
diatribe.
exactly. So maybe I shouldn't have just been talking to you. Again, anybody on the platform, if I said anything to offend you, I apologize. But is that not what the conversation has been about all along? Scientific philosophy and how a person feel as an individual. So as I was asking her that question, other people were talking about all the other things that were, all the educational side of it. And I said, fuck science, fuck philosopher. I'm asking you, what are you fighting for? So for y'all to take it as offense, that's really petty. And then for
We
Mr.
beating a
President to
dead
come
horse
on
right
here
Can I
now,
can
calling
I
y'all.
me
can I
just
ask
The
you?
horse is
hilarious
dead.
and all
Do
this
you
We
mind
beating
other
if
a
I
shit
dead
about
horse.
I'm
do,
finna turn into homophobic. That's
you mind,
crazy, bro.
well, do you
All
mind if
right.
I ask you to the question that you had asked me, which was, do you know what, like, how do I feel as a woman? Did you get the answer? Do you understand now where I was coming from?
Um,
She asked you what you were fighting for. I
Oh, right. I
specifically
apologize.
broke it down and asked, how does it feel? Is it a feeling or is
Oh, okay.
it
I didn't know
the
who it
image
was. I
of femininity?
apologize.
Yeah,
right.
but no, yeah, she was
So
asking what were you fighting
maybe
for.
I don't know. Maybe they thought that was my question too. I wasn't the one that said that. I had
Okay.
already been asking you, what are you fighting for? So in other words, what are you going through this battle and this and all this stuff here and the indifferences and the hardship and the headache and the pain and the frustration just to be called transgender? Of course not. Or am I wrong?
It it's not about being called anything. It's about being able to live our lives amongst the entire world without it being even a thing. Because that's kind of really what it boils down to. Just, huh?
I'm sorry. I don't mean to like. I'm laughing because I'm hearing you talking. You like, well, what I'm fighting for at the end of the day is for that to not even be a thing. So in my mind, you're saying that to not even be a thing, meaning I want you to refer to me as a woman. Forget all the terms and all this stuff right there. That's been my argument from the beginning. That's been my
Okay,
argument from the
you
beginning.
could
And all this
you
philosophy
okay.
and
You're not
okay,
understanding
hold
what
on.
she's
Let me draw
saying.
back.
You're not
I don't
understanding
want to
what
offend
she's
nobody.
saying.
I'm gonna draw back. But all I'm trying to say is the educational side of it. We sitting here going through it, all the indifferences about, well, what the education say, what is this, what did I study, and all that sort of. But at the end of the day, as the individual, nobody gives a fuck about none of that. What they want you to do is just respect my terms, point blank and period. Is that not what it's all about? Is that not what you're fighting for?
Yes, correct.
Am I
Yeah.
wrong?
But at the same time, is what I'm trying to get you to
Jeez.
understand is that the idea of the include, we need people to understand that including trans women in womanhood does not exclude women. It doesn't exclude anyone. It's including all of us. That's the discrepancy,
That's
is
if
that
you
we're not being included.
the
The
way that they were
discrepancy is that
talking
you
to me right
cannot
now, you would not believe it. But I'm telling you, that's been my argument from the beginning. If
okay.
when we get off this live, you go back and take it to the beginning from the time I got on here. That's been my argument from the beginning. Now,
Okay.
if now the way they talking me, stand on my block. If they be real enough to tell you that, they'll agree with me right now. That's been my argument from the beginning.
Well, I don't know if
And
everybody agrees
that's
with
what led me
everything
to
I
say
say.
what I
I'm just one
said as
person,
far
and
as
that's
fuck science and fuck the philosophy. I meant to say that, but I said philosopher, and I can understand why you took it as, oh, she talking about me. But no, I wasn't talking about you. I'm talking about the aspect of it and the educational side and everything that y'all was trying to put out there. Oh, we need to understand that this is not what but when you meet an individual and you refer to them as something and it offends them, you should not have a problem with correcting that.
but in
I don't
some
give a fuck what's going on between their legs.
in
You should not
today's
have a
situation,
problem correcting that out of respect.
but here I'm in a safe space. Here I'm in a safe space. But in the I have
Yeah,
a witness
yeah.
with black
When
men,
now when you
right?
say you
But
in a safe place right now, that's
uh-huh.
you. But you got a whole lot of other excuse me for saying this, but transgenders that are out there that are going through this bullshit. That is looking at it like, damn, but I'm doing this and that. Why I gotta be? You understand what I'm saying? You have a lot of them out here that's still battling with that. You're comfortable, okay, but the fight is still going on because it's not just about you. It's
Right,
about
but
a
that's what we're
community.
trying to say, is that the fight that people think
Y'all see
we're
here
trying to
talking about
have
this
is not, it's
science
not that,
and all this
that's not the
bullshit.
fight.
But when you meet a person or individual as and it's how they feel, it's no longer about science. It's no longer about the philosophy. It's about how that person perceives themselves and how you should respect that. At the end of the day, that's been my
Yeah.
argument all along.
Okay.
Right, but she's
All right.
saying the same thing.
But
That's what the
okay.
young lady is
But
saying. She's saying that. She's
all
saying
right.
on here, on the panel, she feels safe. Out in the
Right.
real world, she does
It's
not feel
dangerous.
safe.
Okay,
Right.
all right. So
Because,
look,
yeah.
hey, look, family, check this out. One thing we do have to be realistic is that, let's be honest, nothing is like, hardly nothing is is equal. Like, tall people want to be a little shorter, shorter people want to be tall. Everybody has like a different form of themselves where they feel like they lacking. Especially when you want to experience things from another person's perspective. There are some black people who want to identify as white. They bleach their skin, right? So nobody is technically equal because we live in a world that's based off of duality. Everything has an opposite. So I love how Sable said that she's identifying with the female a woman's what she said, the gender
My gender
expression. Your
expression.
gender expression, right? I love, now that makes way more sense to me when
Yep.
somebody say that you identify as a woman, because let's be honest, is your expression the way I express myself as a woman? Do you act
And
Right.
like
wait, can I say something to that?
Exactly.
Because I'm really, that's so important. As I don't owe as a trans woman, I'm not always like super femme. I'm really not. And
mm-hmm,
even in those moments, I'm still not misgendered. I still shouldn't be misgendered, right? And that is the whole point, is that there are people who are trans, non-binary, who show up in the world probably exactly the way they were born, but that's not who they are. And and because people see that quote unquote confusion, right? It's like, oh, well, I'm supposed to call this physically looking man a woman. Why do I have to do that? He's not doing all the things, and he's not showing up as feminine. And that is
the ones who are doing that, the ones that are they're basing their beliefs off science and philosophy. It don't take hours to understand and recognize and acknowledge common sense.
I'm not trying to be funny.
Well,
I'm not trying to be funny.
Treated, period.
It does though. It does because when she got to the point after Neo said that, I chimed in and I said that's what I'm saying. As a biological born woman, I come off more masculine. I don't have a feeling of being a woman. I like the image of the body of a woman. So the difference between me and Neo says she not Neo. Do you identify? You say as a male?
I identify as a woman, and not based off of
Okay.
social construct, but my anatomy.
And
Simple as that.
you dress with male identified
And I
clothing.
wear clothes that are assigned to men, that what you would consider men, majority of men wear.
And because
Okay, so
Neo,
now let me ask one more question. Does that mean masculine? You come off more masculine, or is it just men
Well,
identified
this
clothes?
the funny thing. You can ask my girl, and we laugh about this. Even though I dress in the clothing that's considered masculine, my essence of my spirit, my soul, my character is more what you call nurturing or feminine. I actually don't even act like what a typical man it acts like. If that makes, I think the most manliest thing I do is probably play video games. Before it's how
I'm very
my
manly. That's what I love
hygiene,
video games.
for is my hygiene, for is my health. When I go to the doctor, my diet, I based it all off the anatomy of me being a woman.
Okay.
And that is, and to speak to that, right? Neo should be able to dress in whatever she's dressing like and say, I am a woman based on my anatomy, the end, right? There are trans people, trans women, right, who it may not be great to shave because they could get ingrown hairs or pimples and stuff, may not want to shave one day. That does not make her not a woman, right? But the issue is that there are people who are like, what's the word? Policing what, because that's the thing too. People want trans women to look exactly like a woman, and then you can call yourself a trans woman, or even maybe play in the woman thing. Like, we're all trying to. People are being pushed into rigid binaries, right? So that it's like, so that it really just kind of pans out that man and woman is the only options we got. And it's not.
But wait.
Why they were talking about I was being offensive by this scientific and philosophy shit, right? I'm asking you, right, as a trans woman, I met you in the street, and I call you, I can clearly see, okay, I see that you're a man. I don't mean to be offensive. Okay, hey, I refer to you as such. Hey, I'd rather not be referred as that. I'm a woman. Oh no, you're clearly a man. No,
But
I'm a woman. No, you're clearly a man. Now, if I'm debating with you, what be the first thing that a person draw to? Oh no, because huh?
All I'm saying, y'all.
No. What is the first thing that a person refer to when they're trying to convince somebody that they're not who they feel they are?
But wait, okay, I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that.
No. I asked you, the transgender woman, with all due respect.
Sable.
What's her name? What's your name?
Sable.
Miss Sable. What is the first thing that of a person debating with you, and you're clearly saying no, you refer to me as a woman? No, because this say, that say. So it's just like y'all trying to make a point off the same things that's oppressing the community. Like, I don't even understand Does that make sense to y'all?
I'm a
Am
little
I making
lost.
sense to anybody?
I'm a little. The scenario is that you would see someone like me, in my masculine-esque, right? But I identify as a trans woman, right? So if we were to meet each other in the street, the scenario would be that well, how would it go again?
If I'm just hell bent on referring to you as a man and you're constantly telling me you don't like that, what am I referring to? That be the what I'm trying to say is, right?
Well, if you're hell bent on
If you've
calling me a
ever
man,
experienced
go
that,
ahead.
because I had a friend go through the same thing. If
Mm-hmm.
you've ever experienced that,
mm-hmm.
When you're debating with a person about who you feel you should be referred to, and
Mm-hmm.
they're telling you, nah, this is what I see, that's what I'm, that be the first thing they draw to, the
You know
quote
what?
unquote
I have this.
science of it, and the dictionaries, and the philosophies, and the this and that and the others, and they're trying to explain to you why I don't have to. Yeah, because when you was born, they say when you was born, God made this and da. That's why I'm talking about, like, the educational side of it. Should it matter if you're coming to me and telling me, address me as such?
Oh yeah.
Should that not
Okay. I
trump?
understand what you're saying. Should that be a conversation? No, I'm in agreement with you. I don't think that all these other things should be like they shouldn't be. But we're here already, right? Like we already have religion. We already have all
Exactly.
these things in the
And we
lexicons of
can't
everything.
unlearn it. Yes.
Right, and so we have to take our time to. It's like a ball of yarn. If you want to get to a piece of string,
We
you got
can't
to
unlearn
unravel it.
slavery either, but what your motherfucking ass go back to it?
Wait, what? Wait, what?
We can't unlearn slavery and oppression either, but would you go
We
back
did
to it?
unlearn
We're
slavery.
Would
That
you
still
was
keep
part.
fighting
here. We're
tomorrow?
still
We're
here.
still
So
here.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's never unlearned. We're still here.
and but unlearn on it. We're not slaves anymore, right? But we are
Oh, we are.
conditioned. Well, you know what? To some degree, we are, because honestly, we're arguing about gender norms that we did not create, and we didn't have a hand in creating them. And we're trying to uphold these gender binary norms that don't benefit any of us. Because the first thing that white men like to say about black women, because we're not going to act like Michelle Obama wasn't a monkey in the presidency. We're not going to act like that was the whole thing that white people, oh, she's not really a woman. And they tried to misgender Michelle Obama. And that woman is beautiful, but she doesn't have to be beautiful. The fact of the matter is that that was a woman, and those white people thought it was okay to misgender her and call her out of her not a human, all these things, because that is their system. Because their system says men and women are supposed to look like this, right? And they're supposed to behave like this, and you're black and you don't fit that criteria because you're black. And now
Yeah,
us as
okay.
black
So
people are having this even more,
right.
deeper
So
internalized conversation about
you're
it.
talking about a group that relate to clearly someone who's a human being as an animal, but I'm talking about realistically. We're human,
No,
of
I'm
course.
talking about
No,
realistically,
nobody is
their
stepping out of
laws.
line and calling you a monk, or that anything is out of line. But nobody's calling you a monkey or giraffe or whatever. You're not. Oh, what I'm saying is, if you step on the scene and you refer to yourself as a woman, everybody
Mm-hmm.
around you knows that is your preference,
Right.
and you meet a stranger and
Mm-hmm.
they say, hey dude, oh no, I'm a woman. No, you're a dude,
Mm-hmm.
cool.
No,
Oh,
no,
I'm
no.
a
Once
woman. No,
somebody, no,
dude,
no.
dude.
Okay, so I'm
Like,
gonna
you
help you out
understand
right.
what I'm
No, wait,
saying?
Let's
What
before
be
you
the
go.
first thing
Wait,
that
wait.
these
I think it's
folks draw
important for me
to?
to stop you here, because that is that's a big issue. If someone comes to me, misgenders me, and I say no, I'm actually this, and they say no, you not, baby, that's the end of this conversation.
Well, hold on.
There
No,
is nothing else past
but
that. That's for me.
scientifically, no, but scientifically,
It
you
doesn't.
were
No.
born
But you're
as a
talking.
man.
We're
You
not.
were
The
born
person
with
that's walking up to me is having a scientific conversation. The person
okay.
walking up to me
Hold
and
on
seeing.
now.
Go ahead,
But
baby.
is that not what they were just cussing me out about?
I don't know what they were
Because I
cussing you
say
out
fuck
about. I don't.
scientific,
I
fuck
don't know what that.
philosophy.
I'm to the conversation me and you are having right now. What I'm
Yeah.
saying to you is
See?
that someone comes to. I think if anyone is approached, male, female, cisgender, trans, and so there's a woman who just got killed because some
Yeah.
man thought she was a trans woman and she was not. Right? If that woman, if we were in a world where that woman could have just walked away, or he would have, or rather, he understood that whether she was a trans woman or not, that was a woman who deserved to live, she'd be
Right.
alive.
Okay.
You understand what
Now
I'm saying? Go ahead.
Hey, can I
I
just say this
understand what
real
you're saying,
quick?
but with all due respect, I'm just trying to.
No, because I really don't like how, because I still feel like you throwing shots at me, sis, with the
Oh
intellect
my God.
conversation.
Oh
And let me
my
tell you why.
God.
And let me tell you why. And let
Oh,
me
with
just
the
tell you why.
sensitivity.
Well, you can call it
Oh
what you
Lord.
want, sis, but I have the right to my feelings. Because let me tell you why. Let's be honest. The word gender has recently been used and re-identified the proper way of how to use it. But when it first came out, it just mean a kind.
Right.
It's still
Correct.
giving right. So I really think it's a little disingenuous for people to act like that it's like a person who keep using the word sex and gender interchangeably or on the same uh um
So how
um
did I offend you?
well, okay, can you let me finish?
Mm-hmm.
Because you just said that when she tells people how she feels or what she is, they tell her that she's not. So she said conversation's over. Then you was like, see, that's why it don't matter what the scientific and the philosopher and what it
Oh
actually
Lord.
does. Hold
See,
on, it
y'all be
actually
picking and choosing. You're picking and choosing.
I'm picking and choosing what?
What did I say? I said if you met a stranger that insists on telling you something other than who you feel you are,
But
and you're
but
debating with them,
life is
and
not
that be
about
what be
feelings
the
though.
first thing? What be the first thing that they draw to prove their point?
Bro, sis, when a person
No,
first walk on stable, the first thing they're gonna do is use their eyes first.
right. But
They're gonna hold on. Let's be honest. People gonna judge the book by its cover until they open the
hold
book
on, wait.
and
That
read it.
ain't that's
So
not
Right.
the
no.
question.
So you
Now if
hold on,
hold
sis.
on.
You
Now
cannot,
if they
sis.
still debating
Y'all
with you,
cannot punish
if they're
people,
still debating with you
sis.
that you're not the person that you say you are, what 9 times out of 10, what be the first thing they draw to?
But they can't draw to
Okay,
anything if
but
I
Hold
see,
stop the
on, somebody answer
conversation.
my question. If
I
y'all
am.
know,
so
if anybody on this platform know what I'm talking about, somebody answer my question. What be the first thing that an ignorant person like that would draw? Nah, you can't be because scientifically you were born as a woman or as a man. Am I right or wrong?
and
No,
no,
you're
sis, no,
wrong. It's the
Oh
look.
my God, you ain't
no,
She
never
just
had
sis, and let me
nobody.
tell
explained
you
it.
why. And let me
It's the
tell you
look.
why.
They're gonna go
Hold
with.
on. Let
They're
me
gonna
tell you
use
why
their
I
eyes
disagree
and
with you.
see. That's what she's trying to explain. They're gonna use their eyes and see and say she looks like a man. She
And
doesn't look
then
like a woman.
Okay, I
they
see
go
y'all.
and
Y'all obviously
then
haven't been through nothing.
they're gonna describe it from their perspective of what this individual is. Because I'm gonna give you an example, and I'm sorry I got to tell this story, but this is the only way I think you can understand this, sis.
You
When
have
when
people
I
on their
had an
platform
issue,
on social media that will
sis,
sit up and say, I don't care how
sis,
much a man dresses himself up or dolls himself up, he is still a
I
okay,
man.
block those
So
okay.
people.
y'all
So
don't
what?
sit here
Look,
and
check
make
this
it
out.
seem like that don't
Hey,
go
real
on
quick,
No,
with
real
it
some
quick.
does
people.
happen, but we have to
Don't do
block
that.
those people. We
No,
don't.
y'all
You don't
can't be.
engage with them.
Look, let me tell
But
you.
I
Let me tell.
asked you a question.
Okay,
I
look.
asked you, my question was, excuse me, ma'am, hold on. My question was, when you come encounter with those type of people, that be the first thing that they draw to, right?
But ma'am,
The
that's what I'm trying to get to.
scientific.
Miss Jewel, Miss Jewel, listen to me. Listen to me very carefully. I am the trans woman in the scenario you're talking about, right? You
Right.
are a cisgender woman, right? So that means that the scenario you're speaking of is hypothetical from your perspective, but it is something that I anecdotally have gone through, right? So what I'm trying to tell you is in the scenario, now you're using your anecdote that someone will come to a trans person and they will say, they will misgender them. And me as the trans individual, I'm going to say, no, my gender is this. And then you're going to tell me, you're saying in your situation that the person who's misgendering me is saying, no, 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 if science says this and third. I'm trying to tell you as a trans woman through my experience and what I do in those moments, before that person even gets, once I say I'm this and they say, no, you're the conversation is over. They don't even get to go through a diatribe of anything because I, as a trans woman, through all my experience and learning that I have the right not to engage with a transphobic individual, right?
Okay.
I will
All
just
right.
leave that person where they are because I
I
know they don't want to learn and they're trying to misgender me.
sis,
That's
That's
how
what
no,
it is.
no,
that's how
see,
you
no,
would do.
hold
But
on,
that
Miss
doesn't
Jules,
mean that it
because I
doesn't
want to make a good
exist.
point with her.
And
But
they're
sis, you
trying to,
can't,
but my point, my whole
Miss
point was
Jewel, please
this.
let me say something to her before I forget. Now, hey, like I said, that word gender stable, right?
Yes, baby.
20 years ago, I don't care what y'all say. 20 years ago, the word gender was referred to kind and sex. So
I'm in agreement
somebody,
with you.
hold on. So somebody who's like, let's just say 40 plus or 50 plus, they're not
Mm-hmm.
trying to misgender you. They're using the word in its original proper the
Right,
original, right? But now
right.
that word has now changed. And I feel
Mhm.
like
Exactly.
instead of getting offended and saying that someone is trying to misgender you, you educate them.
Yes.
Like
You
for
wait, wait, wait.
example,
I'm glad you said that because in her scenario, the person that she is saying that is misgendering me is actively the once they say no, the science says this, or I'm doing that, or no, you look like this to me, right? That is transphobic
Mm-hmm.
because
but
I am telling you otherwise, and yet you're saying to me after I answered you that no, it's this. Now, in your to what you're saying about how 20 years ago, I'm in agreement with you. The word gendered is the word gender was has a different connotation today than it did before. I'm in agreement with you. We all have
So
grandparents and
now
older
y'all don't
people.
sat here for hours because Queen Conscious asked me, do I how do I view myself, or how do I prefer to be called? She said, would I be offended by cis? I said yes. They jumped on me and was like, nah, because scientifically, da 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 da. Okay, that's just like you meeting a stranger and you saying, hey, I am a woman. Nah, because scientifically, da 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 da. Do y'all not get it now?
I can understand that point
No,
of
Oh
she
view.
don't
my
get it.
But if you let me,
Mm.
but you do
Do y'all
understand.
not get it
Wait.
now?
But you do
Oh my god.
understand that it is kind of it's a double. It's kind of it doesn't really make sense to be
No, I said
offended
no,
by
no, no, no,
it.
no. Don't correct. Don't sugar down. Don't
Okay,
sugar down your words, because Reckless done already cussed me out about
I
being
don't.
offensive,
I don't
honey.
have that
So
kind of
please
energy in
come
my
for
spirit,
me,
babe. I don't have that
okay?
kind of
So
energy. It's too
Reckless
early in the
wait,
morning.
I
done
just
already
came back. So
swept through the room.
what's supposed to be
oh
said?
Lord.
Done
I'm
swept
Yeah, I
through the
confused.
know.
room. I'm so mad you missed this. He always seemed to be missing in the
Well,
important part.
Ooh,
don't
y'all like
worry.
to
This
fight.
it's most definitely a playback. So if anything, I can just watch it back.
Oh well,
It's
please
not
do
a big
play it back.
issue. Well,
Please
don't
do play
worry.
it back,
Well,
sir.
actually, you know what? I'm gonna give her the opportunity to not water it down. So don't sugar it down. Don't water it down. What was
Yes.
just said, so I can know what's going on. 'Cause
Okay.
apparently, she wants me to hear this so bad.
I sure do.
Go ahead,
Well,
Michelle. Mm-hmm.
Reckless. I
Uh
was
huh.
bringing up that how the word gender 20 years ago was
Mhm.
used as in the same way as the word sex
Mhm.
is, and it recently began to change, and the word evolved to a better way to identify a certain kind, or now is used for a social construct or the culture of the
Yeah.
behavior. Because that's why I said I love how Sable said she identified with the gender expression. That's why I said
Yeah.
that makes more sense to me to say that I feel like a woman, right?
Mhm.
So I think the point that I think Miss Jules is trying to make is that when she came up and said something about she don't want to be called cisgender and
Mhm.
or something like that, y'all got on her for not wanting to accept the scientific meaning of
No,
cis.
no, no, no. That wasn't the reason why we got on her. The reason we got on her because we kept making a distinction that, for one, she already told us her experience that in real life, no one ever calls her cisgender. No, no one. She says this is her out of her mouth. It's never happened. So
Right.
you're literally up here, really sitting up here getting hot over
About
hypothetical that
hypotheticals.
has never
Right.
happened.
Like,
Like, what are you talking about? And that's what
and
we're
we
talking.
can't
Like,
have
that's
a
why we
conversation about
and
right.
that's what everybody was doing in the chat and also up here was making the distinction of the only reason why you would ever quote unquote hear cisgender is referring to a collective. It's never anything like personal, as in saying like, yes, I'm talking to Jewel and I'm her friend and we having a conversation and I just use cisgender, especially after she told me not to use it. We're
Right.
just saying that in these educational
Spaces.
conversations, that's the only time really it would really be used.
I don't
Okay.
know, y'all, because
Because
I know
So
culturally it wouldn't happen.
younger
More than likely it
people.
so
wouldn't
I
happen.
I
I
heard
don't
you
know,
talk,
y'all.
right,
Younger
Mr.
people
Reckless?
are using the word cis, and that's why we even
So,
have this
Mr.
conversation.
Reckless, I heard
No,
you
they are
speak,
now.
and if respectfully, please, I
Mhm.
would like to speak.
Okay,
So,
I'm gonna mute.
since she could not explain all the way, let me just speak my piece. When I first got on here, I was talking to Conscious. She asked me, or he asked me, or whatever. He asked me if I how would I, what would I prefer to be called, right?
Mhm.
So when I responded to Conscious, right,
He
I
asked the panel
said,
though, just to
he
be
asked, have I
specific.
ever been called sis? Hold on, that was the topic of the conversation. At the time that I came on, he asked what I would prefer to be called. Have I ever been called? I said, if I did, I wouldn't be, I don't know if I said I would be offended or whatever the case may be, but I would look that person up and let them know, hey, I'm a woman. I don't want to. I prefer not be called sis, right? So now, then we got into all of the scientific bullshit, and then this young lady came on and she was speaking about her philosophy studies and stuff, and relating to that. I said, okay, but I have always stuck by the entirety of this conversation. Respect, I feel like, trumps everything. So because y'all said that y'all were offended by me saying fuck scientists and fuck all this, how you feel as an individual, I gave her a scenario. I said, okay, so that's just like you going in somewhere and meeting a stranger. If you're telling them that you prefer to be called a woman, and they're like, no, I clearly see a man because scientifically you were born with a D or whatever. Wouldn't that be the first thing that a homophobic, as they say, person like draw to? Scientifically you're not this, scientifically you're not that.
Right.
And she said, yes, you're right. So with that, I said, okay, so that's just like me saying these couple hours y'all were coming at my head because I said I prefer not to be called cisgender, but just a woman, or cis woman, or whatever, just a woman. And y'all were telling me about scientifically this,
But,
scientifically that. Well, to you, that's offensive. If somebody's sitting there trying to explain to you, I don't care you saying that you're a woman. I'm gonna call you a man because scientifically this, it's offensive. So it's
you're
just like, once again,
You're
that draws back to what I was just saying. Like, okay, I respect y'all education. You understand what
but
I'm
Miss
saying? But at the
Jewel,
same time, it's
Miss
really not
Miss
dependent
Jewel,
on that.
but
At the
Miss
end of the
Jewel,
day, it's about how a person feels.
right, but Miss Jewel, I think it's important for you to understand the context that the scenarios that you're bringing up
I
are
understand.
hypothetical,
I'm
right? So
hypothetical.
you
Okay.
personally,
In this conversation, but don't act like it doesn't happen, because as I was saying to them again, Mr. Reckless, people get on their platforms every day and will sit here and talk about transgender women. And they will say, I don't care how much they fix themselves up, doll themselves up, they're still men at the end
but
of the day.
you do
Oh,
understand
these
there's a
people
But
this, these
okay,
people
transgender
that.
wait,
people,
hold up,
right?
wait, hold up. Because what's going on? Another thing that's going on. You're trying to. It's a false equivalency because what you're
Right.
doing right now,
It's not.
you're equating transphobia with a prefix that validates your experience with a gender affirming prefix. That's like
What's my
night and
experience?
day. That's night and day.
What's my experience?
Well, you say you don't
Well,
like to be
as
called
a
cis.
cisgender,
So
right.
as a bio woman, you're saying that you have a vagina. I'm about to bring it up and be very vulgar at
As
this
a
point.
woman.
As a woman, you
Okay.
have female organs, body parts that are associated on your body, which validates and also have different experiences as well compared to trans individuals. Once again, trans people, trans women specifically, are not saying that they're female. They're saying that they're a part of womanhood. They're woman. You're saying
And would
you're a
like
woman and you're female,
to be
which
called
means that
woman.
because of your body parts associated on your body, the female reproductive organs, you're more than likely going to have different experiences compared, well, not more than likely, you are going to have different experiences compared to the trans woman. With you, you're gonna have to go through, more than likely gonna have to go through menstrual cycles. You're gonna have to go through the imbalance when it comes down to your hormones because of the different chemicals and different puberty and all this other stuff that's going on with your body. But all cis does is just reaffirm that, it validates that. So comparing the transphobia, which is a negative thing, compared to cis, which is a positive thing, that's night and day. It's like apples and oranges. But however, I'm gonna keep saying this. Like, don't. Okay, so let me say this. We really have been going back and forth. I'll make this clear if we haven't. If I have not, I 100% understand, and I do agree with the whole thing of you saying about the respect thing, which is why I made it very clear. I'm gonna say it again, which is why I said, if you're having a conversation with somebody and they refer to you as sis, you say, don't do that. And then it's up to them to say, I'm gonna do it, I'm not gonna do it. Now that's where you start to see people's respect level.
Right.
Now, what I also said, now this is the reason why we talked about the education and the science and stuff came up, is because the only thing that we were saying is that this is the only time this is the only time that more than likely you're going to hear the word are in these type of educational spaces and also educational conversations. But on a day-to-day basis, you're more than likely you're not going to be like, oh yeah, I am a
Right.
more than likely you're never going to do that. More than
And
likely,
that,
not saying
that
it's
is
not
the
going to
thing
happen.
too.
Right.
I agree with that. I agree with that, Reckless. But my thing was, I never argued against that. I listened to what y'all said, but and my rebuttal was, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter about the science, the science uh, end of it, or the
Sis, it
educational
does
side
matter.
of
I
it.
wish you would stop saying
Okay,
that. I'm
okay.
finna give you an
Listen.
example, and I promise I'm gonna be quiet. Let me give you an example
Look,
because I really hate why
look,
you say that.
look, look,
Stable,
look, look,
stable,
look.
stable.
He
Let me.
just said, did you not hear what the man said? He just said, in this conversation, but it does not
Are
often
we not
happen.
having
So
this
why you
conversation?
steady trying to like bam that in? Like it
Okay,
doesn't.
now watch. Now let me
Okay,
go
in
ahead and
this
prove my point.
conversation,
Let
I
me go
just
ahead and
said
prove
I
my
agree.
point, and I'll shut up. Let me go ahead and prove my point.
Girl,
This is for
I just
Sable
said I
because
understand.
I'm talking to Sable. What the hell you? I'm not talking to you. Not Sable. Beautiful,
Okay, but
beautiful. Because Sable, let me go because let me show you why scientific is important. Because I really hate that Miss Jules keeps saying that. Now let me tell you why. When you
you're
identify
not talking.
your identify expression is you identify as a woman. Okay, I get that. Are you at risk, sis, to most likely get prostate cancer or ovarian cancer?
Oh my God, really?
That's no. I'm
Now
showing you how
where
science
are we
Listen,
fucking
going with
works.
that though?
right,
This, oh my
listen,
God, this is
Where are you going with
listen,
scientific.
that?
No,
Because
look,
explain.
this is
Hold on.
scientific. This
People
is
are
listen.
scientific. This
getting
is why
cancer,
science is
unfortunately, from
okay.
all
This is why
walks of life.
science is
So
important.
where are you going with that?
You're not
if you let
listening. You
me if
gotta
you
listen
let
to
me
what she's
finish
saying.
if you let me finish, I'm trying to tell you why science is important. You kept saying people shouldn't go worry about the scientific term or whatever. As much as Sable sis, I can't really tell, but how your spirit and how your essence coming off, you sound like a very beautiful individual. If you want me to call you a woman, I will call you a woman. But if me and you were friends in real life, and something was to happen to you that you now have developed prostate cancer, because let's be honest, a lot of biological men deal with that, or men in general, right? If
Right.
I would still be able to be your friend and have some type of empathy and sympathy of knowing that you're going through a issue that's only exclusive to men, right?
But
Because
you do know,
as a woman, I would
Males.
never be able to relate to
but
you about having prostate cancer. So
no, no,
that's
no.
what I
But
Males.
no,
What?
you're right. But and
so
I
that's
don't
why I
mean to cut
kept
you off
saying
because
the
I'm walking.
anatomy. That's why I kept saying the anatomy to the beginning when I first hopped on this live. I said that we really don't need to distinguish between the type of woman that you're talking about, because there's a woman, a man with a womb, and then under the word woman, the
You know,
umbrella
And
is
she go back to
womanhood,
that.
and then you
But
can add
that
the
why ain't no
trans person. And then you can add the trans person under the umbrella of womanhood, because you're not going to experience the same thing that a woman will experience.
But
You have to
that's
worry
what
oh
it.
about
my
But
gosh.
hold
Oh
on,
my
hold
gosh. Oh
on.
my
I
You
gosh.
can't
Oh
have to
my
believe
worry
that
gosh.
about
Shaw don't
prostate.
feel what she's saying
You
is
have to worry about
that's
prostate
not
cancer,
offensive.
and I have to worry
Oh
about
my
ovarian
gosh.
cancer. Those are not the same thing.
But
And
the
why?
thing,
and
Because
that,
see how y'all are so fucking rude, bro.
No,
no,
I
I'm
let
because
no,
people
Nia, we
talk.
because
are
I can
I
take what
because
let
you
people
just said
talk, and
just
just
now,
because I'm
that you're
disagreeing,
explaining to her,
hold on. I
trying to
let
explain
people
to her in a
talk.
nice
This is what
way
I'm talking about. And
that
this is
this
that
is
whole
why
everybody want
you
to talk about
come
respect.
on now, come on
Everybody want to
now.
talk about
Nobody
respect.
see it but me.
Everybody want to talk about respect. But as soon as I give y'all a little
Nobody see it
uh,
but
pushback
me.
using a
She
scientific
she
term,
she
I'm
oh
is
getting
my
cut
nice.
off
gosh.
by
She trying to
everybody.
tell her in a nice way
Come on,
while
bro.
she be
Y'all need to
considered
come
a
on. You
man
can't be
because she
talking
could.
out your ass and see you gonna respect my
Girl,
opinion
stop
or you're
it.
not. Because I don't interrupt none of y'all, even when I
Girl, stop
disagree
it.
with you.
Girl, stop it.
Ain't
You
no
just
girl
sat
stop it.
here.
Nigga
You
stop
just
it.
sat
Nigga
here
stop it
and
with your
explained
ignorant
to
ass.
this
Don't be
lady
girl stop it. Nigga stop
why
it.
Y'all got Neo
Y'all
fucked up.
all
I know that's
ignorant because
right.
y'all know I brought up a good fucking point that she don't have to worry about ovarian cancer. She have to worry
Good
about
morning.
prostate cancer because
Ovarian
of her
cancer.
anatomy.
Like
But
what?
my
Come on,
question,
bro.
but my thing is that, but my question is this.
Ovarian
But
cancer. Why
who?
is we
But
having
wait.
this
But my question is
conversation?
Some of
this.
some
But
girl stop, niggas stop with your
wait.
ignorant ass. That's
But
what's wrong with y'all. Y'all don't want to pick up a fucking book, a
my
scientific
question.
book,
Okay, so you're
But
basing
talking about.
everything
I'm
off
gonna
of
tell you
feelings,
like they just told
basing
me what you
everything off of
saying right
feelings
now
as
is
if people don't have
hypothetically
real
speaking,
life
because this
situation they
lady
have
don't
to
have
deal with.
cancer. Not now
wait. But
time to
my
speak
Come on,
question.
like,
about
come on, with
cancer,
your
but you're
ignorant
trying to
ass.
prove your point so
Ignorant
much
ass. With
that
your
you
ignorant bully
threw
ass.
cancer on the damn lady.
Come on. Come on,
Come on
with
Okay.
with
your
the
So
ignorant
bullshit,
ass.
girl.
Can't even read a book. Do you know the difference between prostate and ovarian cancer?
Girl,
That's
who
what's the
the fuck you
young
scientific
talking
lady,
difference.
to?
she's
Can't
but
trying
read
to
a
put it
book.
into context. Neo was trying to put it into context because
Bitch
Girl,
just went to get
go
a
regardless
somewhere
pencil.
and go
She
of
know
somewhere,
how to
baby.
read.
regardless of
I ain't
how
say
we
shit.
all
I ain't interrupt
feel,
nobody. I show people
science,
respect. I treat people the way I want to
philosophy,
be fucking treated.
psychology, it all
You just got
matters.
here and
It matters.
it went all out. That's why she's so mad, because
I'm
she
so
mad
mad
because
because
I
like I
just
can't
picked
get
that
no
shit
fucking
up.
respect. I can't even get no
Nah,
respect.
you mad
And we
because I
trying to have
called
a
your
fucking
ass out just
conversation.
now. Nah, be real. Like Reckless say, stand on your block. You mad because I just called you out. Now let's keep it
No,
real.
I'm mad because you
You just
interrupt me, ho.
y'all
I'm
just went
telling you
into
what I'm
this
at.
whole
So you
thing
telling
about
me
I
how I
was
should feel.
hypothetically
So you
speaking,
telling me
and
how I
then
should
for
feel.
you to voice your opinion
I'm telling you,
about this girl
I'm
being in the
telling you that I'm
hospital
mad
with
because you
cancer.
interrupt me.
With
I'm trying to
cancer.
make
Is
a
that not
complete thought.
hypothetically
I was trying to
speaking?
make a complete
But
thought, and your
I'm the one
ignorant
that don't
dumb
make
ass
sense.
interrupt me because you don't know the difference between
Girl, philosophy.
biological and feelings. Like, come
Girl,
on, kiss my
please.
fucking asshole.
You
You
just
heard the
sat
fuck I said.
here
You don't piss me the fuck off.
after
You gonna
telling
tell me
me,
I'm
no,
mad.
you mad
You
because
ain't
I
call me
called
out
your
on
ass
shit because you
out.
sound stupid.
But you can't swing no hands over the phone, so
Girl,
I don't know
please.
how you get that
I'm
upset,
too
baby.
old to fight. I'm too old to fight. If a bitch want to get physical with me, she gonna get shot. Cause I'm too
Oh,
old to
okay.
fight. I don't even
All
fight no
right.
more.
All
So if a
right. Now
bitch
you
want to get
trying to
physical
shoot
with me,
me
you gonna
over.
get some holes in your ass like a bowling ball, and that's facts. I don't worry about a
Oh
bitch
my
threatening me.
God. Did you not just say I was hypothetically speaking only for this stupid ass motherfucker to speak up and
Your ass
hypothetically
stupid. You don't
speak?
even know what I'm talking,
Bitch.
how I'm talking, and you interrupting me. Cause your ass got in your feelings.
She mad. Girl,
the
you
only
mad.
thing, the only
It's
Ignorant
thing,
hoe.
okay though.
Ignorant
the
asshole. Fuck that
Yeah,
bitch,
your
bro.
mama.
Your daddy, bitch.
Yeah, him too,
And
Um,
your
bitch.
stink ass pussy,
I
hoe.
don't give
All
a
that.
fuck,
In
girl.
all that.
He 6 feet
oh
deep.
Lord,
What
Come
the
on,
fuck?
all that. I can't stand you
You
motherfucker.
don't know
Can't
how
even
my
have an
motherfucking
intellect
pussy
conversation,
smell,
then they gonna
hoe.
try to
Send your
call
man.
somebody
I'll let
out.
him. He'll come back and
Bitch, all
report.
right, reckless. I'm
He
done
might
with this
not come
hoe.
back at
I'm done with
all.
this hoe. I don't do all
He
that
may not
talking.
come back at all.
I'm done with this hoe.
With your dumb ass.
I bet you your
You
oh
teeth
Lord.
just
yellow.
said,
You sound
you
like your
just
breath stink,
asked me
bitch. You
not to
sound
oh,
like your breath
hypothetically
stink.
speak, only
You
to turn
sound like your
around and
breath stink.
hypothetically speak, and you mad because I
Sound like
called
you
you out on
stink.
that shit.
You sound like you smell like ass, and you smell like your
Ah,
it's like literally how you sound. Ignorant. You sound like you don't
girl.
even know how to take a bath properly because you sound
all right.
stupid.
All right. Is we finished or is we done?
Is you
Oh my God.
retarded or you retarded? Stupid
Maybe
asshole.
both. Crazy,
Maybe you just
psychotic.
demonstrated that. You just demonstrated that with your no decorum ass.
Oh,
Oh
yeah.
Lord.
Bitch, I'm trying to, all
Uh-huh.
I did was state opinion. This whole trying to interrupt me because her feelings got into it.
When it's you, it's an opinion. When it was
Bitch,
me, I was
everybody's
hypothetically
opinion.
speaking, but when it's you,
Everybody's
it's an
opinion.
opinion.
Everybody's opinion.
Neo, can I ask
When
you a
it's you, it's
question?
an
Yeah,
opinion.
you can ask me a
Okay,
question. Tell this stink hoe because she sounds
stupid.
stink. Can't even
Um,
understand respect.
so
Yeah.
I,
All right,
I did
bro,
want
Girl,
to.
bathe your
I
ass
thought you
properly.
brought up Neo. I
you
thought you brought
bad.
up a really interesting point about like not to say I don't think anybody was trying to put cancer on the
Did
doll,
you
but
not just say I was hypothetically speaking when I gave you the scenario about the person saying, "Nah, you must be a man because
But
you."
please
When you
stop
said I was
interrupting.
hypothetically,
They trying to
no, I'm
have a
not.
conversation. She's asking a
Exactly.
question.
A stink
Please,
ass still
Sable,
can't
go
get it.
ahead.
Still
Please.
can't get it.
okay. What I was gonna say is that to the point of the as a biological male and having prostate cancer, but as a trans woman, I would be trans and I may have prostate cancer. Correct? I in that. Do you think that it would be wrong for me to say that I will be a woman with prostate cancer? Do you think that's offensive?
No, I wouldn't find that
No.
offensive because you
Nope.
said the
Okay.
reason why you identify as a woman because of the gender expression. But what I was trying to get to the scientific terms, when she kept saying that you don't,
Here we go.
scientific doesn't mean
term.
anything, and I said it absolutely means something.
And I'm
Because
agreeing
when
with
it
you.
comes down, when it comes down to your health, Sable, when it comes down to your health, those doctors gonna have to treat you as a biological man, not what you identify as. That's why scientific is important. If you get up there and say, no, do not treat me, if you having prostate cancer, are you literally gonna say ignore the prostate cancer because I'm a woman and women do not have prostates?
No.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
but that's in the
No, I don't think.
hospital office. We're talking about out in the open in public. We're not talking about the motherfucking
No, we
doctor's
talked
office. I'm
about
sure
both
you
of
know
them.
that.
We talked
She
about
just
both
mad
of them
because I
because
called her
people were
out, so now she
mentioning
going
going to
all
the
out.
doctor, and that's
exactly.
what they were saying. But
You did
and I'm
mention that.
glad that you all got the opportunity to clarify that, because even people in the chat, they appear to be offended, but that is not what Neil was saying. And I'm glad Sable understands that, and you guys were able to clarify that, because
Yeah.
when it comes down to how Neil put it, that's how they're going to treat you unless you state otherwise.
She
Okay,
can
so what
stay,
that
she
what
can
Yes,
what
stay
does
ma'am.
that have to
otherwise,
do
but if she passed
outside of a
out,
doctor's office? Because I'm sure that she not planning on. You understand? Well, nobody plans it, but I'm sure she's not looking forward to getting cancer anytime soon. So what does that have to do with
That's not the
outside?
point.
What does
She's
that have to
no,
saying
do with?
see,
because she's saying at okay, Sable, can I use you as an example or
Yes, ma'am.
no?
I'm okay.
Okay, because I'm not trying to offend you, but I'm trying to help
No,
her
it's okay.
understand. And as a matter of fact, I'm not going to use you as an example, Sable. I'm not. Okay.
All
For
right.
as a trans, let's say somebody is a trans woman.
That's common
At her
sense. We know
core,
damn well that
Neil
when a
was
person
saying
go
that as
to get
at
a
the
medical
birth
checkup,
of
you
a
have to
trans
be honest with
woman
them about
is a man.
and this
your
whole
So
gender
still
or whatever the
you
interrupting.
have
case may
to
be,
She's
so
still
deal
that they
with
can
the
treat
interrupting.
you
male.
properly. We're not talking about
Oh
that.
God.
Now y'all can sit here and act ignorant if y'all want to, because everybody's plan is just to come at me. But you already know what I'm saying is the truth. Nobody was talking about medical. We know common sense. It don't take philosophy. Excuse me, not being disrespectful, but it does not take education to you understand. That's common sense. You know, when you go into the doctor, you're gonna have to, when you get behind them closed doors, well, hey, I wasn't born this way, or however you decide to let the doctor know so that you can get the proper treatment. We're not talking about that, and she know that. That's why she went to calling me all type of names and calling me out my names and all that shit. This is a debate, is it not?
No, it's a discussion, Ho. See, you
Oh,
don't know the
well,
difference.
okay. It's a
Right,
discussion, a
right.
debate, a discussion.
It ain't a debate.
It's the same damn thing,
It's
whatever.
no, it's not. You see how
Well,
it's not.
in
See,
my
that's why
opinion, I feel like it
family.
is.
That's
So
why it's
that's what I'm
important for
saying.
you to get
Anyway,
educated, and
anyway,
textbooks
anyway,
are
bypass
important.
her.
Science
Anyway,
is
bypass her.
important.
But she hurt.
Philosophy is
She
important, so
hurt because
you can
she hurt
understand
because
the
I called her
difference
out, y'all.
between an
Y'all
argument
know
and a
that shit. She
discussion
hurt because I
or a
called her
debate.
stupid ass out.
Come on,
And then
your
she
ass
get on here
ignorant.
hollering
What
about who she
then
is and
Reckless
what
said
she
you
do
ain't
and
know the difference
what
between the sis.
education she got. It does not take a
It sound
rocket
like
scientist to
it sound
understand
like you
where I'm
got some
coming
type of
from.
phobia against people that's educated.
Okay, it's about the respect at the end of the day.
It sounds like you
You went
got
and
some type
told
of
me I was
phobia against people
hypothetically
who's
speaking
educated.
to turn around and talk about this. Well, if you need medical help, does that mean she's not supposed to live
That's
her
her
life
reality,
feeling who
dumbass.
she is,
That's her reality.
or
That's her
becoming
reality.
who she feels that she is, or
Her
whatever the
feelings ain't got
situation may
nothing to do
be?
with her
Because she
reality.
may catch cancer
Her
someday.
feelings ain't gonna
You're not
save
making
her
no
life if
fucking
she needs
sense.
treatment. Her feelings is not gonna save her life if she needs treatment. Let's
Okay, so
keep it real.
okay, with that being said, what you trying to say?
That if she needs to go to the hospital and get treated for a prostate, because I specifically only exclusive to biological men, that she would have to accept that these doctors would have to treat her accordingly
So what?
to
So
save her life.
is she supposed to walk around with a T-shirt that say "I'm a
No, who the
woman,
fuck
but I'm
said
really a
that?
man," just in case I catch cancer?
Who the fuck said
Just in
that?
case I get cancer, the
Who the
doctor
fuck
got to
said
know
that?
I'm here. Here go my
I can't,
What I mean,
y'all.
what is
I
she supposed to
can't.
wear it on her forehead?
I
Nobody's
can't.
She's
saying
still
that.
a woman
Nobody's
out in
saying that.
public. She's still however she feels. That's who she lives her life on a daily.
No,
I'm
I'm
saying like
telling you,
outside of
I
this.
called you out by telling you to stop
You
saying
ain't
it
call me
don't
out,
matter
girl. You ain't
scientifically
call me out.
and
Don't do
all
it.
that. And I'm
You
trying
ain't
to
call me
tell
out.
you
Don't
to
do it.
stop saying that.
Don't you? Because the only example that you can figure to use was this girl going to the hospital for cancer or whatever the reason is. Just her going. We know common sense. It don't take a fucking philosopher to tell us that when you go behind closed doors to your doctor, you got to let them know, hey, this is what it is. So come on with that
Again,
bullshit now.
when you
Come on
dismiss
with
the
that
word
bullshit, girl.
scientific, when you said it doesn't matter about the scientific terms, and I'm
Okay, so
saying
now relate.
it
Okay,
does.
you said what
Okay,
you
this whole
said.
still
Now relate
interrupted,
that to
and
what
this
the
whole still
conversation is
interrupted.
really about.
I'm trying to.
Relate
I
it
just
to what
told
the
you that
conversation
I
is really
just did.
about.
I just did
let
with
me
your
give a
stank
let me
breath
give an
ass. I
example.
just
Let me
did.
give an
I
example
just
to the
did.
young lady.
Relate it to
Now,
what the conversation is
Just
really
Reckless, are
about.
ignorant,
you
bro.
still here? Reckless, are you still here?
Reckless part jumped off.
Nah, don't.
Okay, because
Nah,
Reckless
you
came up with a word.
stand up on
You
your own
guys,
on your own
what
10
was the
toes.
word that Reckless came up with when he said there's trans women who don't look trans? Did he say doff? What's the word that he used, you guys?
I don't think I was here for
Dop or
that.
something. It was something like dop or doff. Something he said. Do y'all remember he said that? He said it's a word where trans women, trans people don't look like that. You can't tell that they're trans. That's what he said. Do y'all know the word
Is
he
it
was
stealth?
using? Huh?
I don't know. I wasn't
Is it
here.
stealth?
Okay, he
Like
was.
stealth?
What's it called?
I mean, the term that I know for a trans person that is, I guess, you can't, tell that they're trans. Like you think they're cisgender. It's stealth. Like they live in stealth. Like
Yeah.
they live out in the
Okay.
open,
Because
but everybody assumes they're.
he said another word, but and I'm saying this to make a point. If a person goes into the doctor's office and they look like, let's say it's a born male, but it's a trans woman, okay? They look like a woman, okay? So they're somebody put passable in the chat, so they're passable. So a doctor or nurse, whoever's looking at them, are not gonna think that this is a biological male. They're not gonna think that. So therefore, you have to further explain to them or tell them how to treat you
And
once
that's
you get
the
there.
conversation. And I'm glad you said that because that's why the initiation of the word cisgender is there, right? So the doctor, so you don't have to say it. The doctor will ask you, "Oh, how do you identify? Are you cisgender, trans, non-binary?" That's how the doctor would, address the person. It's not, excuse me, but yeah, that's how it will go.
But I'm saying if they see you and you look like the opposite sex, then you're saying the conversation then begins to say, but they wouldn't know to ask you that. You see what I'm saying? Because you look like something else.
I mean, I only can speak to my own experiences, and so
Yeah.
like before I transitioned, like if I called my doctor, like talking on the phone, it was ma'am, right? But if I went to
Okay.
the doctor, I had a Caesar haircut and a fitted, so it was nothing, right? Now as a
Okay.
trans woman, when I go to the doctor, well, if it's my primary care doctor, it's not a thing. If I was going to another facility, honestly, I don't get it. Nobody asks me. It's actually pretty interesting. Nobody asks me. I just did blood work, which is different from another location for my primary care. And I just gave them my, insurance card and they pulled my name up. I haven't changed my name legally, but I have a pretty androgynous name anyway. So I just don't have it. I think I'm privileged. And even though I feel like I'm privileged, I do have to be honest and speak for the rest of my community who isn't, right? And that's why it's important for like people who are not, able to transition as freely as they want and come up in the world as they want, because a lot of people can't just afford it. They don't have the family support. They don't have a lot of, they don't know where the resources can come from, because not all doctors are very open to that conversation. A lot of doctors can be, not, all right, I'm about to go somewhere else. But that whole point is that, nowadays, the doctors, they know. The doctors it's, in my opinion, I feel like they'll ask you generally, or they don't ask you at all if it's not necessary, right? So me doing blood work, I guess in that moment was like, they didn't feel the need to ask me. If I go to my primary care and there's a nurse that I don't know, and maybe she's doing like vitals, or maybe she's like filling stuff out or something like that, she may ask me, "Oh, are you, how do you identify you?" Or even ask me what are my pronouns, because there are a lot of people who, that's another thing too. You can have different pronouns and not be trans at all. There's a lot of non-binary people who may look like male. They may look male identifying, but they rather be called she. The whole point is that all these different people exist in these spaces, and they're not always being considered, and they should be, because we know they exist. right?
Right. Well,
But
I think
Sable,
the point that we. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Neil.
I just want to say, but Sable, now, do your doctor knows your biological makeup?
Yes, ma'am.
And when he or she, because I don't know what your doctor is,
It's a female.
when they compare your blood work, are they
Mhm.
matching that, the compare and contrast to the what's the word I'm looking for, the reference chart, to as
Now
a
she want to be.
woman
Now she
or
want to be
as
a
a
doctor.
man?
She done went
You're
from
God
asking
doc
a
damn, this
valid
whole, I know
question.
this
to
bitch breath
doctor.
stink. I know
No,
this
no,
bitch
you're
breath
asking
stink,
a
bro.
valid question.
I
In a
And
minute, in a minute, this bitch
I
gonna be an
literally,
astronaut.
can y'all see that this hoe won't let me talk?
but
Cause she
I'm
she
going to
she
talk over
she, she
your
got some. Not
In
only
a
do she
minute, this
got
hoe
something
gonna be an
against trans
astronaut.
women, but she got something
Cece,
against some
I
people who got
literally
intelligence.
asked you. I literally asked you, ma'am, if you would be offended by you stressing to a stranger that, hey, this is who I am, and they going into this scientific bullshit with you. Yeah, you said yes, the conversation would be over.
yeah.
Literally, that's the same thing that Conscious
Sable,
asked me.
can you
What
answer
are
my
you
question?
offended by,
Cause
sis?
she interrupt me.
I wouldn't be angry or mad, but
Sable,
I would let them know, hey, I prefer to be called as a woman.
Can
And
you
then
answer my question?
they started giving me scientific terms and this and that and the other. And
Sable,
so I asked you, well, how would you feel if someone called you transgender or man and you said no, refer to me as a woman? I'm like, nah, because scientifically, blah 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 blah
Sable,
blah. You said the conversation would be over. This heifer jumps in and hollering about
Sable.
you
Can
get
Neil,
you
going
answer
to
type
a
my
type
doctor
your
question?
channel in the
diagnosing
chat.
cancer. So now she over here asking you about your
Neil, type your
Sable.
channel in the
girl,
back
you
channel,
violating
please.
HIPAA
You
laws.
said put my channel in the back channel. I can't, baby, because I'm on my phone.
Okay, what's
So
your channel?
You
the
all
name
on the
of
screen
my
asking this
channel.
girl about her
Yeah.
damn doctor
Oh
visits and
Lord.
shit. Now this don't went into a whole nother like and
Oh
all
my God.
because you
Where
sitting here
is my
trying to prove a
goddess?
point
Somebody
and
wake the
and the
goddess
whole
up.
thing was just
Can
stupid the way you
somebody
even
please go wake the
explained that
god
shit.
conscious? Do you
Y'all
hear
told
my
me I'm
prayers?
hypothetically speaking,
Do you
but
hear
here
my
her
prayers,
silly ass
conscious?
just
Please
relayed
summon
that
the
whole
goddess.
conversation and
Because
debate
I knew
to
I want to
you going
continue a
to a doctor
conversation
and
with
being
you.
I'm
diagnosed
trying to
with
have a
cancer.
conversation. This
Is
hoe
you
just keep
stupid?
interrupting. Can somebody please summon the
Is you
goddess?
stupid?
excuse me,
Girl,
Please summon the goddess.
girl,
Now,
bye.
Sable, can you answer my
Girl,
question? Because
bye.
look, I don't
Girl,
want
bye.
this. I don't know this shit right here.
Girl,
And
bye.
I want you to, and Sable, and I
Girl,
remember
bye,
I
girl.
told you when I
Girl,
first
bye,
came on
girl.
here that I'm into
Girl, bye,
philosophy and
girl.
I'm a philosopher. The reason
Girl,
why I
bye.
ask questions and have these conversations
Girl,
is
bye.
to
You ain't a
expose
philosopher
people
no more.
biases, right?
Shit, you doctor,
To expose
whoever.
people biases. Now I'm trying to
Asking
have a
this girl about
realistic,
now your
have a
doctor when you go
realistic
there, do they understand what's going on? This bitch, that what they gotta do with
You don't even
anything?
see how ignorant this hoe is. I'm
Girl,
telling
I'm
you,
just
hooked on phonics,
saying. I mean,
hooked
you're
on
mad because
phonics.
I'm not getting upset about it.
No, I'm mad because you
It's a
interrupted me. I keep telling
discussion,
your stupid
honey.
ass what I'm mad about. I clearly keep telling you what I'm mad about. I don't give a
Girl,
fuck if you
stop your
comprehend a
mess.
damn thing.
Stop your
Because whether
mess,
you
girl.
comprehend
Stop
anything
your mess.
doesn't affect my life and
The
how much
whole thing
taxes
was
I pay
about you getting
and my
offensive
medical.
about what,
Whether you comprehend
or
or
you
get anything doesn't affect me at all.
respecting each other's terms
Okay,
and
but you won't even
conditions.
respect and let me have
Respect
a
at the end of the
conversation. I
day.
wasn't.
It has nothing to
Can
do with the
somebody
doctor's
put in the
office.
chat?
It has
Can
nothing to do with
somebody put in the
being
chat
diagnosed with
that
cancer.
Neil S was not talking to this
Okay?
hoe?
It has nothing to do with philosophy.
Can
It is
somebody
very
put
much
in the
common
chat that
sense,
Neil S was
which
not
you
talking to
seem to
this hoe?
lack while you sitting here calling me all
Can
types of
somebody
names.
please put it in the chat that Neil S
Miss
was not talking
Philosopher,
to this hoe?
Doctor, whoever. Girl,
Exactly.
stop.
Exactly. Okay, Sable, can you now do you remember my question, sis? Do you remember what
my
I was
phone
trying
is
to
cutting out.
ask
Hold
you?
on a second.
Nah. Don't nobody
Okay.
remember your question.
Okay. All right. So again, when you get your
And don't
blood
refer
work,
back to the doctor's office
and
because
then
this
okay,
conversation has
this
nothing
hoe
to do
is
with
so
that.
retarded. Sable, do you want to answer the
Yeah.
question or not? I'm gonna give you the
Your mammy
respect.
retarded.
If you don't want to answer the question, then you don't have to. But I'm really answering the show. I'm showing that people have biases when it comes down to terms and perspective and what we should agree and what we should agree as a collective. This stink breath hoe is my prime example. How she
Girl,
can't even see shit
knows
from another
nothing
person's
about me.
perspective. And if someone who might be giving you pushback, Sable, what
You're
they might be
talking about
basing it
a
on.
doctor's
What they
visit
might
and the
be.
girl being diagnosed with cancer.
Can you
What does that
shut?
have to do anything? Hold on,
Oh my
stop calling
God.
me names
Can
and then
somebody
answer that.
please,
Just
who
answer
got
that
conscious
question.
number? Please get the
Answer that
goddess.
question. You can't.
Get the goddess.
You can't. That's
Please
why you
call on the
flipping off
goddess.
like that, because you
All
can't
right, y'all.
answer it.
I'm gonna have to
You
bail
can't
out
answer
because
it.
I tried to go. I love the conversation.
Bye.
I just
I
wanted to have
enjoy
this
being
conversation,
here.
but this whole just literally destroyed this shit. Is she gone? Sable gone?
Yeah, I think Sable hopped off.
Damn.
Yeah,
Really?
but
Well,
I really enjoyed the
Law just
conversation.
said, your ass was being disingenuous. You ain't care nothing about this conversation. All you wanted to do was fucking be a bully and talk shit and be condescending. You like we could have had a real fucking discussion, and you made
Go
this whole
back to
shit
the
about you.
conversation.
You made this
Go
shit
back to
all
the
about you.
conversation and what Conscious
You made
asked
all
me
this
and
shit,
what
and
I
I'm done
said
talking with your stink
and
breath
the
ass. I can
response that
tell
I
this hoe
got
don't
with the
brush her teeth,
scientific
bro.
stuff. I stayed on that topic. Respect trumps all. You
Bitch,
went
you
to
ain't
talking
show me
about
respect
doctors
yet.
and this and that
You
and
ain't
this and
show me.
that.
You don't even
Everybody
understand the
knows
word
that.
respect.
If
You ain't
you
even
go
show
to
me
the doctor
respect
right
yet.
now, of course you're gonna have to let them know what time it is. But that is
Dumbass.
behind closed doors. Nobody was talking
Stupid.
about that. You
Bitch,
trying
you
to
ain't get
sound
it.
so educated, bitch,
I
that
am
to the
educated. That's
point
why
where
you
you dumb,
jealous.
you
And
you
that's why you
sounding dumb as
jealous.
hell, and you don't
And
even
that's why you
realize it.
jealous. And that's why you jealous. They
Huh?
already called you out that you
Jealous
don't know
for
how to
what,
use
boo?
words properly. So we already know what's your highest level
Girl,
of education? What's your highest
girl.
level? Did you even
Okay,
graduate from
okay.
high
Well, while you
school?
talking about education, let's talk
So
about that then.
right.
What do you honestly do for a living?
Hey, it don't
Because
matter. It don't
philosophy,
fucking
that sounds
matter. I
like some
ain't
shit
answering
you
none of your
studied in high
questions. I
school.
ain't answering none of your
What do
questions.
you
You
do
figure it
for a
out.
living then? Why
You
you
figure it out.
calling
You
why
figure it
you
out.
calling me
You
uneducated?
figured out it.
Huh?
You figured it
Hold
out.
on. No,
I
no,
ain't
no.
answering
What
none
do
of your
you do
fucking
for a
questions.
living?
I ain't answering none of your questions.
What do you do for a
Now
living?
what? Now what?
What do you do for a living?
Didn't I just tell your stupid ass I ain't
Oh,
answering
you
none of your
you you
questions?
studied philosophy. What was that?
But then I just
Well,
tell your
Neo,
stupid ass.
what's your channel so people can subscribe and I
Okay.
can
All
subscribe?
right, so type it in. It's actually this the name of the channel. Watch
Stupid
this,
ass.
y'all. This the name of
That
the
hoe took
channel.
philosophy as an
This the name of the
elective,
channel.
and
Hey,
she
this the
get on
name.
this motherfucker trying to act like she
Hey,
know
this the
every
name.
damn
Hey,
thing.
this the name of the channel.
Bye, Dr.
Neo
Philosopher.
X. The name of the channel, y'all, is Neo
Stupid
X
ass.
Philosophy and Me. That's the name of my channel, my show, and my platform. Neo
Neo
X
as
Philosophy
philosophy and
and
me.
yeah, and you can put the simple N or the AND in me. If you type my name Neo X with a dash X, it's gonna come up as Neo X Philosophy and Me.
Neo X X.
Yeah, like hold on, I
Okay.
can type. Hold on, maybe I can type it in. All right, I
Yeah,
got you.
type it in the back channel.
I got you. I just realized I can't type.
And then I'll type it in the front for you.
Oh, I'm gonna go on mute for a second, but I'm gonna type it. I got you.
Okay. I'm gonna bail out you guys once I get the information. Thank you guys for having me. Please let Conscious know. Thank you for letting me come up. I did learn a lot. I learned a whole bunch. Shout out to Sable for providing clarification. Shout out to Reckless for providing clarification. I really appreciate the opportunity. Okay, let me see. I think she put it in there. Oh, okay. I'm gonna type it in here for y'all. Neo. She put a dash X.
I'm finna say this before I drop off because I really wanted to have that conversation with Sable because the point I was trying to make, and again, I am not transphobic. I fall under the umbrella LGBTQ. I'm a lesbian woman. I identify as a woman solely based off my anatomy, not my feelings, even though I do wear clothes that are assigned to men. Reason why Neil X asks particular questions and have these conversations because a lot of people base their opinion based off their biases. The reason why I ask questions is to expose a particular bias so people can be patient with each other, respect each other, and finally come to a common ground, even if they wind up agreeing to disagree. I feel like it's disingenuous to sit up here and talk about respect, but then don't have no decorum and show respect to someone else because they have a difference of opinion than you. That's it. My point was not to take away from Sable's experience. I support her. I love her. If she need me to ever march alongside with her, I will. I will. I see her as an individual first, a human being, and then I will respect what she wants me to call her. But I feel like at the same time, If a majority of biological women are saying that they find the word cisgender offensive because they are a woman based off their anatomy and not a feeling, I feel like we should not continually use the word if the people saying that they find it offensive. That's it. And I tried to use the word about Negro, nigger, colored, Black, African American. Eventually, people going to agree on the word, but we have to keep having that conversation. Talk to these women, ask them why do they find the word offensive. You cannot tell someone that they shouldn't be offensive, they or whatever. People have feelings, and y'all know it, I know it. So that's all I have to say. But like I said, I'm sorry y'all had to see me get like this. Everybody who knows me or the ones who are familiar with me, y'all know I don't like to get down on the gutter and do all this ignorant, because there's a saying that says don't argue with a fool, because they're gonna bring you down to their level and beat you with experience. Even though I got into it with that girl, I kind of knew better, but then I got frustrated. So I'm kind of a little disappointed in myself. But the whole point was just to have a conversation, family, and to show that people have biases, period.
Is that Rico Mind Your Motherfucking Business? Is that his channel? He said he got dropped down. If that's his channel. Hold on. I'm about to chat with him. I'm gonna say, is it? Oh, it's Sable. Sable got knocked down, you guys. Okay, my phone refresh show I'm in the backstage. Okay, Sable had got knocked down, you guys, and she's backstage. Sable, I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm about to hop off. I think Neil's about to hop off as well. And I'm not sure who else is on the
Yeah,
panel.
I'm gonna have to hop off because this lady, I don't know if her name Jewel or whatever, because y'all see we can't see each other names, so I'm basing off the voices. But she ain't gonna
Yeah,
let me have a civilized conversation with Sable, so I ain't got no choice but to drop down because I don't want to have the conversation out of ignorance. I literally was
yeah,
trying to learn and then talk about reality versus feelings. We all walk this life called this journey called life. We all experience it based off our physical appearance. Like, I get treated different because of what? I'm a Black person. My experience is not the same as a person who's white, even though we all are fucking human.
I agree.
So that's all I'm saying. We got to learn how to respect each other. You cannot tell someone how they should and how they shouldn't feel. That's why I would never tell Sable that if she wants to identify as a woman, I would never tell her, look, I'm not calling you that because of your anatomy. I would never say that to her. But if anybody want to have a philosophical conversation or a scientific conversation, I'm like, well, she identifies as a woman, but in reality, if Sable needs treatment, they're gonna treat her as a biological man, not how she identified. I can see both worlds.
Exactly. And Sable just said she hears you. Everybody was great, and this was great altogether. Hopefully, I could talk to everyone again. And I'll definitely be back, Sable. And I appreciate you for clarifying a lot of stuff for me, and also being on the panel. Neil, it's great to meet you. And when Conscious comes back, please tell him thank you for having me. And I'll see you guys again.
Pieces. I'm gonna hop off too and go enjoy. Get me some breakfast.
All
So,
right.
all right,
Take
peace,
care.
family. Like I said, much love, one love. Remember, for anybody who familiar with my show, you remember your life is your holy book. Can't nobody tell you who you are. You know who you are. You are your essence. You are your soul. But at the same time, you got to remember that there's other individuals around you too who are not your consciousness. We all got to learn how to respect and get along.
I
But let's
like
drop it
that.
off. Peace and subscribe to my channel. Thank you for the support and conscious when you catch this playback. Goddess, don't make me go burn my incense and trying to bring. If I summons you again, don't make me go get the gong. I'm gonna put the bat signal up again because I needed your ass tonight, baby. So when anybody speak to the goddess, let him know I was calling on him. That is my baby. Everybody know I love me some Reckless and I love me some Conscious. So, but I love you, Reckless. If you catch this on playback, I love you too, bro. And like I said, to all the trans women up here, I love y'all. I love y'all. Just because I can't see stuff in your perspective doesn't mean I'm a bad person. I can't walk in your shoes. That's not my reality. Just like you can't walk in mine. But I still love you as an individual first. And if you need somebody to march side of you, I will be right there marching right alongside of you. Period.
I appreciate that too. And I subscribed. Sable says she subscribed, so we subscribed to your channel. So you're gonna see me over there. I will be there.
Peace. Thanks.
All right, take care. That was nice. I guess y'all gonna be on here because I'm about to hop off.
Yes.
Oh, there's Sable.
Oh, hey, I'm in.
You got back? Okay. Wait, she had got knocked out again.
No, she gone.
Conscious, you back? Oh my God.
Ew.
You missed it.
I'm gonna have to catch the replay. I definitely passed out.
It was wild. Okay.
I'm mad, child. I can't wait to hear the replay back.
Oh. That's all I can say is out.
I know it went down, child. I know it went down.
It was a mess. No, this was a great laugh though. It actually was, and I just want to say thank you for allowing me up because I got a whole lot of clarification on stuff. I did learn a lot, and thank you for letting me up. Oh wait, Neil said drop the link. Leo wants to come up before you close it out.
Oh. I can barely see my brain.
Neil, just drop down.
Oh, I don't even know how I woke up. It must have been a psychic awakening.
Huh?
I don't even know how I don't know how I woke up. I must have just.
Yeah, you've been gone like shoot. What we been on here about 6? Nah, you probably maybe gone for about 3 hours.
Yeah.
Oh, they said 6 hours. The people cut up with no parent.
Yeah, that's funny. Hey, just real quick before I go, Goddess, I've been summoning your ass for the last hour. I put out the bat signal, the smoke signal. Where have you been?
I was in the astral plane, and you know what's so funny? I was dreaming about you in my dreams. So like you must have called. I don't know whether y'all was calling my name or something.
It was me. I was praying to wake your ass. So I said, please, somebody wake up the Goddess. Please wake him up now, because we need order. Good. But like I said, it was fun. I kind of got out of character a little bit. You know how I feel about when I be cursing people out. I don't like getting in that. I don't like tapping in type of that energy or frequency. Yeah. But I wanted to say I love you. I see some of the people in your chat was showing me some support. The people on the panel promoted my channel, so I appreciate that. But I just wanted to show you some love again and to let you know the next time I send that back signal, wake your ass up, please. Because we wind up ain't getting nowhere in that last hour, boy. You got some bullies. You got some bullies on your panel. So
it was sad.
Yes.
But yeah, I definitely had some more topics I wanted to talk on, but I'm like, we'll get there. You know.
Look, yeah, I'm gonna check it out. I may have to review or whatever the hell y'all did in the final hour of the hour.
I'm not on. Hello.
Well, I'm gonna tell Papa I was bad a little bit. I was bad. I misbehaved a little bit.
At least you spilled your own tea, honey.
Yeah, just a little bit, because I do not like when I get like that. I don't like cursing people out. I try to treat people the way I want to be treated, but sometimes I just go there, bro.
Don't worry, I live for it.
Okay. Well, yeah, cause that's your name, bro. You Reckless. That's why I let you do your thing. I don't intervene.
Right, Reckless cut up.
That is Reckless purpose. That's his. That's the essence of his soul. And when he eat, I just let him do it. I don't never stop shit. So,
I got a feeling that y'all went off on my girl Jewel.
Jewel started it.
Jewel, that's right.
In my defense, Jewel started it.
Yeah.
Can somebody speak who's been here for 6?
Oh,
Somebody got knocked down.
yeah. I
Hey,
think it's
Conscious, it's Marky.
Hey.
Hey,
Hey,
Conscious, is Divine, your new moderator.
you left your children unattended, misbehaved. Called CPS because they were unattended, and you had some people in the house throwing rocks and beating people in the head, and finally
You need a
they
belt.
fought back, and it was awesome.
Well, I was
I
praying.
live. I live. I live.
Wow.
I learned some things, but I also know don't leave your children like that no more.
Oh, but I might just leave them in the custody of CPS.
Child, I don't know what they are.
They on the way. Let me call back. Let me call back and tell them the daddy came home and this is your first offense. Woo. The babysitter left. Reckless went to sleep.
Reckless
But I
said, "Fuck
love.
these
Bye
kids."
bye.
Reckless
I know, but he left
Reckless
Reckless
just
in
though.
charge, and Reckless said, "Good night."
Reckless said, "Fuck them kids."
Jeez, I can't
But
wait to hear the replay.
this is a grandma
I heard
here.
Reckless turn off his light switch and went back to bed.
Yeah.
I heard Reckless like, "Fuck these kids."
Okay, he went under that bed and said, "You know what? Good night."
Especially when I ain't got no control. I can't mute nobody or bring people up or nothing.
Oh, right.
My biggest takeaway is I don't think you guys should go and get higher education. I don't think that's a good idea. You're gonna get cursed out. Good night.
Yeah.
Wow,
Well,
good night, baby. I'm gonna check out the replay, y'all. I'm gonna check it out.
And the thing is that Denton Conscious study psychology, because like I told him, when if my coins get high enough, I told him I'm gonna send his ass back to school so he can finish, because he's clearly educated. That's why he can understand different perspectives.
Some people didn't reflect the level of intelligence that your crew has. They did not reflect it. They did not reflect it.
Oh my god. I may have to do a part 2, chat, depending on how
a part 2.
How y'all toe it up. Yes.
Yes, we need a part 2.
Toe it up, honey. I
Yeah.
have to do a part 2, honey.
Yes, because it's some more topics that I wanted to ask questions about and didn't get the opportunity. So yes, I will be back for the part 2.
And I really wanted to have a conversation with Sable.
Then the part 2, then the part 2 after show.
Yeah,
it's giving content.
I definitely wanted to have that conversation with Sable. If you still watching, sis, if you ever want to hit my link on my show, I still just wanted to have that conversation. Like I said, I wasn't trying to take away from your experiences. I was just trying to, just see if you understand perspective. That's it. But hey,
coming to your channel, Neo. Love you.
Love you too.
Subscribe to Neo and Reckless, you guys.
Hey, Conscious. Next time you leave us alone, just make Reckless administrator on your StreamYard.
If you stay up,
so he can mute.
Stuff like, forgot about that.
You stay up.
I didn't think about it. It wasn't my plan to fade out, but
yeah, he was out for the count, and I was like, "There's nothing I can do."
But that's a good idea going forward. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Well, let me get out of here because my brain is struggling to stay alert. But
he gonna fade off again.
He only woke up because I was screaming to his conscience, "Get your ass up!"
I'm telling you, I can hear y'all in my dream. She manifested as a character in my dream.
I was calling you. I literally was calling you.
Mm-hmm.
I was praying.
It's crazy.
I almost went to get the sage and the dong. I was gonna ask my girl, "What herbs?" I was about to wake my girl up. Give me them damn herbs y'all be in here using. What I supposed to be doing? Because I need to wake the goddess up.
That part. I guess it just worked at the very last minute.
But that show y'all that consciousness exists, family. But all right, I'm going for real. I'm going to get me some breakfast. I'm exhausted now, and I don't got hungry.
Yes, I'm gonna take my cisgender ass to bed.
That part.
Oh, not the cis word.
Please.
All right, y'all. Thanks for having me. Thank you, Conscious. All right, bye, everybody.
All right, y'all.
Good. All right, y'all. This was amazing, child. It went down, honey. I appreciate everybody. I did not mean to pass out, y'all. It's been a long day, a great day. When I get up from my slumber, child, I'm going to shout out to Derek for the Cash App. That's all I remember is Derek Cash App me at some point in the night. Thank you, Derek. And shout out to Storm for the show. And just y'all. So I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna listen to what I missed, child, and I might have to come back, girl, and talk about it. But I love y'all. Great morning. I hope that this was informative. Whatever happened, I hope it led to even more, and even more enlightenment, child. Okay, so I'll see y'all later. Bye.